Our new partner who I'm really, really excited to announce we are working with. Super, super stoked. Thank you, Angie Huberman, for this connect. It's incredible. AG1 Athletic Greens. I've been using them for a while. I have them every morning on an empty stomach. Basically, take one scoop and you put it into a cup or glass or mug of 8 ounces of cold water. And this is all your greens for the day. You're absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens. Every day I take this. It's so good for my digestion, my energy. It's simple. It's easy. I don't like taking a lot of vitamins. This has been really, really helpful for me. I've had a lot of stomach issues my whole life, and ever since I've been gluten-free and taking the AG1s, it's really helped me in my stomach in the mornings. I love it. I'm so psyched that they're part of the One Life One Chance podcast. I'm sure a lot of people don't like eating greens, let alone drinking your greens, but I can tell you straight up, it's got a mild tropical taste, and the taste is actually really refreshing, and I really look forward to it each morning. Don't think it's just going to be just straight bland. It tastes really, really good, and it's good for you, so remember that. This one blend of ingredients supports your gut health, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, and aging. It's incredible, just one scoop, especially for musicians who are vegans or just musicians in general who want to get those daily greens. You can get the packets. It's incredible. I just gave some to my friend Derek from Sepultura. He traveled the whole entire world this summer, and he had those every single day. He said it saved him. I bring AG1s with me when I travel. It helps me stay healthy. You know the deal. If you're on tour and you are a picky eater, but you need to have your greens, sometimes catering doesn't have greens. Sometimes you miss the catering. Sometimes you miss the backstage food. Sometimes it's too late after the show to go get food that you like. So if you just have a scoop of AG1s in your hotel room before you go to bed, or you're in the hotel room at night and you're starving and you want something healthy, boom, life changer. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with some convenient daily nutrition. That's all you need, one scoop in a cup every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. This is it. I'm super psyched. And to make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/OLLC. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/OLLC to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. This is incredible. I love it. It's just basic greens. For me personally, this has changed my life tremendously. I'm not a junk food vegan. I don't eat a lot of fake meats, so I'm strictly greens. And this has been a wonderful, wonderful new addition to my life. So once again, visit athleticgreens.com/OLLC. and get 1 free year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. athleticgreens.com/OLOC. Yo, Liquid Death, thank you so much for hydrating all my guests, taking care of me and my family and my friends. Love your water, love your brand, love what you stand for, love what you give back to the community. If you want to learn more about Liquid Death and how it started, listen to episode 115 with the co-founder, owner, and creator of Liquid Death, Mike Cesario. Just a punk rock skateboarding kid from Delaware with a dream. It's an incredible story, incredible journey. So if you go liquiddeath.com/Toby, you get free shipping on any items you order from liquiddeath.com. And if you want to get water, Liquid Death water, go to amazon.com. But for merchandise and other things that's not water, go to liquiddeath.com/Toby and get free shipping. Thank you so much, Liquid Death. Death to plastic, murder your thirst, stay hydrated. You know H2O saves lives. Check. Welcome to the One Life One Chance podcast. I'm your host, Toby Morse. I have a couple people here today surrounding our guest. My man Hakim, he's here again today. He was here. This will be a part 2. I'll put these back to back. Thanks for being here, my man.
Hey, thank you for having me, mate.
You have the wonderful voice. My man Chappelle Lacey, back on the fucking. It's like the mafia. You try to leave, but always bring you back.
Yeah, it is.
The world saw a couple months ago that Chappelle is no longer on the podcast, where he's just focusing on his comedy, which he's killing right now. He's like I'm proud of my son. And so I've been having to come over here for the podcast and jumping back on the mic. So
yeah, you got black kids, man.
He just snuck it in real quick, just like my son.
It is. I mean, pretty much fucking naps here, everything.
Yeah.
And then the man, the myth, the fucking legend. We go back many, many, many years. Mr. Dante Ross, thank you for being here.
Good to be here, Toby.
This is awesome, man. How's everybody doing? So I had Hakim on a couple weeks ago, and your name came up a lot during the podcast about New York and hip hop and all this stuff because we grew up in the same era. And I just wanted to have you on here. So welcome.
Good to be here, man.
So, were you born and raised in New York?
I was raised in New York. I was born in San Francisco. I moved to New York when I was 3.
Okay.
So I'm a New Yorker.
You're in New York. Yeah, that counts.
And it's weird, too, because where I was born in San Francisco, like I grew up in the Lower East Side, a Puerto Rican neighborhood, and I was born in the Mission, like a Mexican neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
And my dad stayed there. He stayed there my whole life pretty much. So I had these like 2 very different Latin places where I was kind of raised him from.
Yeah. And so where in the city did you grow up?
I grew up on 2nd Street between Avenue A and B.
Wow.
171 when it was buck
Way
wild.
different, dude.
I mean, there was me and one other white family on my block. It was all Puerto Rican. Wow. And my mom was a school teacher in the neighborhood. So she ran the kindergarten, the biggest kindergarten in my neighborhood. She ran it, and she started a credit union. So she was a community activist. So she knew basically everyone in the neighborhood, which was a real blessing because I got spared a lot of beatings because my mom knew everybody in everyone's family. So people loved my mom. They were nice to me.
Wow.
I was very lucky.
And your dad was like a political activist too,
He
as
was,
well,
and,
right?
and a writer. Yeah, he wrote like 11 books, and he wrote for like the Village Voice, the Chronicle Examiner, the New York Times. He was a political activist and a pretty wild guy.
And how are you as a kid?
I was a good kid till I hit a certain age, and then I think the call of where I lived I just wanted to be outside all the time with my friends, and just we were wild little kids. It was the 70s in New York. It was very lawless. People were selling heroin all around my block, my neighborhood. I grew up on top of a social club where they sold drugs. And I just came up, I grew up in a really crazy environment. I'm a latchkey kid too, so I'm left on my own devices a lot.
Yeah. So you have siblings?
I do. I have 2. I have a sister, an older sister I was raised with, and a younger sister who has a different mother than me. And I have a brother too, and I didn't know I had a brother till my father passed away, and I found that I had another sibling.
When was that?
That was 10 years ago.
Wow.
11 years ago, yeah.
And so where was he living?
He was living in Seattle, but he grew up in Long Island.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys are in touch now and stuff?
Yeah, it's my man. He's great.
That's
Dan.
amazing.
Shout out to my brother Dan.
And so did you go to school in Lower East Side too?
I went to school on the West Side, so when I was young, I was deemed academically gifted. So they sent me to what was called an open school for kids who were academically gifted, and me and a bunch of kids from my neighborhood who were all black and Spanish, because that's all that lived in my neighborhood. We took the bus to school together on the West Side, and it was an eye-opening experience.
Yeah. What were you gifted? Like what were you into?
I was really good at anything that had to do with English, writing, and anything with language, reading. I was always really advanced in reading and somewhat in math, but more in reading.
Yeah. And so did you focus on that a lot? Did you want to do something with that when you
Well,
get
my
out?
dad was a writer, so I love to read. It's just always been my favorite thing to do. It's the best free vacation you can have. So, I've always been a big reader. So, I guess it was just an extension of the fact I love to read. And I could read since I was like maybe 4 years old. I started to read very young. And I started to read because my mom wouldn't read Dick Tracy to me in the paper because Dick Tracy was a pig. My mom was like, she hated cops. She was like a political activist too. And she's like, I'm not reading you anything about a cop pig. So I taught myself to read so I could read Dick Tracy.
That's pretty amazing. And so were you get into music and graffiti and all that stuff, skateboarding like in high school or really
A little
early?
earlier. I was
Yeah.
always into music. As a kid, like I said, I grew up on top of a social club. And so there was a jukebox literally right under my bedroom. And this was the 70s, early 70s. So they're playing the Stylistics and Al Green and Bill Withers and all the 70s classic shit. So I grew up listening to all of that music. And my mom loved music. She loved Otis Redding and Bob Dylan and Van Morrison and all this other stuff. So my house was very musical. My dad, on the other hand, he loved jazz. So he was into Miles Davis and John Coltrane. So my house always had music on.
Great music,
My
yeah.
my family was always playing music. My dad was friends with a lot of jazz musicians. So there was always like music in my life.
Yeah. And did you want to play music?
I did play a little music, and I did want to play music, but I wasn't very good. I played drums and I played a little guitar, and I wasn't particularly gifted.
Mm-hmm.
So I was fascinated by music, but somewhat technically challenged. And I certainly couldn't sing.
And so are you? When did skateboarding really kick off in New York City?
So I started skating when I was maybe 10 or 11.
With Mackie.
Yeah, I started skating before I met Mac. I started skating literally right when Precision wheels came out.
Wow.
Like I remember when like the first skateboard I had loose ball bearings, and then I after that, shortly after that, I think I got a Fiberflex later on with Road Rider 4s and ACS trucks or Bennett trucks. And this is when I started skating, and I met a lot of other kids who skateboarded at that time. And not so much from my neighborhood. There were kids who were from the west side, the West Village, more where I went to school. And it was kind of those kids who I met who skateboarded.
Was that 80s?
70s.
Damn.
Yeah, this is Skateboarder magazine before white people cut their hair. Every white kid had long hair.
Yeah, Stacey
dudes all had
Brooker style.
afros. Right, and I was one of those kids. I had like, if you ever saw Sean Penn and Bad Boys, I kind of had that kind of hair. And I was like, look retarded. Like I was like, that's how you looked if you're a white kid in the 70s. I don't care what anyone says in New York. Like there was no other way to look. We all looked kind of like, rejects from Dazed and Confused.
Yeah. And so when does hip hop like hit your life?
So hip hop. So first, via skateboarding, I start to think about punk rock and new wave. I saw
Yeah, let's talk
Devo.
about punk rock,
I see
yeah.
Devo on Saturday Night Live in 1978, and I go to school that Monday. And Saturday Night Live, I don't know if you guys know this, it was like the cultural zeitgeist of like the world at that time. Like everyone got their information. What was cool was from Saturday Night Live.
Wow.
Especially when you're like a 10, 11-year-old, 12-year-old kid. I think I was 11 or 12, and I go to school on Monday. And the first thing we always talk about on Monday is, did you see Saturday Night Live? Like it's like a drug to us, and we always talk about the bands. Did you see Saturday Night Live? I was like, yeah, that band was so fucking cool. Devo, that was crazy. And everyone's like, yo, what are you like? Are you sniffing glue? Like all the other kids are like, because we're listening to like Ted Nugent and ZZ Top or whatever, Led Zeppelin.
Yeah.
And so I start to think there's something bigger out there. And I was one of those kids who, my sister liked Led Zeppelin. I didn't particularly like Led Zeppelin. They were like, the songs were too long. It sounded like listening to The Hobbit. Mm-hmm. Like I was like, it wasn't for me. And I was like looking for something different. I love the Beatles and some other stuff. I was looking for something, The Who I liked a lot, something that was an extension of that.
Yeah.
And New Wave hinted at that. So I was a great shoplifter as a child. And I shoplifted. I started shoplifting many records, including Devo's first album. And the song Mongoloid
Yes.
blew my mind.
Crazy
I listened
song.
to it over and over and over. I eventually made my way to The Clash and the Sex Pistols. And I literally shoplifted the Sex Pistols album, and I hid it behind my bed like a porno mag. And my mom found it.
Oh, shit.
And my mom, being the hippie she was like, oh, I heard this is really groovy. And I was like, I hate you. Like, you're the worst.
I
Like,
can't rebel anyway. You
yeah,
love it
right.
all.
Nothing I do can be bad. So it's all, my mom was kind of a tree hugger. So, from there I found a subculture, right?
Yeah.
And me and Olsen always make fun of this. So I had the Tony Hawk like guy haircut, the like,
Yeah.
it's like before I was punk rock. And in 1981, I saw The Clash.
Damn.
I saw him in 80 in junior high school. Then I saw him in 81, and I was like a new wave kid. I had like a Cheap Trick button or something, I was like kind of new wave. And I went to see the Bad Brains in 1981 at 171A, where they recorded with my friend who I skated with, John Potatoes, a.k.a. John Paredes, who was like the first kid I ever knew who went punk rock. His sister Melissa went out with Daryl, and I saw the Bad Brains. The same summer I saw The Clash at Bonds. I went to 2 of those shows.
Jesus, man.
And I decided I was cutting my hair and all the sleeves off my T-shirts.
That was it.
That was it. It was all over.
Life-changing.
Life-changing. Blew my mind. I never saw anything like it before. Plus, I didn't know they were black. And I was like, what the? The whole thing was so fucking wild to me.
You knew the name, but I haven't seen him yet, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I was fucking blown away. And that was it. That
Did
was
you
like,
get a backflip in there?
there was a backflip in there. This is when HR wore the tie.
Yeah.
Before, when he was like mod looking, like, and he's just like, it reminded me of like a punk rock James Brown. You know, like it was
sure.
like,
That's a great.
Yeah.
it was some shit I never seen before. And I think maybe because they were like black cats, like, I always liked funk music a lot. I loved Parliament Funkadelic as a kid. Like I thought they were like probably my favorite band, because I look at the albums and, their cartoons.
Yeah.
So I'd read every inch of them. They were like so cool to me. They had all this cryptic, weird shit going on. So they kind of just were an extension of, because Parliament was kind of punk rock in a weird way. They were so different. So there was some correlation between the two. And there was like Devo and these other things I liked, like Blondie, these things were creeping around, the Talking Heads, and the Bad Brains were like that on steroids. And this is before like I even knew the term hardcore. I didn't know that wasn't really a term yet.
Yeah.
Right? It was like, and before the Bad Brains, there was this other band we used to go see. I'd see them in junior high school when I was still a new wave kid. And they were called the Stimulators.
Yes.
And Nick Martin was in the Stimulators, and he became a friend of ours. And he was a really nice guy. And surprisingly to me, punk rock was almost wholesome compared to where I grew up and lived, if that makes any sense. Because kids I was growing up with were fucking all going to jail and selling drugs, and their parents might be on drugs. Shit was fucked up. So like this punk rock world was kind of like safer in a way. So I kind of just gravitated towards that thing, and it fit in with like skateboarding.
Yeah.
And the other thing was there was like girls, and there was like cute girls, and I was like, oh, there's girls. It's like I can skateboard. Everyone's nice.
You can walk to Stevie's from your crib.
Right.
And
it was
it
was like a sense of community. Like everyone's really like nice. And then of course my mom moved to Brooklyn because my neighbor got so bad. Between 14 and 15, we moved. We had moved to Avenue B and 13th Street, and it was like, there was like a dude selling heroin in our building, and it was dudes tried to rob him. It was fucking crazy.
Wow.
And my mom was like, we're out. And we went to Brooklyn.
Can you break down the avenues real quick? A, B, C, and D. I always mess it up.
So it was A is aware, B is bad, C is crazy, and D is dead.
Yes.
That's my favorite. I love when people break it down.
You know, and there's all different ones, you know. And a lot of kids who I went to school with on the west side, they're not allowed to go below First Avenue. So dudes couldn't really come to my house.
Really?
Like dudes couldn't come. I lived on Avenue B, they couldn't come to my house. Like it was like they weren't allowed to go over there. They were like, "Oh, I can't go that far east."
Oh, the families wouldn't let them go that far. Wow.
Yeah, because I mean, dudes, in the 70s in New York, the early 80s, dudes were getting what we call getting taken off everywhere. Dudes would rob anyone, anywhere, like for anything. Like it was just really treacherous, man. You had to, you develop like a spidey sense,
Yeah.
Like I was never like, I wasn't the toughest kid, but I could fucking run. Mm-hmm. I got like, I was scrappy, and like I'm not a punk, but like there's always, everywhere I gone my whole life, there's someone who could kick my ass.
Yeah, there's always somebody out there.
There's always someone who can fuck me up. Like you go to fucking anywhere, and there's some guy tougher than you. So, and I had no illusions about that,
So what were your goals in high school? Like, what did you want to do when you get out?
Not go to jail.
Okay.
That was really it. Like I didn't, I just didn't want to fucking end up like all the other kids I know. Like, because where I grew up, a lot of kids, it was like a rite of passage to go to prison, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we don't really go to college, a lot of kids. And I think I maybe wanted to go to college, and I did for a quick second. I just, like, it's funny. We look back and people are like, high school's the greatest days of your life. I remember consciously thinking to myself, if these are the greatest days of my life, fucking kill me. You're like, fuck all that. You know what I mean? Like shit was, like my house was dysfunctional. My mom was an alcoholic. My father's, like not really around. And I had a really dysfunctional household that became more dysfunctional as I get older. And I just wanted to get the fuck out of my house.
Yeah.
I wanted to like have enough money to not have to answer to my mom anymore and like be my own person. So for me, like I was just looking forward to getting out of school, and I didn't have huge aspirations beyond that, to be honest.
Yeah. What were you into at that time? Like your senior year, like what were you doing?
I mean,
were you working a job or?
I wasn't, I sold weed. That was my job. And I literally went to school to sell weed. That was like one of my reasons for going to school.
Social. Yeah,
because I could go to school and I'm going to sell a bunch of weed today. And we would literally buy a quarter pound of dirt weed for $90 and get like 6 million nickel bags. And there was a thing called a tray bag. I don't know if you know that.
Yep.
That's a $3 bag.
Okay.
So when all the kids thought they're slick, they're like, yo, give me 2 trays for $5. And it's always like trying to bargain with you. And I'd be like, I'd always make sure that 2 trays were not as big as one $5 bag. That was like my secret sauce science. So I was good at math early on. So that was like, I didn't have big aspirations. I just wanted to, get out of my house in one piece. And I was lucky enough to do that.
Yeah. So where does it get into the music for you?
So the music kind of starts to me with the Bad Brains.
Yeah.
I'm around them a lot. Daryl kind of adopts me.
Nice.
Like I become his like boy. We had this crew. We're from these kids from the West Side, the West Bet Posse. If you look at the Bad Brains record, they thanked them on the cassette.
Wow.
So they had a band called Frontline.
Yeah, I remember Frontline.
Frontline-
Mackie was in Frontline,
Mackie was in
wasn't
Frontline.
Yes.
So and Mackie goes back before punk rock. Mackie
bro.
Mackie was like the coolest guy in the whole world. Like when I was like 12 years old, Mackie was like a legend. And he was probably only 14 or 15, but he was like a legendary guy already.
Graffiti, right? Yeah.
Graffiti, skateboarding, playing the drums, and he also had the longest hair in the world. He had hair down to his back, and he had the world's longest ponytail. He was ill. He's also Asian, right? So that's really weird. Like to all of us, it's like cool. He was like to me, like not to exoticize Asian people. He was like the Bruce Lee of graffiti or something. You know what I mean? He was like an ill dude. So
Yeah.
Big props to Mackie who taught me all the stuff I probably should have forgot because half it was terrible. But so they had this band Frontline and my boy Geeby was the singer who I ended up making music with. And,
rest in peace.
And all these guys and that was our crew, and we followed the Bad Brains around, and the Beasties were like the Beastie Posse was like adjacent to us. Ad Rock grew up across the street from West Beth. My best friend was a guy named John Barry who was in the Beastie Boys. John Barry, rest in peace.
Yes.
He's the guy who Ad Rock replaced. He was the guitar player, and he quit the Beasties because he wasn't really into hip hop. It was ironic. He was my best friend, but he was like a skateboarder and a super smart cat. All the girls loved him. He was like the heartthrob of New York punk rock.
Wow.
He was like a genius. He looked like John Lydon, kind of. He's on the Beastie Boys on Pollywog Stew cover. He's the one cross-eyed looking at the ground.
Okay.
He looks bizarre. So I ended up moving in with John, and music was at the center of everything we did.
Yeah.
And punk rock, and this is no knock on, all the guys from Queens who were in the hardcore. They're all my friends, and Agnostic Front, my friends too. But it got too tough for us. And we were
got more violent, right?
Right, and we're not. That wasn't. I'm trying to get away from violence.
Yeah.
Honestly, and
Yeah.
and so it got which is funny because I was a known troublemaker when I was younger, but I was just trying. That shit was too macho, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that wasn't like the girls were disappearing and hardcore girls weren't cute to me, and I remember we're all hanging out after a Bad Brain show. We go to the rehearsal studio in West Beth with the Frontline guys, and we're drunk, we're wrestling around and bugging out. It's 90 degrees in there. John has his shirt off, and he's like, you ever think hardcore's I don't want to offend anyone. You ever think hardcore's kind of gay? And I was like, what? And he's like, we run around with their shirts off, we're jumping on each other's backs. I guess the proper term is homoerotic, but we didn't have that in our vocabulary yet. and I'm all for everyone so please don't misconstrue this as me being homophobic. I'm not. I could care less. My niece is gay and whatever. Anyway, hard to be homophobic and grow up in New York when I grew up. So John was right. He's it's all these egghead dudes and there's no girls and we're fucking, it's weird. And we're all like, yo, you might be right. And we started going to Danceteria to meet chicks and to be cool. And that was when everything changed. And,
Wow.
hip hop shows up. It's adjacent to graffiti.
Yes.
Hardcore is not filling the void for us anymore. And we decide that we're into lots of other stuff, whether it's new wave or reggae or ska, whatever it is, all these other influences are infiltrating. And Danceteria played all this kind of music.
Roxy too, right?
Yeah, this is before the Roxy.
Okay.
So the first hip hop club in New York was called The Grill. It was on 2nd Avenue. It was a reggae club that did a party once a week. It was by Lady Blue, and it was called the Wheels of Steel. That party became the Roxy Party. I was at the Fun Gallery, and I saw Ramal Z, who I knew, rest in peace, genius. And he was like, yo, we're doing this thing at The Grill. You and your boys should come. So we went to The Grill. It was the second time they did it. It was the first time I saw it live. I'd seen rap acts before. I'd seen Jimmy Spicer, The Fearless Four, a couple of things, but I never saw hip hop. Not just, I never saw people breaking in front of me to the DJ with a guy just, crowd rocking, right? I'd never seen that. And that shit blew my mind. It was like discovering punk rock again.
Like seeing the Bad
It was
Brains.
just like seeing
Yeah.
the Bad Brains.
Yeah.
It was the exact same feeling. I was like, whoa. And I think it had that effect on all of us who saw it at that point, right? And we're downtown kids. We're forward thinking. So this became our new punk rock.
Yeah.
Right? So we, we decided that like we were going to check this out as to the fullest, and we all were into graffiti and everything. And we started going to the party moves to Danceteria, then it moves to Roxy, and we go every week.
That's in the 80s?
80s. It's in high school still, 82, 83, I think.
Damn.
And
So you're kind of young going to that, yeah.
I was going out to see bands when I was 13, 14 years old. I saw
Wow.
Sham 69 when I was 14.
Jesus.
14 at a club called Haraz with my friend John Potatoes. And we
I love John Potatoes, man,
and
by the way.
we skateboarded up, and the doorman was like, "Who are you kids?" And we're like, "We bought tickets." And he was like, "How old are you?" And he was like, the ticket was $6, which was outrageous to us. We saved up our money to get it. And he was like, "If you tell me how old you are, I'll let you in." And I was like, "I'm 16. And he goes, "Tell me how old you really are." I said, "I'll be 15 in October." And he goes, "You guys are really cool. Come on in."
Wow.
And that guy ended up being the doorman at Danceteria.
Nice.
And he let me and all my friends into the club for free forever because he remembered us from being little kids.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
man.
Howie Montauk, he died of HIV like lots of people I knew back then. He was a wonderful, wonderful guy. He was much older than us, but there were people like him and Keith Haring or Ramal Z and Patty Astor and all those people who I think somehow knew that we were cool before we did. So they'd see us. There's no internet or anything that back then, and they would invite us to things. "Hey, we're doing this thing here. Hey, I'm doing this thing here. Come to this gallery opening. Hey, there's some over here." So we somehow end up being like these cool little kids who are in the mix because we bring some energy to everything.
Yeah.
And that's like the girls from Luscious Jackson, guys who ended up being in Cro-Mags, the Beasties, and our crew, and it's like we're just this crew of loosely aligned kids from downtown.
Yeah, and did you start working for the Beasties first, kind of?
I
as
did.
like a runner,
I
like doing
did.
stuff for them?
Yeah, I was a messenger at
Messenger,
Def
yeah.
Jam. Ricky Powell goes on tour at the Beasties. I steal his job.
Are you a teenager then still?
I'm out of school.
Okay.
I'm a grown up. I'm a grown up. I'm 21, I think, or 20. I worked in a restaurant. I was a waiter, and I worked in a really trendy restaurant. This is the other thing that's super weird. I was a good looking kid when I was young.
I remember you had
hard
the
to live
hair
down.
too. You had that
Yeah, I did. I was like I was a baby model.
Yeah,
So
you had that look. I remember.
I was
dude.
like, I was in a Stussy ad, an Agnes
I
B
bet-
ad.
yeah.
I was in all these people would be like, "Stop getting in trouble, kid. You're like, you could be a model." And so I was like a part-time model waiter. I had lots of game with the chicks, so I always knew a lot of girls and whatever. So I ended up stealing Ricky's job
Damn.
at Def Jam because Lior is hitting on my girlfriend, and I tell him like, relax, and we become friends. So he gives me a job when Ricky goes away. I steal Ricky's job, but I am really into music. Ricky's really into getting stoned and snapping. So I ingratiate myself to everybody. And I already knew Jam Master Jay from the Beasties and Run, DMC. Love you guys. Rest in peace, Jam Master Jay. Coolest guy ever. And they were like friends of mine, kind of like Jay was my friend. And I met everyone. I worked at Rush Productions, which was the management side of
Rush
Def Jam.
Management, yeah.
And I'm the office messenger. So I go to every record label all the time to deliver shit. So I meet everybody
Damn.
who works at the labels. And then I'm obsessed with rap music. And there's not a ton of white guys around then. And I meet everyone who comes through the door at Rush.
Yeah.
And I know all their music. And I have this thing, I still do this. If I like your music or I appreciate what you do, I always tell people that. I am not ashamed to be a fan.
Yeah.
And like, I always like do it in a not lurky way, right? Like, oh man, I really dig what you do. Like, thanks. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
respect. And I think because I was forthcoming with people, a lot of people liked me. I was like a funny kid. I was like a goofy kid. So, the goofy kid with a skateboard and backwards baseball hat. So
Yeah.
these guys all kind of were nice to me. I ended up from there becoming a road manager. I road manager being Rakim for a minute.
What?
Yeah.
Can
Hang
we
on.
just pause for a second?
What?
'Cause
What
you
era?
got-
What era? What album?
Paid in Full. Right after Paid in Full.
What?
The second
So,
record.
let's-
And I'm their road manager by default, kind of. So I do it
That's way better. Go ahead.
only a handful of times, but at a default because that's the other thing. I'm really responsible. I'm an anal person, and I am very responsible. And Leora
Money
knew
and
that about-
budgets and all that
I'm just
shit.
yeah. I'm
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I'm on time. Like
Yeah.
like when it's work, I don't fuck around. And that was another quality I had, that I took this shit serious. And I took it serious. Like you asked me earlier, what did I want to do in high school? I had no idea, but I found what I wanted to do. Right? I couldn't really play an instrument.
Yeah.
I couldn't rap.
Did you try to rap ever?
I was not good.
Okay.
I never got out of the bedroom with the rapping. And that's what the Beasties did too. Like, what am I? I'm a rapper too. It was weird. So I saw what I wanted to do, so I decided I was going to try to do it.
Yeah.
The best I could. And so I ended up working with Eric B. and Rakim a little bit.
Jeez.
But more than that, I take Eric B. and Rakim to L.A. when they are about to sign. Well, there's a bidding war between Warner Brothers and Universal. They had a one-off deal with Island Records, with 4th and Broadway. So I take them out there while they're shuttling between labels to figure out what they're going to do. Damn. And so this is the best. I was always a sneakerhead. I had not only the silver and white AF ones that I copped at Jew-Man, I had the brown and cream ones, which no one had. And I wore those things when I had to pick up Rakim, and he lost his fucking mind. And we became really good friends because of that. Wow. He's still my boy to this day. And it's because of those. And he always talks about the sneakers every time he sees me. And that was like one of my calling cards. AF1s had just gotten re-put out on the market. And me, Pete Nice. Uptowns, exactly. Me, Pete Nice, my boy Sake, Bobito, we would troop uptown to Jew-Man or this other spot, Choi's, and we'd go cop them when no one had them. So we had them. I had the flavors.
I gotta interject because real quick, this guy is like dropping all these like hip hop hierarchy like names like Bobito and
that's just his
Pete
homies
Nice.
growing up.
And these are just the homies, right?
Yeah, these are just my boys. These are just my people.
So let's preface something back real quick because Rush Management, for anyone who doesn't know, when we talk about hip hop and we're talking about like juggernaut management companies that were like Rush Management, there's nothing that has, I mean, maybe Death Row, Bad Boy might be on that type of level.
I mean, Rush Management is basically the management arm of Def Jam, but they manage Houdini and Run DMC, who are not on Def Jam. So, and the Beasties, so LL. They manage all the big acts, and there's no other game in town.
Exactly.
What no one knows is that everyone was making it up as they went along. There was no rules yet. So it's all kind of getting invented in front of you. Yeah. Right? And they're the guys who are doing it.
And that was, I mean, literally, that was the blueprint for
everything.
Everything now. Yeah. Everything.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing about hip hop is you got to remember, it was small. It was still a small culture. When you think about the amount of groups, and it was small still and very accessible. You could still like literally walk in the front door and meet everyone in like a year, 6 months. And that was my experience. Yeah. And it didn't hurt that I was friends with the Beasties. And there was a couple of us who came along with the Beasties. Say Adams, Dave Skilkin, me, a couple, Ricky Powell. We were there, kind of part of their crew. And we all kind of just, I don't want to say rode their coattails, but we saw opportunity and we all kind of became part of this thing.
And what was also interesting in that period too, and I mean,
your voice sounds wonderful, by the way. The mic.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I was like, the English voice just sounds so much better than ours. I was like, dude,
we sound all rugged.
Right? I got real calm and shit.
I was like, yo, this dude just sounds so cool. It's crazy you said that.
Narrate everything.
But so I'm looking at this. So I remember you're talking about Rush Management because I'm looking at it from a teeny-eyed kid in England, and I'm. I remember one of the very first shows that I remember was LL Cool J, Beastie Boys, Eric B. and Rakim at Hammersmith Odeon.
That's a famous show.
Bro, that show right there. See, I'm getting chills even thinking
about it. How old were you
then
when you saw that?
Oh, God, probably 14.
Damn, like him going to show. Yeah.
14. But that was really, and at that time, being from England and we're hearing about Rush Management's always in the Eric B. and Rakim lyrics and stuff like that. Yeah. And we were just like in awe, like, and then the fact that you would have Beastie Boys on the same tour as Eric B. and Rakim. And then at that time in England.
A little known secret, Eric B. and Rakim loved the Beastie Boys.
Loved them.
They were like, they were big fans. Like, they were people.
So
but you could see it. You could somewhat see it on the shows, in the shows.
Of course.
Because the Beasties would be hanging out, and you could kind of see the Beasties hanging out watching the shows.
Right.
You know, Eric B. and Rakim, LL Cool J. This was when LL had the stereo and came out.
Radio.
Came out the box.
That's
Yo,
it.
I saw him on.
That's
I
it.
remember when he did that. Like I saw it at the Garden. I saw it a couple of places, but I remember at the Garden, he had the 2 DJs on top of the
Cut
boombox,
Creator
and he
and-
kicked it open, and
Yeah.
the shit came down, and he had his shirt off. He was like, "I'm bad." That
Yeah.
shit was crazy.
Damn.
Or his radio, he did one of them. Became
He
out. He was
lived
like,
without
Yeah.
radio.
Yeah.
yo,
it
he
was-
was like a Superman.
Yeah.
like it was like superhero
Yeah.
style.
But that was
it was so
legendary.
crazy.
Yeah.
I can't. It was like, it was some epic shit to see him kick down the radio. The tape comes down. That's where he comes in.
Yeah.
That shit was wild.
Yeah, and in England when he did that, and this is, you know, and I want to say Public Enemy.
They were the one that took it worldwide the most. They were
Yeah.
the global. They were
Yeah.
the biggest. They had the biggest global impact. I think Public Enemy, and particularly in England. It's funny you say that because they were always. So like another thing is what people don't know. Like there was a couple of places in America that got hip hop, but London got it before a lot of America
Mm-hmm. Yes,
did.
very
Because
much
London
so.
is always
I
a
didn't know
very
that.
a very hip place.
Yeah.
So they tuned into hip hop very early.
Yeah.
Because I went to London when I got out of high school in 1984. I went to London with my English friends, and they were playing hip hop everywhere we went, and everyone had fat laces,
Yep.
and dudes were breakdancing,
Yep.
and Mode 2 was doing
Yep.
graffiti. It was
Really?
part
Yeah.
of it.
Wow.
They
Yeah.
got it real. Paris too, but London really got. They had b-boys out there and everything.
Yep. And we had Tim Westwood.
You had Tim Westwood,
And
and he was
Tim-
coming back and forth all the time.
Exactly.
So,
So
bringing the music from
to
America.
bring the music from America. So for me, I would listen to Capitol. Well, at the time, I can't remember if he was Pirate or if he was on.
He
Capitol.
started Pirate,
Yeah.
but then he went to Capitol.
Capital. And I remember my dad got a special antenna because we lived in Ipswich. We didn't live in London at the time. We had a special antenna that would get receiving from London. And I would be up from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock. This was before the TV show. Because you remember he had a TV show where he'd bring rappers from.
Yeah.
And that's how we listened to Ultramagnetic MCs. That's how we knew about Third Base. Everything new that came, we'd probably get it before somebody in Detroit got it.
That's crazy.
We'd probably
It's
get
true.
it before
Before
somebody
someone
in
in
Idaho.
Arizona
Yeah,
got it.
Because this
Yeah.
guy was going to New York and
Yeah.
getting it and then coming back to
And
London
Tim was
playing.
good friends with Red Alert. And Red Alert
Exactly.
and him Red Alert did a satellite show in England later on
Exactly.
because of Tim.
Gotcha.
So Tim was like, he was a big ambassador, and we all knew him. Like, you know, he's a big, tall, goofy dude. Like, he's stoned out of his mind. He was my man back in the day.
Yep, that's true story. So that's how we got to kind of know about Rush Management. The shows, I mean, we can go forever about the
I
shows.
mean, I'll
but
tell you
the shows
another
were-
thing was like, this is later, but when we went over there, these guys called the Wild Bunch were like the DJs.
Mm-hmm.
So that was like, they became Soul to Soul, and they had this guy with them, this white guy who was really fucking annoying, and his name was Nelly, and he
Yep,
became Nelly Hooper.
Yep, Nelly Hooper. Yeah,
And he was like a super b-boy, annoying extra
Yep.
b-boy guy.
So
I make beats, and we were like, get out of here already. So he had like his Adidas
Yeah.
suit on. We're like,
So-
enough,
true
buddy.
story.
So was Westwood the main pipeline for?
He was
hip-hop
the
getting-
only
He's the only pipeline. He opened the floodgates in Europe, you could say. Like,
Yeah.
he was the guy.
Really?
And I
Okay.
got to say that, though, like, the English always have, like, a big affinity for black American music. You know, whether it's, like, bands like Frankie Beverly and Maze, who are
Yep.
much bigger in England
Yep.
than America,
Yep.
things like that. So it's just kind of an extension of that thought. And they took to it very naturally.
Very
like, I
much
never,
so.
the rapping was always very specifically English sounding, but the culture and everything else, they got it right away. It was like they were hipper than LA at that point to me.
Wow.
It
Well, yeah, I
was-
was just curious because, like, you know, you saying LL coming over there, I was like, oh, that's like early on, like, so like he had that
We
traction.
had access
out-
to that
out that way.
stuff
That's-
early.
I mean, they had Run DMC like this virtually right after, because electro was really big in England. Like all the
Electra?
electro, like all the Planet Rock shit.
Yeah.
That shit was all popping out there.
Yeah.
Like, and they had these compilations, Electro 1, Electro 2, and they were from
Exactly.
England, and they were compilations to have all the electro records, and we used to get those tapes.
Yeah.
Like, someone would buy it, and we'd all tape it from them. So they were, they were on it early, man. They were like pre like Beastie Boys. Hip hop was already in the water in London.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you're
That's
pretty
awesome.
much giving me chills when you're talking about the electro compilations. That was how I found out about Nucleus. And I
Jam on it.
remember,
Jam on it.
I remember being a young kid coming to Brooklyn when I was probably 11 or 12, going to Flatbush Avenue and buying Nucleus, Jam on It on 12-inch from,
Sick.
dude, I can't remember from where, but that's how I got hipped to a lot of hip hop. I would come over every summer and kick it with my family in Flatbush, and I would just walk Flatbush Avenue by myself. That's how I brought Fat Laces back to, Lee Jeans and all that stuff that we talked about.
I mean, we
last
went
week.
there, and these dudes would have all the shit. We'd bug out. I'd be like, yo, I was really good friends with this band called 23 Skidoo. And my friend Alex Turnbull was like a really great DJ, English guy. And he was like, he was into all that shit way back.
Yeah.
Him and I guess Simon Harris, and there's a bunch of cats out there. Like it was cool. Like I went there when I went there. This is embarrassing enough to model.
No, you did
For a minute, and
nice.
and I met all these English like hip hop b-boys, and I was walking down the street with my friend Trisha Ronan, who married Paul Simonon later.
Wow.
She was like my big sister, who I was madly in love with, who wasn't looking at me like I was a male. I didn't exist as a male to her. I was strictly in friend zone. We were walking down the street by the Hammersmith Odeon.
Oh, Hammersmith Odeon, yep.
And I look up, and my friend Sharp is about to start piecing on a billboard. And he's like, yo, D. I'm like, Aaron. And he's like, yo, I'm doing this big piece. Why don't you help me do it? I'll pay you some money. And I was like, bet. So we do this big piece at Hammersmith Odeon. I help him do the background and color. And then we meet these other graffiti kids. And we literally, 1984, 85, I think, we end up doing a piece in London between train stations that ends up in the newspaper. We just do block letters, but it was like, it's me and him, like me and Sharp. And just like, dudes like Mo to be like, yo, I remember when your pieces were there by like, in Islington, I think, was the station.
Yeah.
And he was like, it was in the paper. He's like, that was one of the first times we saw real New York graffiti.
That is
wild.
sick.
Yeah. I always loved London. I spent a lot of time in my life there. It's one of my favorite places.
Is it safe to say we're the first New Yorkers to go to a big piece like
no,
that?
other guys had gone there first.
Okay.
Other guys had done it. I think there's a B-Boy tour that goes there in 1983 or 82, and it's Rocksteady Crew, Futura, Gandhi, Fab Five Freddy, all those guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn.
Because I remember I actually had like the books, the graffiti books.
Subway
with
art. That's what
Gandhi.
everyone learned how to
That's
piece.
the classic.
Yeah,
That's
because
the
everyone would
classic.
just like look at that and like that's how everyone got outlines. That spread vandalism around the world more than anything ever.
Yeah. True story.
Wait,
So
when hip hop was first starting, is it good?
That's better. Pull it to your face. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
That sounds so pause.
I know, right? Yeah, right. I was like, why you say it like that?
Thanks,
But
Lacey.
anyway, so
Go, Lacey.
So when hip hop, was first coming out in New York, all that stuff, it was coming to London pretty quick.
real quick.
I think it came within a year or so.
Yeah.
Within a year, like
Yeah.
that.
A year or two. Yeah. It was fast.
And as Dante said, you got to remember, like, you had cats like Tim Westwood, who was hip hop, and then you had cats like David Rodigan, who was for reggae.
Yeah.
Right.
These were the two pillars that brought New York to London.
100%.
So when you're talking about dancehall and you're talking about reggae music, David Rodigan.
So it's funny that you say that because I was talking to my friend about this yesterday. So I love dancehall. but I really love rockers, like lovers rock and rockers. And I learned about that music from my English friends when I went there. I knew about it before. That's what it was. I was posting about Frankie Paul yesterday because I love Frankie Paul.
Yeah.
So I go to England in 85 maybe. My two friends who lived in the East Village, photographers, they're in England. And I totally get enamored by lovers rock.
Yeah.
Whether it's Barrington Levy or Michael Palmer or any of these cats, I am completely fascinated by the sounds I'm hearing. And to this day, rockers is still like lovers rock, and rockers are my favorite. It's like my peace music.
Yeah.
I'm in the car, that's what I listen to. And my love of that music doesn't come from really Jamaican people. It comes from going to England and hanging out with my boys who that's what they listen
Pretty
to.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's, that was hip hop. That's literally like my teenage years or my upbringing was coming up with my dad and sound systems and then coming up with a whole bunch of cats who were into hip hop. So we were, you know, we were kind of blessed with both. And then, you know, as I was talking about with the Windrush, a lot of West Indian families were in London.
Labrador Grove.
Yeah.
Portobello.
And the ways that, you know, because we couldn't go to the pubs in those certain areas to party, we have blues parties, which was where they play the rockers.
100%.
And that's where the Ross, basically, I mean, it was kind of hip hop.
It was.
It was really kind of hip hop when you think about
It's
it.
very similar. It's like, you know, these dudes pull up with their homemade crazy systems and they rock out. Like, it was like, you know, and they always have like, you know, they have like carnival and all that shit, like which they do in Brooklyn too. But that's like a real English tradition. And it's amazing. To me, that's like my favorite part of like English music culture, probably. That's the thing that sticks to me the most. And I remember it was weird. We go to England and Barrington Levy was on Top of the Pops.
Yep.
He's doing like Broader Than Broadway or some shit.
Exactly.
I'm like, what the hell is going on here? Smiley Culture was big.
Yes.
Tonsil Irie, all this stuff.
Yep.
And that stuff stuck with me. I love rockers to this day because of the time I spent in England as a kid.
Wow.
We're going to have to deep
My head
dive
just
when we
exploded.
What's crazy is Sunday I'm DJing in Long Beach. That's what I'm playing.
Oh, wow.
I'm playing
all right.
outdoors. That's all I'm going to play.
Okay, I might have to step out.
I'm
going to
pull up my Frankie Paul records and all
Yeah,
that
man.
shit.
Wow.
So let's go.
Oh yeah, we're diverted. Let's go back.
Well, let's get. So you start doing stuff. You're at Rush Management. You're doing stuff at BC's, been a runner, and then Leor Cohen. He's almost like a mentor to you. How does that kick off?
So Leor is like completely abusive to me, like yells at me.
He's like legit bad? Is he legit like?
Not anymore.
Badass? Okay.
He was legitimately.
He seemed
abusive.
scary back then.
Yeah, he's 6'5" Israeli guy.
Yeah.
And he talked like in b-boy speak with an Israeli accent. It's fucked up. It's just,
Can you do it at all? or no?
you are not fresh. This is the freshest. Like that. Oh, he'd always be like, you have whack juice all over you.
Wow.
And we were like, what the hell is whack
When did
juice?
you come into hip hop and how? Like,
Oh, he booked Run DMC to do a show with the Chili Peppers, and they didn't show up, and they kept his money. And he went to New York and showed up at Russell's office to get his money back, and he wouldn't go away. So Russell hired him.
That sounds like a probable Leor story.
wow.
Yeah.
Just some gangster
For sure.
Yeah, he was like, that's Leor in a nutshell.
Yep.
So
Look at Chappelle.
shit.
My head's like exploding.
my job was one of my jobs was getting Leor lunch every day, and I fuck his lunch up all the time. And he'd always be like, I said shrimp fried rice, not pork fried rice, you asshole. and it started to wear really thin on me. And when we had one blow up, he threw an eraser at my head, and I was like, it was just bad. It was bad juju in the air. And he puts me in the satellite office working for Norby Walters agency, the booking agent with Cara Lewis, who Eric B. and Rakim check and name check. I'm working in Cara Lewis. I was Cara Lewis is like the hip hop Bobby Fleckman. If you ever saw Spinal Tap,
Yeah.
you the cute one, don't talk so much. That
Yeah.
lady, she's like that. It's like Jewish, Yenta,
Yeah.
like kind of hot, really, really bossy. And my friend Daddy-O,
From Stetsasonic.
Stetson.
Daddy-O.
Yeah,
I
like
love
Michael
how he just
Daddy-O.
name
Yeah,
drops.
exactly.
Go step to go.
So that's my man, and that's my man who used to use me at Rush to get him a cab. If you need a cab, yo D, come get him a cab for me, and I go hail a cab for him, literally. But he's my boy. Like, he's a super hip dude, and he tells me, yo, they're trying to hire. He sees me at Cara Lewis's office. He said, yo D, they're looking for an A&R guy up at Tommy Boy. Is it cool if I throw your name in the mix? And I was like, hell yeah. So Daddy-O puts the word in for me because they offered Daddy-O the job. He didn't want the job. So Daddy-O throws my name in the ring. I know Monica a little bit. She hits. I see her. She's like, "Oh, Daddy-O said like you really know what's up. Like maybe you want to do a job."
You're in the streets. You're going.
I'm
on
in
the
the
show,
so I was
everything.
about to say I left this out. So the Beasties go on tour. The second one, I'm not on tour with them. They're traveling the world. And I am going to this club called the Latin Quarter.
Yeah.
Non-stop.
Legit spot, man.
Yo, crazy spot.
Gnarly spot. too, back in the
Gnarly.
day.
Iconic.
So I went there in Union Square. Union Square is so crazy, I was scared there. Like, I didn't even
Union
like going
Square,
there.
yeah.
That was first. It gets shut down because of violence. The party goes... First was Latin Quarter, the first edition I didn't go to. Then Union Square jumps off. Union Square gets shut down by violence. They reopen Latin Quarter. I start going to Latin Quarter because that's where everyone performs. And we didn't have... the internet. You couldn't network. You network by going to the club.
Yeah.
So I had the honor of giving test pressings to people. Like when I worked at Rush, I gave Red Alert Rebel Without a Pause.
Oh my God.
So I gave him the test pressing.
Which, by the way, test pressings are sick. They're like,
I still
only
have
few
all.
made
I
of
still
those.
have them all.
Promos,
Wow.
right?
Yeah,
They're
promos. So first you get
Dude.
what they're.
Yeah,
first you
I
get
don't
your.
know what that.
I got
get-
a bunch. I'll show
I'll
you,
explain
man.
you. First
There
you get a
was a bunch.
lacquer. The lacquer is
Yeah.
your acetate. They only make a couple of those, 2 or 3 of them.
Yes.
They only play maybe 10 times. Then you get a test press. Then you get the record.
Yes.
So the test press is for the special DJs.
Exactly.
So I had the test press of Rebel Without a Pause, and I took it to a bunch of stations, but I gave it to Red Alert. And Red Alert, I got there early, gave it to him. He doesn't remember this either. It fucks me up. I'm like, damn, Red, this is why you were nice to me my whole life. I gave it to him, and he listened to it in headphones before the club started. He was like, yo, I'm gonna play this. So I think he's gonna play it like in a week or so. He played it like an hour later when the club's popping.
Damn.
And the record comes on, and the horn in the beginning,
Yeah.
and the crowd froze, and then it dropped. Yo, they went crazy. They went crazy. They went fucking
on,
crazy.
man.
Like dudes was like I'm like, someone's gonna get their chain snatched. It was fucked up. It was like violent. Like it felt
Yeah.
violent.
Wow.
And I was like, wow. And I was a huge Public Enemy fan already. I knew
I think
Chuck
it's
and
super
them.
punk rock, by the way.
The most punk rock. That's why skateboarders all like them, because they're so
Yeah.
aggressive,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why. And when I first met Chuck D, he me and him always laugh about this. I didn't believe he was Chuck D because he wasn't 6'5", because his voice sounded like he was 6'5".
Yes.
But he was like a smaller dude, and I was like, "You're Chuck D?" And he opened his voice. He talks just like he raps. Yeah, man, what's up? What's it? You know, with that voice.
Yeah.
And it was obviously Chuck D. So I was like, wow, this is crazy. I had their tape close to a year before it came out, because Flavor Flav was in jail, and they had finished the album. Maybe it was 8 months, 6 months, and they couldn't put it out till he came out to jail. So that's when they put
Yeah,
it. It was,
yeah.
but we all had the tape, and we were rocking the tape. So I was a big fan before it was brand name. So I gave that to Red, and so people knew me. I knew Red Alert. I met MC Search there, who was the only other, him and a guy named Dave Funkenklein, maybe Pete Nice later. Pete Nice, very few Caucasians there. My friend Blake, but we stood out like sore thumbs. But if you're there, you're good. I never got hassled, because only thing you could rob from me was like a Swatch,
Which were big back then.
a boot,
Swatches was sick
Which
back
was-
then.
which-
a bootleg Fila hat. Like I had nothing. Like I had $11 and a joint, maybe like of dirt
Train
weed.
token, whatever.
Yeah, nothing. Like, so I wasn't
Wow.
a target. So man, I met everyone, and Monica interviewed me for the job, and she played me De La Soul at the interview. And that shit sounded like drugs. That shit sounded like drugs to me.
They played
like-
the 3 Feet High record for you?
No, it was just a single. It was plug tuning, and it sounded like Angel Dust to me, because like it was like so. It was beyond, to me at that point. Ultramagnetic was maybe as far as anyone had gone.
Yeah.
Right,
Yes.
there was no alternative rap. Weirdo rap wasn't
Is that
invented.
Kool Keith, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ultramagnetic was like, they were talking, Sam is on trombone. Shit didn't make sense.
Yeah.
All non sequiturs, right?
Yeah.
But it
Traveling
was,
at the speed of light.
yeah, it was so ego tripping part two.
Exactly.
You know, it was like
Yeah.
so left field, but like incredible though. And there was that in Slick Rick. That was like
Yeah.
the only really bugged out shit that had ever happened in rap yet.
Yeah.
And then I hear De La Soul, and I'm like, it's like the child of that. It's like even beyond that.
Beyond,
right?
man.
And
Especially plug tuning too.
yeah, and
plug
it's so
tuning was
psychedelic almost,
Yes,
you know?
yeah.
And I knew the sample. That was the other thing. I was like, oh shit,
Mm-hmm.
that's Eric Burden and War.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I was like, oh, I know that record. I have that record. And so, and she's like, oh, do you know Prince Paul? I was like, oh yeah, I know him a little bit. He's the because he was like in Stetsasonic, but he was the baby.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm like, oh yeah, the baby DJ in Stetsasonic, because there's 2 DJs. And she's like, yeah, Paul produced this. We're gonna sign this, and that's my first interview. And I'm like, I love it. And then she calls me right before Christmas, and she tells me, hey, can you come to my office? So I'm like, oh, this might be good. And I go to her
How
office.
long had it been since you went?
Like maybe only 6 weeks, a month, maybe
Okay.
a month. And she gives me the job.
Wow.
So I go into Christmas vacation knowing I'm going to get the A&R job. And she tells me De La Soul will be my first group.
Oh my
So
God,
I get
bro.
I have
Which we have here.
I have the honor of De La Soul.
Check out my fingers too. De La Soul. My
Oh,
little
that's
fingers.
sick.
Yeah.
You know what this interview reminds me of?
What?
You guys ever watch those Inside the Actor Studio?
Yeah.
With James Lipton? And he's sitting there with the guest, and then he goes, like, you sit there with Eddie Murphy, and he's like, all right, Nutty Professor. And the crowd's like, oh, my God. That's how I feel right there. He's like, De La Soul. And I'm like,
I mean,
oh, my God.
De La Soul to me
That's
is
what
like,
it feels
They're
like.
one of the greatest who ever did
it's
it.
like a life changer for me.
100%.
Because I loved all the positive aspects of
100%.
hardcore and 7 seconds, and then there's this positive hip hop because I was always listening to KRS-One and stuff.
Right,
and
right.
I was just like,
right.
dude. So in the album cover, look at that shit,
Oh,
bro.
I mean, it's
so
like
fresh.
how I ran away from hardcore because it got too tough, right? So punk rock
the
is
Native Tongues.
right. Native Tongues is hip hop's all macho, and you got this other side of it, right?
It's
And-
still hard too, though.
right, right.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
you know, as much as I don't really like hippies. My parents were hippies, and I'm the child of hippies, so that shit all appeals to me, right?
Yeah.
Like there is a part of me that is like peace, love, and fucking, whatever, smoke a joint and all that. So that's like, and De La Soul hit that on the head. Like they were like so cool, and I met them shortly thereafter. We put the record out. I also send it to Red Alert because they know I'm friends with Red. Red plays that shit the next day after he gets it, and he's like, "Yo," he hit me up. He said, "Yo, I'm feeling that record. I'm gonna play it." Played it the next day on the radio. So
Wow.
we got a record that's gonna go.
What song they play? Like
Plug tuning.
yeah,
That's the only one they had. So he's playing it, and we're like, Jesus Christ! Like this is. I'm in my head like it's that easy. Wow! But remember, I tell you, hip hop was small.
Yeah.
Hip hop was small. We're all connected.
Yeah.
We're all on that same line. We're in that.
Yeah.
It's like we're on the same clothesline. It's like they talk about the sound of the drum from Africa. Hip hop was like the sound of the drum in New York. You know what I mean? It's like the same thing, man. We all got that same rhythm going through us, and like, look, man, I always say it. I'm super honored to be a white cat who was allowed to be part of this. Right? That's just really cool. But I also say that like my upbringing was like perfect training for it because I was always the only white kid on my block.
Yeah.
So I thought my name was White Boy till I was like 13. So for me, it was just like another day on the block. So
are you with them during the recording of that record?
they
Hearing those
recorded it
songs?
beforehand. I'm there when they mix
Wow.
it. I was there when they mixed it. And
How many did they have the whole record done when they got
the
signed?
whole record done.
Damn.
The whole song's done. Prince Paul is a genius. He's the first person I ever seen who came to the studio with like discs and like didn't make shit in the studio. He already had it done, kind of like he did pre-production. And Prince Paul and being around the record was such. I think your dog farted, by the way.
I'm sorry. She's telling it to everybody.
I'm in the club. I'm in the club now.
She just farted on Nandi. She farted on Josh
she
Brolin.
farted,
She farted on the best people.
Yeah.
So
Better
it's a
her
compliment.
than me.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah,
and you
go.
brought up such a great point, Dante, and there was a changing of the guard at that time.
And Red Alert ushers it in.
Yeah, big time.
Red Alert is from the old school, and he brings in all the new school.
It was really crazy.
It starts with, to me, it always starts, and the reason I'm so versed in all this too is I have a book coming out top of the year with Rare Bird Books, so my chronological order is pretty good because I've been working on this book. I'm okay in
That's
the push
exciting,
right
man.
now,
Stoked.
so I worked on it for like 5 years.
There should be a
like,
documentary
Yeah.
on you too as well, man.
I'm kind of tentative. I don't think doing a documentary, but like I'm weird because it's very self-serving.
True.
And part of my gift, I always think, is if I have any gift at all, is recognizing greatness in others. So it's not,
I respect
my shit is
that,
never
man.
about myself.
But I'm gonna say something though, and I don't want to blow your.
You can say it because you got the voice.
Well, I'm all right. Cool. Beautiful.
You got
Well,
the voice for it.
the thing is that I, as somebody who has been knee deep in this culture and seen it from decades ago, and actually have, because we're going to go through, because I've got a lot of pieces that say executive produced by Dante Ross, but I was talking to Toby about it, and I've told other people, but you are one of the gatekeepers and one of the pillars and the architects of this golden
I don't
era
like,
of
but I don't
hip-hop.
like being called the gatekeeper. I say this why, because I am no one to keep a gate on anyone. Never have been the be end all of anything. I just have my personal opinions about what I like, but I never want to be thought of as a gatekeeper.
How about
because
integral part?
Yeah,
that's better.
Okay, so
I like even the plug. I
can
don't
we
want
say
to be
architect.
Yes, you can say
Architect,
that.
yeah, man.
I don't.
Yeah.
Gatekeeper's weird, and I always say
respect
that
the
because
humbleness. I respect
because
it.
I don't think no one should be a gatekeeper, and no one is anyone to tell someone their art isn't valid. I can just give you my opinion. That does not mean your art isn't valid.
Okay, we're giving you your flowers right now.
Let me give you your flowers.
I get it.
Just let me give you your flowers, okay? Take the flowers, mate.
Okay.
Because the fact of the matter is that there are a lot of us that got raised on hip hop, and we wouldn't like. I can't even imagine that. Well, I can imagine because it's happening now. But just the fact that I'm sitting in front of the guy who. I remember when this album came, I went and bought this album the day it came out. I remember at that time, because I was really big into ultramagnetic MCs,
They were my favorite.
And there was it was a really pivotal time because back then it was like the brick phones, the mad dookie chain.
MCM suits.
Yeah, MCM suits. And then these guys came.
Dude,
and
the medallions,
like really, and then for me, because I had just discovered the autobiography of Malcolm X.
Oh man, one of the best books ever written.
So then these guys come out, and then you have the JBs, and then
JBs came first.
Well, JBs came first. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
The JBs.
But then these guys, and then there was a whole like movement.
That's right.
A conscious movement.
And Public Enemy kind of starts it.
They do. And Rebel Without a Pause, I'm going to tell you, when that came to England,
that shit was
massive.
Shut it
down.
They were so big in England. They were superstars in England.
Damn.
That track though, that Rebel Without a Pause. I mean,
I've seen people get beat up when that song comes on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dead ass.
No,
I've seen people just get their ass. It came on and bong, someone's getting beat up.
Facts. But I mean, again, as I said, there was a ushering of a new era, and I got to tell you, man, to be in front of you and just to say this, like, I don't think I would be the person I am today if I didn't hear De La Soul, if I didn't hear Brand Nubian, if I didn't hear KMD, and you were
part of that, man.
Yeah,
I always say, like, I'm just blessed that my antenna was sharp. My sword was sharp. I could pick up vibes, and I was lucky enough to be in a place to empower people. But that's all God. That really has very little to do with me. I'm just the person who was the conduit. I was put in that place to be able to help some cats who had strong voices get heard.
We appreciate you, though, for that.
Thank you.
Truly.
Because your fucking name's on the record, bro.
I mean, all of that stuff is a reflection also of my parents' political ideologies.
Mm-hmm.
I was taught that people like the Black Panthers and Malcolm X and obviously Martin Luther King and black radicalism and activism was Bobby Seale and people of that nature were always people that you look, that's what being black is to me. That's black culture, John Coltrane, and it wasn't being a pimp or a dope dealer or Superfly, and I love all that, but that's not really what it was to me. Look, Bobby Seale was friends with my dad. He would come to my house. Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture. We call him Kwame, like he was a friend of ours. So I knew these people as a kid. So my perspective is very different on a lot of things. I just always, the stuff I was attracted to that I want to have my name on were things like these records. And I never signed a gangster rap group. That's just not what I want my name on.
Yeah. It's interesting hearing all this because I grew up in Arizona. You know what I mean? And what, you can't hear me?
That's
for real?
That's nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know I
nice.
talk loud. What's up?
Because you use your headphones, that's why.
Oh, that's why.
Let's try to be professional.
You're right.
I love you.
It's interesting, just hearing this. And I know I got all defensive. My bad. That was aggressive. My bad. But, growing up I grew up in Arizona.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so all that you just got, and all everything that you just named, I mean, I didn't get to learn all that as in my youth.
Right.
I had to learn it later on in life. Just by traveling.
Right.
The world of travel has been beautiful for me to be able to discover all this stuff. And when you talk about the Black Panthers and being around all these things, from the black culture, and with you being a white dude and me being this black kid, but it's just where I grew up. It just wasn't a thing so it's cool to hear, that you have the knowledge of this and yeah, like I said, I didn't really start hopping on that train to learn all this stuff until I went to different cities and seen different cities and because there's not really a black neighborhood in Arizona. There's no
Right.
black. There's no.
Mhm.
That just doesn't
Yeah.
exist. You know what I mean? Like you have pockets of black people
Right.
in different areas, but there's not really like a black neighborhood to be able to really understand
Mm.
a lot of that stuff. You know what I mean? And due to my, the way I grew up, I just think it just wasn't a thing that
Right.
we were really taught.
I mean,
So-
I'm lucky I'm from New York, right? And when I
Yeah.
was born, like New York is always like one of those places where, people are intellectual. We know about a lot of shit. And because of my parents' political activism, I was exposed to a lot. And I can't even tell you it was by choice. It was just there. It's like osmosis. It's just part of the way I was raised. So, it's like I'm very blessed that way. And I think it also gave me a lot of common ground with people like Rakim or Daddy-O. I could talk about it. I said, look, I'm from New York. I went to high school in the 80s. And that's when the Gods all came to be. So I had a lot of friends who became God Body when I was in high school. My friend John's name became K Born, and I saw the lessons, even though I'm not supposed to, but I knew a lot about 5% stuff and about the Nation of Gods and Earths. So for me, I could talk to a lot about this stuff and not be intimidated by it or feel like I was, or looked upon like I'm a devil or something. I really kind of knew about it just because I was around all these people. So for me,
that's
it was very
beautiful.
natural
Yeah.
for me to be in the environments I'm in. Like I was never like a super duper wigger dude. Like I never wanted to try to be anything I'm not. I never thought that was respectful. I'm pretty consistent in the way I've appeared or carried myself my whole life. And I think that always does me favors too in situations because I don't try to be something I'm not. I'm not patronizing or a cartoon character.
Yes,
My
love that.
my knowledge of this stuff is just stuff that was implanted in me as a child.
That's
Well-
interesting you say that because, I do stand-up comedy, right? And for the most part, most people think the best audiences are black audiences.
They're not?
Right? They are.
I think they are.
Yeah, no, everyone thinks that they are, but also the toughest
Oh,
audience.
yeah.
You know
The
what I mean?
meanest.
The meanest.
Yeah.
Because it's right there. Like,
If-
they're
if-
re-
I mean, that's how it is with rap music. If you're whack, they're going to kill you.
Exactly. but a lot of times certain comics, they get scared to perform for black people because they just see the honesty.
You better bring your A game.
But you got to bring your A game. But a lot of times what people don't realize, when you perform for black people, if you're just yourself and you're not trying to be anything different, if you're the nerdy white dude, then you're the nerdy white dude.
You got to own yourself no matter what you do.
You got to own who you are as the nerdy white dude
That's
or
life.
whatever it is. And I own who I am.
Right.
Like I know as soon as I walk on stage, most black people are looking at me like he's different. They're like he is.
He's wearing an
there's
Oasis
something-
shirt.
Yeah, there's something that I knew as soon as I walk on stage and I feel it. They know it. They know they can read me immediately.
Right.
But
right.
also
Yeah.
I don't try to do anything that's different and try to make it like, okay, I'm performing for black people.
Right.
Let me talk this way.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
I know that's not me.
Yeah,
That's just not
The guys with
my
that, like,
DNA.
white dudes who talk Ebonics freak me out a little bit.
Yeah, so,
I'm always
so
like,
it's so it's cool
weird.
that you're deep in the culture.
Yes.
And for you to still to this day be like, hey, I'm just who I am.
That's
I'm not
it.
trying to do any, I'm not trying to act this way or act that way or, talk like this. I'm just being who I am and appreciative of what it is.
I mean, the Beasties are the same exact way.
Yeah.
Like they never try to be nothing but the guys they are. So,
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
I always just like, we're also from New York. The other thing is if you're full of shit in New York, you get punched in the face. You better be who you are. Like,
Yeah.
New York is bugged out. Like, it's just a different way to grow up. So,
Yeah.
I always thank, my book's called Son of the City. I live in L.A., but
Nice.
New York is, like, so much a part of all of this. Because in New York, also, everyone lives together.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I tripped out when I first moved to L.A. because black people and Mexican people aren't really like, it's not they don't fuck with each other like they do in Puerto Rican people in New York.
New
And
York,
I didn't know
wow.
that till I spent a lot of time out here, like maybe in the 90s. I was like, huh? Really? That's bugged out. It's just different, right?
Yeah.
Because Puerto Rican people and black people, they like,
Same.
we live the same. Like, it's the
Same.
same. Like, it's just how it is. And I think even blue collar people in general in New York, we all live how we live. We don't trip on that shit like the rest of the world does,
Yeah.
Wow.
We don't have the same lines. Like, it's just different because it's a vertical city. We live in a building that has everybody in it. I got a Chinese neighbor and a black neighbor
Yeah.
and a Puerto Rican neighbor, Dominican neighbor. So you got to handle that.
Wow.
You're going to smell everyone's food and That's just how it
The
is.
cultures, yeah.
So I just didn't grow up that way.
London is
it-
kind of like that
Yeah,
as well.
London is exactly the
It's the same
same as
thing.
that too.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But I was gonna ask you, like, it's really because as I think about it and I look at the history, and you touched upon it, and you kind of answered the question anyway. But I was gonna be like, how does a white dude get to be in the midst of? Because I went through the 5% nation and God knowledge itself, so I know how the rights and wrongs and yada yada. And for you to come in up through the era, and that was back in the day. For anyone who's seen the Wu-Tang series, they know that's how the gods were. You had to know your lessons, and you had to be on your P's and Q's and your
If you're
square.
not on your dean, you're in trouble.
Yeah,
If you're not on the square,
exactly.
you're going to get checked.
So-
Physical justice.
Yeah. So how was it being around those?
I mean,
folks at
it
that
was-
time?
Were you on X-Clan too?
I knew X-Clan a little
Wow.
bit. I was friends with Paradise Gray.
Mhm.
I never really had a problem with anyone on any of that shit. Like, if anything, the Brand Nubians busted my balls the most of anyone. But that was only because, trust is earned, not given. So, that's just what that's about. And look, man, I never really had a problem. Like, I never really have any of those problems. And I think maybe the other thing is I'm not afraid to confront race. A lot of white people tiptoe around these issues. I'm not that scared to talk about it because, it's like, it's the reality of what we live in. We have to look at these things. We know that systemic racism has been there forever, and that like white privilege does exist. And like I think it's our duty of anything to recognize it when we are given white privilege, and to acknowledge that shit is just not right. We just have to look at all these things, and if anything that happened in the last 2 or 3 years that had any positive effect, it was that I am more conscious than I've ever been before of things like this. It has reawakened like kind of an internal moral compass in me, where I just see things a little clearer now.
Yeah, well, you got
Yeah.
your black card 25 years ago, mate. Listen, let me tell you.
I'm still working on mine. I'm still working on mine.
Well, you're all right, mate. You're all right. You're still
Okay,
getting there.
I'll get there.
You're still getting there. But I mean, dude, you. I mean, and I'm sure Toby will get to this. But I mean, for me, one of my favorite albums is "One for All" by Brand Nubian.
Amazing, man.
One of my favorite records I ever worked on.
"One for All"
Perfect
is,
album.
and I mean, that was one of the one of the records that really wanted me to understand what American black culture was, understand what really the 5% was, all this
Yeah.
stuff. And you were the executive producer.
I
of
mean,
that
God
album.
bless. Yeah, I was. I mean, I was like with those guys as much as I've been with any group I've ever worked with. It's funny, man. When Doom died, Buster called me and he was like, we talked for like hours. He was really, he was upset. We're all upset. And he was saying, yo, how did you end up being in the center of all the gods? Like, did you ever realize that you were in the center of it when it was going down? I was like, nope, I never realized it because it was just my everyday existence. And he was like, yo, that's Allah blessing you, right? And I said, yeah, I guess I do know that, but I never have said it out loud. But I guess it was a blessing from Allah to be in this place, to be a conduit for all these powerful black men and their messages. And I look at God in a very abstract way. Like, I believe in something bigger than myself. That's probably as much as I know about God. Like, I have no understanding of God. I have a misunderstanding of God. And whatever your God is, as long as that helps you prosper and, has like a beneficial effect in your life, your chosen faith, God bless that. And I grew up with people who are Muslim. My friends growing up, my friend Kimball and his family were all Muslim. I have been to Juma as a youth. Like, so I know a lot of this stuff. So, I mean, to me, it's just the way life is. It's nothing, never a conscious decision. I end up in these places because there's something bigger going on. And I don't question. I try to practice acceptance in everything in life.
That's real deep, that Buster. Because for anyone who knows, Buster is a well-known 5%er. But, I mean, that's really deep. I mean, you talk about KMD. You're talking about Brand Nubian. You're talking
leaders.
Yes. Like, dude, you're talking about
Ace on Unique.
Yeah, Ace on Unique, and we haven't even talked about ODB yet.
I know. My dog farted too. I'm sorry.
He did.
Yeah.
and-
So I have a question. When that De La Soul record comes out for that time and that era, Is it accepted as much as we all loved it?
It
We're
is.
so excited
It
about
is.
it.
It was a hit. The album is a hit because the first is 2 hit singles before it. Though they're relatively, I don't want to say regional, but they're New York centric hits.
Yeah.
So Plug Tuning is a hit,
Yep.
and so is Puddles in My Lawn.
Mm-hmm.
Those are hits. Those are hit records. Like, oh, by the way, Puddles in My Lawn was the Eric Burden sample, not Plug Tuning.
Yeah.
So Plug Tuning is a Funkadelic sample. So anyway,
And then Three's the Magic Number is big too.
Oh,
amazing.
dude.
Johnny Cash.
Dude.
Like,
Yeah.
come on. And that's the genius of Prince Paul. But yes, the record is a hit. I took them to LA the first time we ever went to LA. On Plug Tuning, we played at World on Wheels, the Crip Club. That's not far from here. It's
Right
close
down
to
the
here,
street.
right down the
Yeah,
street.
yeah.
And we played there, and 783, Muggs and
Yep,
B Real were
yep.
hanging out with us before the show, the first time we played, and B Real told me not to wear my red St. John sweatshirt. And I said, okay. He said, you can't wear that over there. I said, oh, I got you. And then I was like, you coming to the show? He's like, I can't go over there. I didn't know why he told me
Yep.
that.
Wow.
I didn't know any of that. His name was Louis then.
Mm-hmm.
And Muggs was our man. I met Muggs way back. 783 was his band.
Yep.
There wasn't even a band yet. There was no Cypress Hill. They were called DV8.
Wow.
And that-
man.
Oh, so 783 never existed.
No, they existed, but obviously B Real and Sen had their own group
Yeah, yeah.
with Muggs. That was
Yeah.
his real group, DV8, and those, I think it was DV8, and they were like, not to digress, but yeah, we traveled on that record. We went and did shows, like, and I would road manage them because they didn't have a road manager, and I was like, they were like, yo, I'd literally, the call would come to my office, I would book the show, they'd pay me a little bit of money to
Yeah.
road manage and book the show. And I did that for them and Latifah. So to go back to your question,
Queen Latifah.
those were hit records.
Yeah.
Those were popping records. We played every club.
Oh,
We
Yes.
played
All Hail the Queen. Incredible album.
Yo, we
man.
played everywhere with this shit. We played a club called the Zodiac in the Bronx that smelled like angel dust when we walked in the door. That shit was wild.
Wow.
Like we played hood spots, Sensations in Newark
I know
where
Sensations.
we met Bismarck. They met Biz. Already knew Biz because he's from
Wow.
Newark. Do It All was the DJ.
Yeah.
Like we literally like. I mean, we went to all the hood spots. That was a hood. That was because there wasn't the division yet.
Yeah.
There wasn't this side of fence or that side of fence.
Yeah.
I mean, their first big tour after the album came out, they went to tour NWA.
Yep.
So
I
just
remember
think about that.
Yeah.
De La and NWA.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Think
dude.
about
was
that.
You got to remember,
It's
there was
cool.
tours like that back
Yeah.
then.
There's only, you got to remember, like I said, it was small.
Yeah.
Like, what's funny? LA played all New York records on K-Day, the first all rap station, because there was no LA records.
Yep.
They had
Yeah.
5-10 records. They had the LA Dream Team and
Egyptian Lover or
right.
something
So and
like
that shit was like,
yeah.
and that shit was like 2 years behind New York.
Yeah.
New York wasn't making electro no more.
Yeah.
New York was making Run DMC.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
and so all the new records came from New York. There was really no LA. There was no LA record to Batarang by Toddy T. And
Yeah.
6 in the Morning came right after that.
Yeah.
Those are the first LA records. There was like LA records that emulated New York records. They sound like electro records.
Yes.
The first LA records that sound like LA was Batarang and 6 in the Morning. And 6 in the Morning is basically Schoolie D. It's Ice-T doing School.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
But like
exactly.
LA didn't even have an identity then. That's how, and I say all this because rap was still so small.
Yeah.
You had Luke in Miami,
Yep.
and that was it. Shy D and them. There was
Yeah.
nothing else. Everything sounded like
I
Miami.
don't even think there was anything coming out the South at that time.
Shy D's from Atlanta, but he was
Yeah,
signed to Luke.
yeah.
That was it.
Wow.
There wasn't
man.
nothing. There was.
You're absolutely right, Shy
The
D.
Bay Area hadn't popped off yet. Too Short wasn't out yet.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't nothing.
Jesus, dude.
That's crazy.
I remember it's so funny because I remember that Shy D. I remember a homie of mine went to London and got copped that Shy D 12-inch. Him.
Yeah.
Yep. I know that Shy D very, very well.
He rapped very fast.
Yeah.
And and then you had the records like Rob Bass. So that's a fast record. Rob Bass is a New York club record, but that travel because it was fast.
Yeah.
So where they played electro, they could play that record because it's 116, 115 beats per minute, like the electro records, right? And rap was fast. Remember when rap was
Yeah.
fast?
Yep.
I liked rap when it was fast.
Yeah.
Did?
It was because
Yeah.
it was for dancing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like people
Exactly.
forget that rap was dance music. You
Big
know?
Daddy Kane was pretty fast. He had some
Super
fast.
fast. He was like,
Yeah.
Set It Off's like 116.
Exactly.
Set it off.
Warm It
That's
Up
what I'm talking
Kane.
about.
Warming Up Kane's like,
That's
yeah,
so
exactly.
good.
Warming Up Kane's like 112, 111.
Yeah.
Like those records are fast. So fast
There
rap
be
was.
Rakim too.
Lyrics
wasn't
of Fury.
Yeah, well, rap. Yeah, right, exactly. But Rakim was ill because he rapped halftime.
Mm.
Peep it. He never rapped fast.
That's it.
And that's ill. That's like some jazz shit.
Yeah.
I was like,
I love
let's
how
go.
like he never swore on his records because he said his parents were going to hear it. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
He
look,
barely ever said the N-word.
never.
Too,
He
ever.
never curses. Like I thought that was.
Incredible,
because
man.
he's right. He's so that's too easy.
I know.
And like, look, man. When we talk about changing the guard, Eric B for president is the changing of the guard record. It's the one. And excuse my left. And as
That's it.
as Red Alert said, he said to me, he said we had the drum machine era, and that was my people like B Fats making Wop It and the drum, beatbox era, the beat machine era, and then we got Eric B and Rakim. And he said when I first heard that song, I just had to play it over and over again because I seen it was all different. And he started playing that record. I was in Washington Square Park, hear that record on my skateboard. Someone's walking by playing it on a boombox. And I went to the Music Factory the next day on 42nd Street and I whistled it to Stanley, Fat Stanley, who worked there, who had the infamous breakbeat book. I whistled my melody to him, not Eric B as president, and he pointed to the wall and I bought the record. And that to me is the record. There's Run DMC, and then and Eric B. Exactly. Exactly.
Check out
Shit's
my
so
melody
hard,
and add a
man.
cigar. My name is.
Yes.
I mean, he
Name.
it ends Run DMC's reign. It's the beginning of the end. It's starting to go. You can't shout no more. Right? Because Homeboy is so cool.
Yeah.
And from there, everything happens. That's, to me, when it all starts. And that somehow leads to Native Tongues, De La Soul.
Pretty
It all
much.
goes to it. I mean, there's different routes it gets to, but, Eric B. and Rakim, to me, is the one who started the change in the guard. And to me, like, I'm from an era slightly before that, but to me, that's the era I really identify myself with.
Yeah.
The so-called golden,
The golden era. Yeah.
And so who's up next after De La for you?
Queen Latifah. And I
Oh,
meet
you're the queen, man.
And I meet Queen Latifah because 45 King came up to me at the Latin Quarter, and I seen this dude walking up towards me, and he looked nice. Latin Quarter, everyone got the screw face on, everyone's got screw face and all hard. And this dude, he got little fruits and berries in his hair. He got headphones around
He said fruits and berries.
Yeah, the headphones around his neck. And he walked up smiling. He's smiling at me.
Yeah.
And I was like, who the hell is this nice guy? And he's a little older. And he was like, hey, you're Dante Ross, right? And I was like, yeah, who are you? And he's like, I'm DJ Mark, the 45 King. And I said, oh, shit. Because his promos were on Red Alert all the time.
Yeah,
They're playing
big
them.
time,
And he had a hit record out, this Cuts Got Flavor, like La T. I used to love that record. With that sample, the fatback joint. I love that shit. So...
900 number hadn't come out.
That was 2 or 3 years later.
Okay.
He just had the flavor unit, and he had La T, this Cuts Got Flavor. That was it. Chill Rob G, this Quarters in Session.
Oh yeah, Chords in
Rob G.
Session, which is a banger.
Ooh, he was mean. So,
Yeah.
and Red Alert was playing all these promos. He had a DJ Mark, the 45 King special,
Yeah.
and it was just beats. And Red Alert, that was how he started the show. He had a promo. It was sick. It was it was Giving Up Food for Funk sample by James Brown. It was ill. It was crazy. And I was like, damn. And so I met him, and he didn't look anything like Chuck D again. I'm thinking it's like some brolic dude.
Yeah,
like,
not at
and it's
all.
this really nice dude. And I'm like, he's like, you want to hear some beats? So he has some headphones like this. And I was like, yeah. He's like, let's go upstairs to the DJ booth. The Red Alert's booth is here, but there was like all these little dress rooms. And we went upstairs, and he pulled out, this is bugged out, he pulled out a Walkman, and he had the big headphones like this, but it had, remember, people used to label shit with the tape?
Yeah.
Tape gun. It said DJ Mark, the 45 King on his Walkman. And I was like, this guy's a weirdo. I was like, but like in a good way. I was like, this guy's a real beast bug.
Yeah.
And he gave me his headphones, and I always remember this. I put them shits on, and they were soggy with the sweat. I was mad. I was a little mad, but I contained myself because he pressed play, and he played me some wild ass shit. So I was like, man, this guy, like, and I told him, yo, man, you should come see me with the whole flavor unit. I was working at Tommy Boy, and he said, I'm gonna come. I'm gonna see you. I'm gonna call you on Monday. I gave him my card. He called me on Monday with Fab Five Freddy on the phone.
Wow.
who was like my OG.
This is the guy who's just name dropping every piece of hip hop royalty ever.
Fred was my OG, but then me and Fred fell out later.
Okay.
And we kind of patched it up, but we had ups and downs. But this is when we were up. We were people still. So Fred, oh, that's what it was. Fred had a promo rapping off a 45 King joint, off that Food for Funk shit. And Red Alert used to play it. So that's why he connected us. Now I know why he was on the phone, because I guess Mark told him he met me. He knew me. He can't. Your dog is crazy.
Get her out of here, man.
What died and crawled up your dog's culo?
Sorry, man.
It's a wild one.
I'm so sorry, dude.
It's all good.
Stella's
I'm gonna
on
warn the
fire.
guests from now on that my dog's gonna bless you with her ass.
It's so good. That's like her ass is
Yo, can
like
you get her out of there? Before I love you?
directly to me.
I'm sorry, man.
It's cool. It happens.
Put her in her bed, man.
And
Thank you, Chappelle.
And they played me Wrath of My Madness
Oh yeah.
over the phone.
Wow.
I had a speakerphone. I was big time. I had the speakerphone with the little speaker, and they called me on conference call. This is
Wow,
ill.
this is like
big. This is like big.
pre-conference.
Yeah, we're like, this is big. Like I'm like, this is technologically advanced for the era. And they played me that shit. I was like, that shit's crazy. I was like, and I was like, yo, I know that sample. That's the meters. And he was like, yeah, how you know that? I said, I know records. And he was like, I'm gonna come see you. And we set up a meeting, and they came and saw me. And Freddie wasn't at the meeting. I don't know why. Freddie got left at home. You know what? I guess Freddie wasn't really trying to tax it. He just was connecting people who knew each other.
Nice, yeah.
And I never really thought about that till now, because Freddie's a hustler, but props to Fred. He wasn't there, and he came with Marky Fresh, who wasn't an official member. Latifah
Was Lakim with him?
Apache.
I remember Patchy. He was my neighbor in Jersey City.
He's so cool.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
But he was
Rest in
married to
peace.
Nikki D,
Yeah,
right?
they were neighbors.
was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need a gangster bitch.
Rest in peace. He wrote
Yeah.
a lot of Latifah's records.
I did not know that.
And
I knew
Lati. They knew who did they know? Mike Sace.
Oh,
Wow,
wow.
And they know Mike Sace and Mike Sace is like my old school, get high.
Yep.
As I always say, Mike Sace, the world's smartest idiot. He's the guy who has the greatest ideas and can fuck anything up. He's like Eddie Mush. He's like the hip
I
hop
love
Eddie
Mike.
Mush. So I do too. So his name comes up somehow, and
That's so ill.
Monica Lynch comes in, and she's like, Dante, can I see you in my office? And she's like, we have to sign that girl. I was like, I'm already there. She walked in. She had the glow. She looked like $1 million.
Latifah.
She had the cool ass hair, the
Yeah.
door knockers.
Yeah.
She was wearing all white. I'll never forget it. All white with she had the floppy socks. Remember
Yep,
when she
yep,
wore
yep.
She just was looking fresh. She looked like a Benetton poster to me.
Yep.
She was
yep,
ill.
Yep.
She looked like Salt and Pepper times. Like she just was ill.
Yeah.
I was like, and she had a big smile, and I was like, yo, she looks like $1 million. She got it. And we ended up doing the deal, and
Wow.
and we went, and Mark had made the records I went to a studio in Brooklyn. I mean in Brooklyn, in Jersey City. No, not Jersey, South Orange. East Orange, sorry, EO, East Orange. And his house was like a hip hop museum. He had a turnstile when he went in. He had hip hop posters.
Wow.
Like this shit would be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars now if he still had all of it.
Yeah.
He had
Yeah.
all this crazy memorabilia, turntable set up, had his little 4-track. He was making the records on, all this crazy. He had a reel-to-reel actually. He went down to reel-to-reel. He might have had an 8-track. His little board, and the records sounded great. And so we had to go and make them real records. And we went in, did them in Calliope, tracked them out. She did her vocals. I think the demos, when we mixed it, the demos might have sounded better.
Wow.
They were just, there was a rawness to them. But once again, new music seminars rolling around. I get I got my test pressings, and I give them to everybody. Damn. And Red Alert DJing a party that night at MK plays both sides of the single, Wrath of My Madness and Princess of the Posse. And the other thing is, Princess of the Posse, Mark's playing keyboards on it. He plays that bass line on the M1. It's just like, it's a dance hall record kind of.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I was just like, I mean, that record was Prince of the Posse blew my mind. So another one, we have a hit right off rip.
Wow,
It's
man.
Red
So
Alert
Ladies
Sunflame.
First wasn't even
That's later, right?
Way less, a year later.
Wow.
Damn.
A little longer. Yeah, it was Princess of the Posse and Wrath of My Madness.
Wrath of My Madness is a banger.
And that's a
Yeah.
banger.
It's
And,
a
and that's the
banger.
one that goes. That's the one they play more. But Princess of the Posse is getting played in New York. And it gets played on the dance hall show. It's bugging me out. It's like getting played everywhere.
Yeah.
And we did mad shows. We came to LA. We played World on Wheels and Skateland. Skateland was the blood spot in Compton, in Linwood, and that shit was wild. We went there. I never seen no shit like that before, where we got escorted around by Samoan with a shotgun.
Yeah.
Uncle Jam, the infamous Uncle Jam's Army. Uncle Jam, Roger Clinton, was a promoter. It was we did a K-Day show in that show, and it was wild. I was once again her road managing A&R
Man.
dude, and
Dude, that's crazy.
it was fucking wild, man, and it was super fun, man. And she was always mad fun. She was a little easier to work with than De La, because De La's 3 guys, she was
Yeah.
1,
Yeah.
so I could move her around a little easier.
Yeah.
She didn't have the dancers yet, and she was an ill performer. She was super
Oh, so this
good.
was before the dancers came in.
No Safari Sisters.
Mm.
And me and one of the Safari Sisters were good friends.
Like good friends.
We had we had a warm, happy relationship.
What was the names again?
Keisha and what's the other one's name?
Coco. Was it-
Kiki and Keisha. Is that
Yeah,
the
something to
Keisha
that
was
effect.
my little shorty back in the day.
But
And
that's.
Wow.
the lights.
I think everyone was in love with those dancers.
Yeah, that
man.
was my little shorty.
Mm.
Because I was fly.
Queen
And,
Latifah had a video store in my neighborhood in Jersey City.
Yeah, she
and
did,
I would
that's
see
right.
her- I rent videos from her
100%.
Really?
100%. She did. That's ill. She and people don't realize that Jersey City, that might as well be the like 6th borough.
Dude.
That's like Jersey City's like Brooklyn or Queens. It's like right across the thing. Like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
closer to downtown than like Queens is. It's like it's part of it. Like, Jersey City. I always said that if Tretch wasn't from Jersey, if he was from Harlem, people would be
Yeah.
like, he's top 10 ever. But because he's from
East Orange,
Jersey.
East Orange, right?
East Orange.
Yeah.
I
East
feel
Orange.
the same way about
East
Poor
Orange is-
Righteous Teachers.
Ooh, they were
Nobody
dope.
talk about them, really. Nobody talk about
No,
them.
they don't. Because
Culture
they're from
Freedom,
New Jersey.
and they were dropping crazy. I mean, they're from almost Philly, Jersey. They're from Camden,
Mm.
Trenton,
Camden, yeah.
Trenton,
Yeah, Trenton.
which is right by Philly.
Yeah.
And there's for some reason, Trenton and Camden always have mad gods.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Big time.
I don't know why, but
Big time.
and look, man, I liked it when everyone's names with things like Wise Intelligence and Lord Jamar. That shit was
Culture-
cool.
Yeah, man.
Culture Freedom. That shit
Yep.
was cool, man. That shit is, man, all the Afrocentric shit was cool, And the other side of that is like, I never dressed Afrocentric because that's not my place.
You didn't rock no
You know?
black medallions?
I did have a black medallion.
right, sick.
I can't lie.
Okay.
Respect,
I had a
respect.
black medallion.
Okay.
No
I did.
gold.
Yeah.
No gold. I had a black medallion.
Wow.
But
Yeah.
when you talk about authenticity, you didn't really need to.
I
You
was,
didn't really need to, and they respected you
of course.
for not doing that.
Of
Yeah,
course.
facts. It's so true.
I'm not.
Yeah.
You try too hard. You're patronizing.
Yeah.
100%.
There's almost a form of racism in trying too hard to be something you're not. It's just weird, man. It makes me uncomfortable.
Well, they call
Gotcha.
it cultural appropriation now,
100%.
right? Isn't that what that
I mean,
is?
I
Remember
Yeah.
the young black
Yeah.
teenagers with the white single
Yo,
with the
what
dreads?
the? How crazy? And
Oh,
Hank
yeah.
Shockley put that out.
And Chuck D.
Yeah, Chuck
Crack
D.
the
and Hank.
bottle
Yeah.
and twist the cap.
Yeah.
That shit was huge.
And that shit was a
Twist the
fake.
cap.
That was a fake Leaders of the New School record.
Yeah, exactly. I do know the
crazy. I
story
remember that
behind
shit.
that.
You know that story.
I know that story.
Okay, good.
I do know
remember
that
that
story.
shit,
It's
bro.
crazy.
I was always curious how they came about.
I mean,
didn't really
I think
know.
Hank was in the shock value. He wanted to fuck everyone up.
Yeah.
He was like, I'm gonna shock everyone.
was-
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because
It
Homeboy
was
was,
a-
in House Party.
He is Cameron.
Yeah.
And he went out with Charlie Brown's sister from Leaders,
Charlie Brown.
and
Yeah.
they were gonna be so Leaders were signed to the Bomb Squad.
Mm-hmm.
Their
Yep.
production agreement ran out. The Bomb Squad tried to say they owned the name Leaders of the New School, and the young black teenagers were going to be Leaders of the New School.
Yep.
And Charlie Brown trademarked the name without telling Chuck and them, and that's how they retained the name LONS.
Wow.
Wow.
So then they
that
had
I
to-
did not know.
Then they had to
Wonder
become
that.
the young black teenagers.
Charlie
Yeah.
Brown was sick too, man. He was a sick.
Yeah, he was
MC.
a complicated individual.
Did
Complicated.
you sign Leaders, right?
I did sign. I signed Leaders because I saw them live perform at a club called Payday, rocking with one mic over Impeach the President, and
Yeah.
Buster Rhymes was fucking incredible.
Yeah.
And he was passing the mic back and forth, and they were doing the ad libs. It was It was like Cold Crush Brothers,
Yeah.
but a new version. I never seen nothing like it. It was the craziest shit I ever seen.
I just listened to the album this morning.
Oh yeah.
That first album with
Future.
PTA.
PTA was so good.
Dude,
Just another case of that. PTA.
That song was
come
so
on.
good.
Wow.
Should have been a bigger hit. They were the band. They were the band to me that should have, could have, would have been so much bigger than they were. And they worked because of the group dynamic. They were counterintuitive to how big they could have been.
Was the UMCs a spin-off of them or no?
No, they were just the
Or something
same.
different. Yeah.
But
Same
they
era.
had, but I remember it was Leaders, and Leaders had Rumpelstiltskins, who
Yes.
was it
Geronimo.
Buster's cousins?
His
Or-
cousin in real life was Cut Modern Milo. They were like
okay.
they're all cousins. Like,
Yeah,
you
they're
know.
all cousins.
I had a lot of cousins
Yeah,
too.
but I do.
Isaac might have been my cousin for a couple of years. We were cousins for a while.
But I do remember that period. But Leaders, man, I mean,
They had one of the best live shows.
one of the
One greatest
that
live shows.
album Time.
I didn't like Time.
You really didn't?
I couldn't, and Time was the demise of the Leaders. I couldn't.
Yeah.
It was too much going on. I felt like they were at war with each other on the records. It was too conceptual. I didn't love Cut Modern or Milo rapping. It is the record that
Yeah.
is always the most debated by people who like what I do or did and my
Yeah.
contributions and my personal opinion. I did not like the record. It was not good enough for what I needed, where I needed them to go. They needed to make a better version of the first record.
Yeah.
And they made this sprawling thing that didn't connect with people.
I think I do agree. I mean, from the first album, which wasn't really a heavily concepted album, to this one, which they were like really trying to get metaphysical.
It was very
and-
metaphysical.
Very metaphysical. And I don't think hip hop was ready for it at that time.
I also think it was apparent that Charlie Brown was trying to out-rap Buster, and
it
there was now a fourth
yes.
MC who wasn't as good as the three other MCs.
Yes.
So the chemistry was off.
Big
And
time.
and a lot of that is due to the fact that Buster was obviously the
Stand
shining star
Ooh,
of the
yes,
group,
yeah.
right? And I think that there was a lot of envy that developed within group members, particularly Buster and Charlie Brown,
Yeah.
and a lot of it stirred from Buster's verse on Scenario.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
And you know, like
Yeah.
Tip throws him the alley oop.
Yep.
He throws him the oop.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, he throws it to him, and Buster just takes it and runs.
Incredible.
And Buster's
man.
a superstar now.
I mean, that record,
That's
that
so
track.
crazy.
Yo, that
That
song is the
track-
one song you have to play the whole song too,
You do.
because
You've
he's got
to.
the last verse, and it ends with him still rap. He's like one
Yes,
verse and it's over.
exactly.
So you have to play the whole record.
Exactly.
That's like Nas live from the barbecue.
Right, right,
Kinda
right. Because you got to hear Nas exactly.
Yeah.
Right,
Man.
you gotta do that.
Yeah.
A lot of times, people with that club, in the club, they would just play just Buster's rhyme,
Wow.
and there's an edit that's just Buster's rhyme.
Damn, man.
So
And-
is that what put him on?
They were already on, but that ratcheted it
yeah,
up.
that-
You mean
in
the
the-
solo career? You mean?
I mean,
Yeah.
it's when
He shined on that.
it's
yeah.
when everyone knew that he probably should pursue a solo career.
Yeah.
Facts.
Because
Yeah,
because
I
also
guess
in the
that's what-
video he
yeah,
had the
fair.
hat and he was
And he was
Yeah.
just
So
doing
animated.
Yeah. Yeah.
So animated.
Yeah.
rah
Yeah.
rah like a Dungeon Dragon.
Yeah.
And you know who he's talking about there?
Who?
Onyx.
Really?
What?
Whoa.
He's throwing shots at everyone who had the rough voice.
Wow.
And some people thought it was Redman, but it wasn't. And Sticky Fingers came up to him and was like, "Yo, you talking about me on that record?" And Buster was like, "Yeah, what?" I remembered actually. I was there, and I was like, and I seen it, and everyone's kumbaya now, but it happened. And Buster was, look, Buster is the human cartoon
Yeah.
character, but he's not soft
No, he's not.
at
Yeah.
all.
No.
And you know, he wasn't throw your guns in the air, Onyx, but he was certainly not a punk, and they found that out that day.
Wow.
Nothing happened, but they see he was thorough.
Yeah.
And one
He's-
name you just said too that gets recognized all the time, at least Eminem's top, is Redman, who I think.
Oh,
is,
Redman's
yeah.
nobody
incredible.
ever talked
Yeah.
to.
He's incredible. He's one of the
man.
most clever and one of
Yeah.
the funniest. You know, Redman's in that lineage of Biz Markie,
Oh, big time.
Grand Poobah, Redman. You know, the funny guys.
Yeah.
Like,
What the album?
Yeah.
It's
I mean, and
incredible,
you know,
bro.
and the guy like Old Dirty's one of those guys,
Yeah.
right? The guys who are like they're not scared to be funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Yeah.
you're secure enough with yourself that you can be funny. Ludacris is like that too, kind of.
Yeah.
Snoop has a little bit of that. I always think it's cool when, you know, it goes back to Busy Bee. It goes back to Rudy Ray Moore, probably, to Dolomite.
Yeah.
Like it's a
Yeah.
tradition,
Yeah.
you know?
For sure.
And I think that, like, Redman is one of those guys, and I do think he's criminally underrated.
I do too.
I agree,
and I was
man.
going to say, kind of giving me chills, if you remember the Scenario video, not only was it
Redman's
the
in
birthing,
it.
not only was it the birthing of Buster, but Redman's in there.
Wow.
And
man.
not
Hanging
many
out.
people
Wow,
knew about
yeah.
Redman.
Hanging out in the background with the hat and the
Background.
North Face.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's the
Used to
one
rock
eating
the
the
hat.
chicken
Oh,
wing.
cool.
Yeah,
He's
and
eating the
when
chicken
they-
wing.
when they're
He's
like showing the different
Yeah, he's
faces.
like-
Exactly.
Yeah.
So-
True indeed.
His hats
True
always
indeed.
look so hard on his beanies the way he wore them.
He's so ill.
Dude.
style, bro.
Redman
In
is...
his, I know if you
yeah.
ever seen his first video ever, he's in the song "Hardcore" by EPMD.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
he has
Yeah.
a Kleenex.
Yeah.
And he mushed the girl.
Yeah.
He walked by and he
Yeah.
just mushed the girl. I was like, yo,
Well, that's
he's.
right. EPMD kind of put him on too.
They
Yeah.
did. They did put him on. He
They-
was their
yeah.
artist. He's Eric Sermon's
Yeah.
artist.
New Jersey. We talk
Jersey.
about New Jersey.
Jersey.
He's New Jersey.
That's why he's underrated.
Exactly.
People, it's hard
Yeah.
for people to give Jersey props.
And we going back to that again. New
Damn,
Jersey.
that's so crazy, man. Thinking
If he's
about
from
that.
Brooklyn, Redman's like everyone. Redman's the illest.
Yep.
He
That's
was
so
incredible. I
crazy.
love that Eminem's always like Reggie.
He always makes me
names him.
laugh, Redman. He'll just say some crazy funny shit. And I like the fact he's like always making, like, even later on, like Doc 2000.
Yeah.
Doc's the name. I love that record, and I love the song "I Be That." Because
Oh,
he
that's
talks
a
about,
classic.
talk about what a
Be
piece
That.
of shit
Yeah,
he is. It's like
yeah.
he's everything a rapper's not supposed to be. He had the fat girls
Yep,
in the video.
yep.
I
Like,
loved
shit
him
was-
on Cribs too in the little apartment.
with the fucked up
Cribs
cribs.
was the
Oh
best.
my god.
Yo, he was amazing.
Yeah.
He's
Redman.
legit, man.
Redman is kind of like Old Dirty Bastard. He celebrates all the shit that people like are embarrassed about.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, I'm broke,
But it's also probably not somebody to be fucked with either.
not one
No,
bit.
You know,
no.
so those dudes are jacked him and Method Man working out now.
No.
Pistol packing posse. That's
Yeah.
his crew.
Redman back in the
Them
day
dudes was all car.
gangsta.
They were all
Okay.
car thieves.
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys
Yeah.
were like.
Carjacking started in Newark supposedly.
Those
right
guys
back-
were like that was their thing.
Yeah. 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 If you look at early Redman videos, you can tell like he was pistol packing posse, as you
Yeah,
said.
yeah,
They
yeah.
were pistol packing posse.
Damn.
Him
I
and
mean,
DJ Twins.
How crazy was that record? Fucking, you know, the shit with Hurricane. Yo, stop the bullshit.
Oh,
man.
man.
Come on, tonight's
Come
night.
on.
That's just-
Tonight's the night. Is
come
a-
on, man. The way he
It was
started
hip-hop
that,
classic.
just the way he started it. Yo,
His-
get off that bullshit. That shit was wild, man. No one did that before.
Him and his sister.
Skits.
His sister Hurricane G, who
Hurricane Gloria, who's
Yeah.
not really his biological sister.
it isn't.
Nah, she's Puerto Rican too. That's why
That's
she had the accent. She was
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
she had that
yeah.
accent. She was ill.
Yeah.
She was dope. She never came out. She was,
I was
super
gonna say,
dope.
whatever happened? We
I
were
don't
all
know.
waiting for that album.
Yeah, she
to
was
come
ill.
out.
It never. You know, and that's the other thing in the annals of rap. These dudes who are great who never came out.
Yeah.
There's so many dudes who are. It's like street basketball. These basketball player kids who were so good in the street, in the schoolyard, they
Yes.
never made the league.
Yes.
It's wild.
Yes.
She's one of them.
Yeah.
I have a
That
question.
was-
Go ahead.
yeah. Sorry.
A question about Queen Latifah and De La Soul. Like, did they already have a name for themselves when they got signed? Were they playing shows already? Wow, it was just like a demo. Like they had the That's
Nothing.
insane.
Nothing.
man.
I didn't. No one knew. But they came from people who had names. De La's from Paul. Prince Paul had a name.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So
But now are they playing live shows or doing none?
not that
Wow.
maybe local in Long Island. That's
Okay.
it, or in Jersey. But
Same with Brand Nubian.
Brand Nubian, because Grand Poobah was in Masters of Ceremony.
Yeah.
Okay.
So people knew of him, and everyone knew he was nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everyone already knew he was nice.
Yeah.
When I signed Grand Poobah, I seen Jam Master Jay in the Waverly Diner after a club night out, and he's like, "Yo, what you doing, yo?" I say, "Oh man, I just signed Grand Poobah in this group Brand Nubian." He said, "Yo, Grand Poobah, that's a bad motherfucker."
Damn.
I never forget he said that to me. I was like, I did something right.
Yeah.
So you're part of the One for All record.
Yeah, I mean, part of
Jesus,
it. Shit,
Come on.
bro.
Let's
shit. I
not-
was.
Put it up here,
I was
bro.
let's-
I was
For all
there-
the listeners,
I might have. I was
talk
damn
about
near
it.
Cam
doing.
had brought all the records. He brought all the vinyl
I
here
was
on the
almost
table.
doing ad libs on that record. Like,
Really?
I'm not. I mean, I was there every inch of the way.
This is the album though. That's the slow down 12-inch.
Slow down.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Every single club, man.
And
Sheets and pillows. All the
and
subs.
Sadat X
Yeah.
did
And
that. Did that beat? No one knows that.
I
He
didn't know
did
that.
slow down. He had the idea to sample Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians. His idea, and he literally looped it in the studio. And he said, "Yo, let me get those Ohio player drums." I had a crate of records with me, and I gave him the Pain record, and he looped the shit, and that was it.
Wow,
That's he
dude.
made it
Sadat,
right
I
like
didn't
that.
even know Sadat produced.
Me either.
He made that one. I was there. No one
That's
knows
good,
that.
man.
And he made it in like a half hour. He made that shit mad quick. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. And I remember when we went to clear it, the lawyers got us on the phone with Edie Brickell herself.
The lawyer got him on the phone with Edie Brickell.
Not only her,
serious?
it was her and all of the New Bohemians because they all share co-writing credit. And they asked us what the song was about. And X and Jamar explained that it was about the ills of crack in black communities. And they were like, that's really cool. And they cleared the record.
God,
That's incredible.
They were mad nice.
That is one of the biggest hip hop records ever.
I mean,
Slow
that was
down.
Yeah, man.
I mean, they played that shit.
Yeah.
Shout out to Funkmaster Flex. He ran that motherfucker to death.
Really?
He ran that motherfucker to death. That was like, that's a tonal banger. That's one of those songs. That's one of the songs, like, of all the records I made, that and probably Brooklyn Zoo are the ones that got played the most in clubs.
Dude.
Let me ask you a question about
Fucking Brooklyn Zoo, bro.
Gosh.
the
This
remix of
I never
Concerto and X Minor.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy.
There's a remix that no one ever talks about.
Yo, that shit, you're like the only person who
And you
ever
have it in your
mentioned.
hand.
And
You
I have
in
it
your
in my
hand
hand.
right now.
You're like Stretch Armstrong will play that. That was like
Yeah.
a Stretch and Bobbito song. Like
It's-
no one knows that. And I got to give a big shout to those dudes because Stretch and Bob, that was like my crew. Like that's our family, and like we all kind of came through this stuff together. I was a little before them, and them dudes always emphatically, religiously supported everything I ever did. So I always had them dudes in my back pocket, just always looking out for me. So anything that I did musically, they always got it first. They always played it first. They were always like right there, helping me. And when you say Sheets and Pillows, this is why I say this, because Stretch DJ Sheets and Pillows. So of course he's playing my records downtown. That's the other thing.
Bill
Records-
Spector, shout out to Bill Spector too.
Bill Spector, my brother, same birthday as me. He's one day before. He's my Jewish brethren from way back.
Yes.
I love him. He's out of his mind. And Stretch played all the downtown clubs, and he played all my records. And that is also very important because that travels.
Yeah.
That travels. That goes to London and Paris and everywhere
big
else.
time.
So
Big time.
London first, always.
always. Paris had it, and then later Berlin too.
Yeah.
Berlin, if you go there now, is the most hip hop city in Europe.
Yeah.
Damn, really?
Mad hip hop. Dudes are dumb hip hop out there.
J-Roo
Wow.
lives out there now.
He
Yeah,
does.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw he was just hanging out with him out
I
there.
was in
Yeah.
Copenhagen. I was in Copenhagen. He was there. Yeah, he's my man. I seen him when he was in Berlin too. He's great. Come clean. That's
Yeah.
another. That's a record that people got beat up over too.
Yeah.
There's like
Big time.
I need to make a list of the records that people got jumped to.
Yeah.
Like that's one of them.
Shook ones.
Shook ones.
Whoa.
Shook ones.
Shook
Come on
ones.
now.
Shook ones. You took your
Shook
chain and put it in.
ones.
So I'm gonna tuck my chain.
Yeah.
Dude.
That
Fat
one.
Joe. What was that for? What was the?
Fat Joe the Gangsta.
Lean Back was a modern one that you
No.
might.
Yeah, back then,
the-
the
back
Fat
that-
Joe's original one.
Yeah. You got to flow, Joe.
Oh, you gotta
You
flow.
gotta flow.
Yeah. That was one that didn't get played that much really
was
in the
hard,
clubs.
though.
That's hard.
It was so hard.
One that got you robbed, obviously Public Enemy. Yo, Schoolie D. Yo, PSK.
Oh yeah.
Yo,
Oh yeah.
dudes might have got
PSK.
murdered to that record. There's probably
Yeah.
several homicides related
Yeah.
to the playing of that record.
Yeah.
Biggie. Biggie, Unbelievable. You might get
Oh,
beat up
yeah.
when that came on too.
Really? Unbelievable, huh?
Yo, boom, boom.
Unbelievable.
Where's the Unbelievable? No, it's boom, 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 boom. That's not Unbelievable. That's
No, it's not. It's
That's
Dun, 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 dun.
I know what track
Boom,
you're
boom,
talking
boom.
about.
Yo, dudes
off
is-
the first album.
Dudes is getting
Yeah.
beat up when that came on. That was just the
Biggie
beat.
Smalls is the
Illest.
illest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's when people's getting beat up. Yeah, Premier joint. Premier is good for making songs that get you beat up. Like he's the all-time master of
Gangstar ones too for
Oh,
sure.
Yeah,
come
I
on.
mean, I love Gangstar.
Come on. And that was around that era too.
Same time. I knew Gangstar before it was big. Before they had Manifest out, Keith was my man. Me and him used to mess with these girls who was roommates. Like
Keith is Guru to the listeners.
Yo,
Yes.
Guru put me in the room with Everlast. I have to almost thank him for Whitey Ford Sings the Blues. Because I was in,
That's crazy.
they did a remix for Fed Up. Guru raps on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the video. But preceding that, I was in LA at the Mondrian with Sadat X on tour for Wild Cowboys.
Wild Cowboys.
Yeah.
We went to the hotel lobby. Guru was in the hotel too. We seen Guru. We went to the bar. Guru liked to drink. We used to all drink a lot back then.
Mm-hmm.
And he showed up with my homegirl Tammy. And so they were hanging out. And he said, yo, my man, Everlast is coming through. And I was like, oh yeah, I know him. You know him as a kid? I said, man, he's cool. And
I got the knack, right? It was his
right,
first-
but
yeah.
we knew him because he was in House of Pain, and
Yeah,
I knew House of Pain and all that. I was friends with them.
Yeah, Rhyme Syndicate too. Yeah, before, yeah.
That's when I met him. I met him in L.A. at Skateland. No, at World on Wheels, as a matter of fact, when I
Okay.
first met him with De La. So I knew him from back then. So he came through, and we were talking, and he said, yo, I was managing X at the time. He said, yo, I want to do a record with X. And I said, word. But I remember Guru goes, y'all motherfuckers is like the same motherfucker. Y'all motherfuckers need to do some shit together. Like, y'all need to, yo, D, you need to go play him some shit. And I was like, bet. I was like, yeah, I need to do that. And he's like, yo, I want X to rap on this record. I didn't think anything would come of it. You know, we're drunk. Motherfuckers just talking that shit. But he called me a couple of weeks later. He said, yo, I want to fly X out to L.A. And I said, I'll come too. We went out to L.A. X did the song with him. And then me and Eric stayed hanging out. And we went to the Super Bowl together that year. And that's how we ended up working on music together.
Wow.
So Guru, though, was an instrumental part in that.
That's incredible, man.
That's some hip hop.
And I was in the video. If you go and look at the Fed Up remix video with Guru rapping on it, Peter Green
the actor,
kills me in the video. I'm in the video. I stole his girlfriend, and he hit me in the head with the wrench and kills me in the video. And I never met Peter Green before that day. And he said, Dante Ross? I said, he goes, you friends with this guy Jerry Dean, huh?
I heard about Jerry Dean.
I said, how do you know Jerry Dean? He's like, I used to be a criminal.
Wow.
And I said,
man.
and he said, I heard you were too. I was like, minor league, Jerry's a criminal. For those of you who don't know Peter Green, Peter Green is, he's in
The Mask.
Yeah.
He's in Pulp Fiction. He's Zed.
Yeah.
And a friend of ours from these 3-letter guys, and we just know him well. It's just a guy.
Dude, I mean, it's Everlast Whitey Ford record, incredible, man. That was such a
Come on.
amazing
Did that win a
mask.
Grammy?
We won a Grammy for Santana. We won a Grammy for a song on album. Yeah, we had Best Alternative Song of the Year, so we did win a Grammy for it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah,
That's
He
a
did-
pivotal album.
He did the Whitey's Diner one too.
yeah. I did Eat a Whitey's.
He did Whitey's, that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I did that.
man.
I did. I
Those are big records, man.
I mean, we did. I mean, I own a house because of those records. So God bless. That's where I got my house.
Yeah.
You know,
That's incredible.
I mean,
man.
Yeah,
we'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, shout out to Eric. He's like one of my favorite people in the world. One of my best friends. I still talk to him like every couple of days.
Yeah, I love Everlast, man.
I met Everlast back in, and he probably won't remember this, but it was one of House of Pain's first shows in Austin, Texas. It was the place that I talked to you about, the back room in the most heavily punk rock. Actually, a lot of metal cats used to play out there.
Yeah.
And House of Pain played there, and I want to say they must have played Jump Around maybe 5 times in a row.
Damn.
And the place was just bananas.
I'm sure, man.
The House of Pain was a thing, man. Like
Deep in the Mexican hood. Hood,
Sick.
too.
I loved House of Pain when
Me
they came
too,
out
dude.
because they were like the first white rap group that was unapologetic. Well, the Beasties were unapologetic, but
Yeah, but it was a different level.
You're right, because the Beasties weren't going to beat you up.
Yeah.
House of Pain was like a prison. They were like a prison gang.
Yes.
They were like, yo, those dudes, they're like bikers or
that
something.
video?
They were like
the Jump Around
They were
video?
like Vikings.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They were
Yeah.
like, and it's funny because they're not from New York, but they reminded me of a lot of like hard white dudes I
Yeah.
know
It's like
from
a
New York.
Hardcore dudes.
Yeah.
It was,
Totally,
yeah,
man.
exactly. And I first met you.
I was
you,
in the House of Pain video.
You were in the House of Pain video. But I met you maybe right before that. They were on Lollapalooza with Cypress, and they went to CB's.
That's where I met Madonna that night. Where I talked about.
We're all at CB's, and you had
Wow.
you had your shirt off. You had the racism tattoo
and racism on my back.
and
yeah.
racism, and that's when I first seen you and met you. And I knew some of the guys, and you were with some of the guys.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, he's with the guys. And that's when I first encountered you. The first time I ever seen you was that. And I remember because of your tattoo.
Yeah.
And I was literally outside with the Booyah Tribe.
Wow.
And we were sitting there, me, Be Real, Booyah Tribe. And my man from Pearl Jam was with us.
Eddie Vedder?
No, Jeff Stoner Jeff Ament was with us.
The guitar player.
Jeff Lement. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you would never.
Wow.
I met Madonna
the
that
bass
night.
player,
It was
yeah.
fucking
And
crazy.
That
Jeff-
was the night you met Madonna?
She was there, dude. Yeah.
And Jeff was a
Wow.
skateboarder. He's a skater.
Yes.
Okay.
So, but Jeff, like, you would never recognize him anywhere. Like, he's the most regular dude, and that's the night I met him, and I'm friends with him kind of to this day because he's really good friends with Olsen.
Okay.
So,
What a small
Fucking
fucking
crazy.
world.
yo,
man.
everything starts to me like I always say this. Like, this is a Reddit thing. He always says, skateboarders run the world, and a lot of it does
Giovanni
go back.
Retta?
Yeah, and a lot of it
best.
goes back to skateboarding, and also I was a teenage dirtbag. Like everyone who's cool, everyone who's cool was like a teenage dirtbag kind of, right?
Yeah.
We all had this moment, and that's like a lot of the world comes from there.
It's fucking
Yeah.
great. I didn't even know House of Pain. I met Everlast Maybe. They asked me, come to the video shoot tomorrow. And then they featured my tattoo in their video.
I remember
Fucking Stretch was there.
from
Tupac's
the
boy
from
was
from
there.
from Live Squad.
He was there.
He's
I
in the
met
video
him.
right next to
Son
you.
Doobie was in the video.
100%.
Esteban Ori was in the video.
My man Kazoo, the craziest dude ever.
Wow.
Derek, my man who died. Like all these crazy. He was like a kind of Westy type dude. Our boy from New York. He like held us down back in the day. There's a lot of nefarious characters were in that video.
Yeah, there's some graffiti cats there too.
That's Kazoo. That's the kid I'm talking about.
Wow,
It's,
man, that was a crazy video to be in, man.
Yeah, man, that was a great time. Look, and like, not to fast forward, but like, I always really appreciate House of Pain and Cypress Hill's like thing. They were like the mean Beastie Boys
Yeah.
kind of aesthetic. They were like, they had a very biker kind of tough guy, like
Yes.
legitimate thing to him
Yeah.
that black culture accepted because it felt honest and real.
Very much so.
Yeah.
It
Very
wasn't
much so.
fake.
And that's why, especially Jump Around was played so heavily on Rap City and what was
The box.
Yeah,
that
it
was
was-
us with the box.
Dude,
yeah.
I was living in New York when
Yo, Jump Around
came.
got played at every black club by every DJ in New York.
DJ
That shit
in
was
New York
they played that
that
shit everywhere.
everywhere, and it was kind of like as you said, they were really accepted
yeah.
because no one really in hip hop who was white had that. They had like
They
the
had
video.
swag.
It
They had
was real
swag.
gritty.
Yeah.
you know
They
what I
had
mean?
swag. It wasn't
Yeah.
fake. They were like, it was real. Look, man, I was in the tunnel. I used to go to the tunnel all the time with my people. And like, I ran around like a bunch of wild motherfuckers. Half them dudes is dead. So we would like, we were in the tunnel. We seen Everlast in the tunnel when Jump Around period. And he was there by himself with a gold chain.
Wow.
And I said, and a big gold chain, not
Yeah.
some. I said, yo, come over here, B. I said, yo, hang out over here with us, man.
Yeah.
Be over here with us. 'Cause
Wow.
You might not want to walk around like that. He's like, oh, I'm good. I was like, yeah, but hang out.
Wow.
And he
That's
was, and
crazy.
our friend who ended up going to jail for life, he met him that night. Our boy Manny Stacks, you might know him. He was like a wild Puerto Rican dude, and he became really good friends with Everlast forever. That night, they became people. And whenever he come to New York, they'd always hang out with Manny.
Yeah.
He held him down. That was their street guy.
I remember taking Danny Boy to Avenue B to get tattooed at my friend's apartment. He got his lady's name tattooed on him and shit back then, like in '93 or something.
Danny Boy's also 6'5", like
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
like,
I remember him back then when he first came out.
Yeah.
Now, how did the whole connection with Cypress Hill and House of Pain connect?
Those guys, I think it was, Everlast was a pretty good rapper. Everyone in LA knew that. He would show up at spots and he would rap, and dudes was like, he could freestyle. He's nice. And I think B Real was friends with Everlast, like they were cool. And he was like, you should work with Muggs. And then I think Muggs was a little resistant at first, but then B Real kept saying, yo, you should work with the white boy, yo. He's all right. He's kind of nice. And then I heard the way that Jump Around came to be. That beat, they gave it to B Real after their first album came out. He was supposed to write to it. He couldn't write to it. Eric was in the studio with Funk Dubious. Funk Doobie couldn't write to it. He left. Muggs was like, you got anything for this? Because they were in the studio and they had paid money for it. And he was like, so Eric did what what Jay did, supposedly. He wrote it in his head. So he had the whole shit written. And he's just waiting to hope he could get on. Muggs put him on the mic and he spit it. And then he told him to chop the rhymes up. That's why there's 4 verses. And he gave him the hook. And that hook comes from Leaders of the New School. They used to do that to open their shows. Jump, 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 jump. Everybody jump,
Bro, it's
jump,
that school,
jump.
bro.
And that's old reggae song. That's a reggae record.
Yeah.
I want to say Ninja Man, but I think it's someone else. Someone told me who it was. It's not Ninja Man.
Bro.
Maybe it's Nitty Gritty. Somebody, I can't remember,
Yeah.
but it's like a famous reggae
Yeah,
like dancehall artist. It's a famous song. Leaders, because Buster's Jamaican would do that in the middle of the set, get everyone hype. They never made a song out of it. And one time I was with Muggs, and Muggs said, "Why isn't that a record?" I said, "I don't know." And he gave that hook, his version of that hook, to Everlast. And that's how it became the song.
You think that's possible?
Wow.
Dude.
And I was never mad at it because that's
is
hip hop.
That's
hip hop.
Is it safe to say that could be one of the most recognizable hip hop songs of all time?
Jump
When it
Around's
comes
like
on.
Big time.
it's up there with like It Takes Two by Rob Bass
Yeah.
because it's bigger than hip hop.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Big
like
time.
bigger than the genre.
Yeah.
OP
OPP?
Hip Hop Hooray. Hip Hop
Ooh,
Hooray.
yeah,
Hip Hop Hooray,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
There's certain records that are just bigger than hip hop.
Yeah.
Hip Hop
Yeah.
Hooray is one of them.
Yeah.
Like if they're playing them at like football
Stadium.
stadiums,
Yeah,
or something
stadium.
like
Oh,
that,
Jump
Stadium.
Around?
then it's bigger.
Every
Oh,
basketball
dude.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, and It Takes Two is like one of those. Like,
Yeah.
like there's a certain records that they're like the Louis Louis of rap
Yeah.
music.
Very
Yeah.
universal. You
Yeah.
hear them anywhere.
People don't like rap like those songs.
Yes.
It's true.
And I mean, you're talking about that Jump Around. I mean, you're talking about a subculture at the time when you're looking at Boston and how Boston
Right.
was, right?
Yo, everyone
And
always
then-
thought they're from Boston too,
I
and they're
know.
not.
And
They're from LA.
And they're not. But the crazy thing was he made it look like that.
Yeah, it felt
Yeah.
that. It felt like a
Yeah.
thing.
So everyone could. I felt like it was a blue collar anthem.
That's what it felt like. You said it.
Yeah.
It felt very blue collar. I mean, look, it's like the Dropkick Murphys got the same thing, kind of.
Yes.
Very similar, right? It's like
Yes.
it felt blue collar. And the Beastie Boys didn't feel blue collar. They felt like snarky downtown kids. They're like cracking on you wise. They're
Yeah.
like, look at, like, and I always feel like, because where I'm from, I'm more that side of the fencing culture.
Yeah.
I'm more like a wise ass New York, like downtown dude.
Ball breaker.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little different, right? It's a slight. There are different variants of like kind of people.
I didn't realize this may come off. I mean, whatever. I didn't realize till way later that MF Doom came from KMD.
A lot of people don't.
And I see KMD many times with third base, a bunch of times.
Yeah, a
in
lot
New
of
York.
people didn't know that.
I didn't realize that, man.
A lot of people
flipped his whole everything.
I mean, he died. He had to change his whole being, right? He became a new thing. He was, he lost his record deal. His brother
Yeah.
died, and he went underground for a minute. No one saw him. He came back, and he was MF Doom. His name was always Doom as a rapper.
Yeah.
It's his last name. We called him Doom. He's Doomale, so we called him Doom. That was his name. He just threw the MF, which was their crew. That was MF Grimm and him and Curious George, the CM dudes.
Curious George.
Curious George,
Oh, my
dude.
best-
That record was. I love
One
that
of my
record.
best
Come
friends.
on.
Uptown, and then
Uptown
I'm
Anthem.
curious. All that
I
shit.
talked to
Yo.
him yesterday. Or 2
Curious.
days ago.
I
love
just
him.
heard a track with him on. It was Curious. Planet Asia.
Yeah, that's his
Yeah,
man and homeboy
yeah.
Sam.
Is he still
man.
rhyming? Like,
He
is he?
does. He actually stopped for a long time. Or wasn't putting music out. He's putting music out again.
Yeah,
I
it's
love
good.
that record.
Great to see that.
I mean,
Such
it's like-
a New York vibe, man. Summer
he's,
vibe.
He's the best dude ever. His mom just passed. I talked to him a bunch the last few days. He's one of the best people I know. That's my brother, man. He's also the first person I ever knew who talked about meditation.
Wow.
Really?
His mom was a Buddhist.
Curious
Wow.
George's?
His mom was a Buddhist, and he hit me to meditation in the 90s.
Back then, yeah.
Come
Yeah,
on,
yeah,
man.
He's a great dude. He's one of my favorite people.
So
ever
he was
met.
part of the KMD crew.
Like they were all people. It was like Third Base, KMD, Curious,
Yeah.
all the CM guys, Bobito,
Yeah,
me,
yeah.
Stretch. Well, we're like kind of our squad. We're different little variations of the same crew. Just New York. It was all New York back
Yeah.
then. I guess underground hip hop, as they call it, whatever it was. There wasn't really that line yet. And I had produced Third Base. I produced Pop Goes the Weasel and a bunch of their second record. So because of that, KMD landed in my lap. They brought me KMD. And
Pop Goes the Weasel. Yes.
and KMD were just such, they were just amazing dudes, and that's kind of that time period when I also started producing more. Like I guess One for All started, and I had my crew, the Stimulate Dummies. My two partners both passed away.
Yep.
In
John Gamble and Geeby.
Geeby DeJohnny both passed away in 2020. It was fucking horrible. I lost my two big bros, but we started out as just they had the studio that was smaller than this room with a low ceiling. Like it was like half the size of this room, and they built a little studio there. It was Frontline's punk rock rehearsal studio.
Okay.
In the building they grew up in, they converted it to a recording studio, and we started hanging out there, making beats, smoking weed, and snapping on each other. We had
So New York snapping.
no end game in sight.
Wow.
None. We were inspired by the Beastie Boys, by Paul's Boutique, really. Because
That's my favorite Beastie
Because
Boy.
they had mine too, and had so much beats,
Yeah.
and we knew all those records. I had all those records.
Original
And between me and Geeby, we had all those records pretty much.
Damn.
So we were like, "Yo, we should probably make beats." And I was already I had made one or two records before, which basically meant I showed up in the studio with beats, and this engineer put it together for me. So we just bought some equipment and we started making shit, and then KMD did their demos in our studio. John Gamble engineered them. He spent like 6 months with them, like every day, doing the record. Sub Rock was 16 when we started. Doom was 19. And they were the wildest, smartest, most extraterrestrial kids I'd ever met. They exceeded even De La Soul and Prince Paul in quirky, idiosyncratic, super black futurism kind of way of thinking.
They were way
ahead. They were looking at
Were
shit.
they too ahead of their
Way
time
ahead
before
of
they
their
came
time.
They
out?
were too ahead of their time, if there's such a thing. But like they, Doom is, we hear this term like the black futurist. He's in that lineage. He's a Sun Ra,
Yes.
George Clinton,
Big time.
Prince Paul.
Big time.
He's one of these people, and he like embodied something that was just so forward thinking. That record is so genius when you listen to it. It is too ahead of its time. It's too smart.
And you saw that back then, working with them, obviously.
I mean, I just loved them. I thought he was so talented, and he had the best verse on Gasface. So we're like, so I wanted to work with him, and I just thought he was super talented. And I met them, and they were just such, like we always talk about like left field stuff, and kind of the anti-macho thing, and they embodied that. Like they were about the intellect, not about like I'm the toughest dude in the world. And to me, that's like harder than being a hard dude, right?
I love that. It's true, yeah.
The hardest thing is to be like not hard almost. Especially if you're a black man, and to be, the way they are, that's like the craziest way to be. Like the way they're thinking is like, it's the opposite of what the stereotypical idea of what black people are about, right? Like we're not hard. We don't got gold chains. We don't have guns. We don't glorify drug dealing. We're actually all about like advancement of our people and intellect and recognizing, a spiritual way of being and living. Like them dudes were vegetarians back then.
Yeah.
So like I just think about all that, and to me that embodied
Peach Fuzz. I mean, Peach Fuzz. That video embodied
everything.
Yeah.
My man's selling incense. He's on the street with the Answer Allahs.
Exactly.
Like, Pooh Bah's playing vibes.
Exactly.
It was just something. It was like a next thing, and I always thought I always wanted them to be bigger, but they were who they were. They probably couldn't have been bigger because it was too smart.
Yeah.
Too smart.
Yeah.
And look, MF Doom, even for all the accolades, every rapper's favorite rapper, he never really sold records.
He never got to see that. I don't think he ever really got to see that.
He didn't.
Wow.
He got acclaim, like Tyler the Creator, like gave him his flowers, like, and all these other cats gave him his flowers, but he never reaped the benefits.
Yeah.
But Jay-Z's tweeting about him when he dies.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right. And they were brilliant. That second record that never came out, Black Bastards.
Black Bastards. I was about to ask you
it's
about
a genius record. It's fucking brilliant, and I think it would have been successful. It thumped a lot more than the first record.
What happened behind that?
So,
There's a
I worked at Elektra Records and Warner Music Group. Warner Brothers put out Ice-T's record, right? Body Count.
Yeah.
And Body Count caused an uproar. Cop Killer.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this was not that far after Cop Killer, and it was within a year of Cop Killer, and the promo, the record's like delivered. Sub Rock. Let me backtrack. Sub Rock died. He got hit by a car and died.
Okay. Yeah.
He buries his brother. It's very emotional.
Yeah.
He doesn't take any time off. He just goes right into making. He continues to make the record. He's already started making it. Sub Rock did a lot of the beats on that record and on the first record. People don't know Sub Rock was more the producer than Doom was.
Okay.
He was the technician, and he was super talented. So the record's pretty much all tracked. He dies. He doesn't take almost no time off after we buried Sub. He goes and makes the record. He delivers the artwork. Third Base is broken up.
Yeah.
Pete Nice is taking care of it now, not Serge.
Yeah.
He's out of the picture. And he delivers the artwork, which is a take on the game Hangman.
Yeah, I remember.
So, that's a game we played when we were kids. Hangman, every kid plays it. And he's hanging Sambo.
Which is this character right here that we have. Yeah.
Sambo. And
yeah.
the X would symbolize no Sambos.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, and he was constantly using this. This was his thing, and he used it because he was saying, that doesn't represent me. Like, you think that's me? I'm going to flip it on you. That was like his take on it. And he was hanging Sambo because he had decided he had, reached the end of Sambo's purpose. He was no longer going to, use that. And he was killing the Sambo stereotype.
Mm-hmm.
Two people worked at Billboard. Woman named Terry Rossi. She ran the Billboard Monday Morning Reporter, which is a radio trade magazine. And a guy named Havelock Nelson decided that in print, in Billboard, separately, that it was racist. And that we were irresponsible in putting this out when they saw the artwork. And it caused a big uproar.
Yep, I remember that.
Caused a big hoopla.
Yep.
And my boss told me he was, and I love my boss, Bob Krason, the best boss I ever had to this day. He's a great guy. He signed Parliament Funkadelic, Anita Baker, Keith Sweat, and Richard Pryor. He was he's a legend.
Yeah.
He found more hit artists than I forgot about. Like, he's the greatest. So he was one of the greatest A&R people ever, and he was like, we're not going to bow to censorship. I said, well, what are we going to do? He's like, well, he's probably going to have to change the artwork. I'm going to see what happens, and we're supposed to meet with the people in charge at the Warner Music Group. They set up this big meeting, and right before the meeting was canceled, and we were told that they were going to drop KMD as an artist. So he was given back his masters, given, I believe it was $20,000, and which is guilt money, really, and he was dropped from the label.
Wow.
And the two people who caused the uproar about it being racist were black people, and they never listened to the fucking record, and they never talked to me or him about what the imagery was, and they had access to us. I knew Havelock, and they just never did the homework. It was, as we say in the culture of sobriety, conviction without investigation. They didn't investigate what the rhetoric was, and I use the word rhetoric in the positive sense. They didn't know what it was about, what the symbolism and the messaging was really about, and it ended up getting him dropped. So he disappears for a few, and he reinvents himself as MF Doom with the mask. And the mask is I don't know what you know about Faust or the Phantom of the Opera, but it's very Faustian, and it's basically the Phantom of the Opera. If you know that story, the man in the opera gets burned. And it's Dr. Doom, right? Which they're all they're all Faust. They're all the same story. And he was a huge comic book fan.
Yeah.
So it's Dr. Doom is just Faust. It's just the Phantom of the Opera. So he creates the mask and becomes MF Doom.
That album, Black Bastards, by the way, is probably one of, we talk about the should-have, could-haves of hip-hop, like you were saying before. That album is one of the albums that has been speculated on. Because didn't it get released, or there was...
So Bobbito put it out in 1999. He re-released it, but tapes were floating because the promo cassette was out there. So people had the music.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the fucked up thing is, too, when the Billboard thing happened, he was basically blackballed. He couldn't get another record deal. No label would sign him.
It's crazy.
With a finished record.
Yeah.
So his brother died. He lost his record deal. It's a lot.
Yeah.
And he had a child. It was a lot. It was a lot.
It was a lot.
A lot in one period of time. And he goes underground and comes back as MF Doom. And he kind of, like, I'm not a big fan of, like, late 90s, the 2000s backpack underground rap. There's only a few things I really like. But him and Kool Keith kind of invented that genre, which is ironic. They both have been on major labels, and they both kind of make this new netherworld of rap. And he's, to me, the most incredible artist who's come from that. Company Flow is pretty good too. They come from that moment in time. And I mean, MF Doom is like, he's an example of resiliency, and to me, he is like a metaphor for. And I said this before on some other podcasts. He's a metaphor for, black people in America. Like, he took all the shit that was handed to him, and he absorbed it all, and he spit it back out as powerful art. And I think that black people take pain, traditionally the blues, and they spit it back out as very powerful art.
Yeah.
We take this pain, and it's channeled, and it becomes like this wonderful thing that black people share with everyone, this kind of art. And I feel that that's what he did. He embodies, the black artistic experience in America as much as any artist I could ever think of.
I listened to the day he died. I did a run, and I listened to Food.
Oh, it's so good.
I listened to Food, and then I listened to Mad Villainy, and I listened to them back to back, and
Mad Villainy.
cried.
I cried, man.
Yeah,
I couldn't.
cried. I cried during that.
I had the random playlist on in the car, just playing randoms, and Doom came on like about a week after he died, and I had to pull the car over, and I just cried. Like I cried. I cried for it hurt me, and it was fucked up, man. I knew he died in October, and I couldn't say nothing. I had to kind of put it in my.
Yeah, they kept it right. Yeah,
I had to keep it in my back pocket for a minute. It was fucking heavy, man, and
it wasn't announced till December.
Nah, yeah.
January 1.
January 1.
Let's fuck your whole year up.
Yeah.
Wow. I remember that.
Yep. I remember it clearly. I knew exactly where I was.
I mean, man, in early October, John Gamble passed, and him and Doom were at one time in life very close. And I sent him a picture, and it was Doom, Gamble, Geeby, and Subrock. They're all dead now.
Wow.
I took the picture.
The one that you posted?
I took that picture. I call it the year of the Polaroid. I had a Polaroid camera. I took pictures of everyone. And I sent it to him. I said, it was October, I think October 6th is the day he died. I sent it to him and I said, I want to send you this because I want you to know before you hear it somewhere else that John passed and that he cared about you greatly. He loved you. And he said, "Oh man, Unc, I'm so sorry. Gams was a great guy. I hope he's in the afterworld with Sub bugging out." And he died like a month later, less than a month later. And he was sick, and I didn't know he was sick. We had traded emails. It was by email, but I didn't know that he was sick.
How old was he?
I'm not sure. In his close in his 40s, mid 40s, I think.
Yeah.
And his son had died in 2017.
Yep.
Malachi. And I think that took a lot out.
Man.
That took a lot out of him. He's a guy who had a lot of loss in his life.
I was gonna say he had a lot of loss with his brother and so forth. Yeah.
And his son, and he was the most irreverent rapper of all time, though. And he's a genius who talks in cryptic metaphors and talk about mad villainy.
49. He was
Mad Villainy.
49?
That makes sense. Mad Villainy was. It's funny when I think about him.
Accordion, just that. I mean, alone.
God.
Like,
God, dude.
Man.
Hearing, I know. Just
Man.
like,
Man.
you
And
know,
Madlib was
goosebumps.
showing out. Madlib was like, I'm going to show out. Watch.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
He's like,
He
that's to me my favorite Madlib shit he ever. That's like the hardest shit he ever did to me. And that record is, man. And Doom is like, he was a unique artist. There's very few MF Dooms and he's like a John Coltrane or some shit. He's like some shit that you don't see or find in the culture. He's like some other shit.
Well, you said he's like a Sun Ra. He's a Sun
Sun
Ra
Ra,
of our time,
yeah.
for sure.
I don't know if you guys feel this, but I don't know, like, whenever I think about Doom, it like, even just talking about it right now, I just feel such an energy.
I do. I feel it.
You know what I mean?
I feel
like
it right
the
now.
energy that.
That's why
like,
you say that. And
yeah,
even when you
'cause
put
I'm
your arms out like that, I feel it in that part of my body. It's weird you did that.
Yeah, like
That bugs me out.
it's weird, like thinking about it, because obviously, like, I mean, when you think about a lot of his stuff, it was just so unique and profound, and it was like impactful. All these things in one, but like unique, and but the energy, like you just feel it. That's why, like, when I found out about his death, I just remember, and like it was so crazy because I immediately accordion in that beat,
Yeah,
and just
man.
like his voice,
Yeah,
voice over that beat,
like
just hit me. Like I'm getting chills.
Like it,
Right
that
now.
album is incredible.
You know,
That album is
I stayed
absolutely
in touch with
incredible.
him like over the years, and we had a few years we didn't talk, but like I said, but we'd Skype each other before Zoom was a thing. And he Skyped me one time. He had his mask on. Wow. I was like, "Yo, take that shit off." so and his son,
Did he take it off?
he took it off. His son,
That is
his
so
son
funny.
loves streetwear, and I know the guys who run a lot of streetwear
Yeah.
brands. So I would get boxes sent to his son for Doom. I'm like, "Yo, MF Doom wants some shit, but it's really for his son."
Yeah.
And he would send me shit, and he sent me those Clarks they made because I love Clarks.
Me too.
And I got
I knew I
Talk
knew
about
I
that,
loved
man.
this guy.
Wallabies.
I knew this guy.
I got a letter from him in there, and he's like, "Yo, it's like I can't even look at it. It's too much. Yo, Unc, I knew you would love this. You know, I know how you get down. I'm wear these with pride." And then it was
the Doom Clocks.
It was
the Doom
ill.
Wallabies.
It was
Yeah.
ill. It's so wild to me
Yeah.
that
They were rare. They were so rare.
He sent me the Doom the dunks. Like he man, he was just like he liked to send me little trinkets. I thought that was so cool, and I have all those things still. Like they, like he was just such a unique individual. And to me, he's always the young man. When I first met him, I never really think of him as a grown up because our relationship, we were young together, you know. And I still think of him as that. and I always think of Sub. They were yin yang, and people don't really know enough about Sub Rock, and I try to keep his name alive.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and like when people like that pass that we love, it's our duty to keep their names in our mouths.
Truly.
Right, we got to keep their spirit alive. So
Truly.
Doom is one of the people, and look, there's no shortage of people keeping his name alive. He's bigger in death than he was in life, I think.
Crazy, man.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, you know, West Side Gun's got the whole big West Side Doom piece that he has.
That's
and
wild.
still, it's
Wow.
probably one of the illest chains in the game.
I didn't know that. Wow.
I gotta say, I never seen that. I didn't even know.
Yeah.
I mean, I know those guys love him, and before he passed, I had got a couple of his verses. Got verses from him for Muggs and a few other people, because people would hit me up and say, "Yo, man, I'm trying to get a Doom verse," and Doom was taxing dudes. Just keep it a buck. He was making money. He wasn't fucking around with the verses.
The Bad
I love
Not
the.
Good
Oh,
album.
go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was going to say the Bad Not Good track, which came out literally right before he died, is a monster track. If
I'm
you've
gonna check
never
it out.
heard
I'm
it,
gonna check it out.
it's
Very dope.
Freddie Hammond. It's the Freddie Hammond sample of La Conquistadors, and it's Doom rhyming over it, and it's just like Bad Not Good do it verbatim like Freddie Hammond.
Yeah.
But the way he just flows over it, and it happened. They
I
released
got to
it.
ask, is Johnny Hammond or Freddie Hubbard?
No, Johnny Hammond.
Keyboard
Johnny
player.
Hammond.
Yeah, okay.
Johnny.
The Dre thing.
Exactly. But such a great track, and if you haven't heard it, it's
yeah, it's
like
great.
one of his last tracks.
I mean, he's fucking, he's the greatest and the funniest and the coolest, and he had mad jokes. That's the other thing. Like, we talk about all this thing, and one of the common grounds I have with every artist I've worked with is jokes. We just snap hard. We all go hard. Bob, me and Stretch, Bob, Doom, George, Pooh-Bah. Like, it's always a lot of jokes. Like, the jokes are endless. And I was, the way I grew up, we all always snapped on each other hard bodies. So if you don't know how to laugh at yourself, you could never come outside when I was growing up, because everyone got roasted. And if you took anything personal, and anyone knew, you would never hear the end of that thing that you took personally. So I learned a long time ago, have thick skin, never take it personal. It's always really funny. And I got jokes, and all my friends have jokes. So that's like a real common meeting ground in the rap world for me, like the jokes. Like, it's just, like Be Real got good jokes. Like I'm going to start rating rappers on dudes who got good jokes. Grand Poobah had good jokes. Sadat has really good jokes. Doom had really good jokes.
Yeah.
Like that's an important part of life. Like, we have to laugh, because laugh is, the two cheapest like things in the world that do the most for me spiritually are reading and laughing.
Yeah.
Laughter's free.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
That shit is free. Like, you don't get charged when you laugh. So
Unless you have to pay to get into the comedy club.
True. Yeah.
I got
I'll guest list you.
I got the freebie at the Comedy Store. My friend Adam is the manager, so I don't have to
shit.
pay.
Okay. Then
Yeah.
I
I've
got a
seen a lot
random
of good
question.
ones.
How did Henry Rollins end up in the Pop Goes the Weasel video?
I think this guy
Whoa.
named Jesse Dillon did the video, and he knew him. He asked him to do
Okay.
it.
It
I
was
think
so
that's what
random. I
happened.
was
So
like,
That's
it was so
crazy.
cool, though, right?
No.
Yeah.
And I had nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Nothing.
Thought it
And-
could have been you.
I'll tell you a good Henry Rollins rap story, though.
Yes.
So
I'm ready.
Massive fan.
I love Henry Rollins.
Massive fan. Massive fan.
He's the best. I don't know the man well. I know him hi-bye. I know him a little bit. I used to know
Hi
him.
bye. I like that. Hi bye.
Hi, bye. That's a
So
good
so
one.
I
It is.
saw him. I was with the Brand Nubians in front of my house. We're going to do a show in D.C. The van was there. He walked by.
What he gets into? Get in the van. Okay, sorry.
He walks by. Terrible.
I got a joke.
Leave the comedy to Chappelle.
Okay.
And he walks by, and he had a backpack on. And this is brolic Henry Rollins. When
Yeah,
his neck
yeah,
was
yeah.
mad
Neck
big.
was just-
Yeah.
Remember, he had
Yeah.
the big
No
neck.
neck.
Yeah.
Yo, he was mad big. And he was like, Dante. That's a voice, Dante. I was like, Hank. And he's like, what's up, man? Gives me the hand, the break your hand
Yeah,
shake.
yeah.
He's like, oh, I'm doing this poetry reading in tonight. What's like over here? You should fucking come check this out. And he goes his backpack, gives me a flyer. I was like, oh, I'd love to go, man, but we got to go to D.C. We're doing shows. He's like, oh, it's like, this is a brand new. He's like, oh, what's up, man? And then he walks away, and they're like, yo, that's the craziest motherfucker I've ever seen.
Wow. Brand Nubian and
then-
Henry Rollins.
That's
I think it was
crazy.
Alamo would always be like, you remember that time we seen that dude, Henry Rollins, on the street and you knew him? He would always bring it up. Yo, that shit was-
Wow.
He's like, I didn't really know who he was then, but now I see him in all these movies. He's like, that's your man from Heat, right? I was like, yeah, he's in Heat.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit,
Dude, I
man.
forgot Rollins was in Heat.
He's dope
Oh,
in
yeah,
Heat.
that's right.
He has a good part in Heat.
Wow.
Damn, he does.
He's
great.
been in a lot of classic
done a lot.
movies, man.
Shout out to Henry Rollins. He's
Yeah,
the illest.
big
Man.
time.
Henry Rollins is ill because, you know, the whole straight edge thing, and just he's so principled, has so much integrity. You know, Ian MacKay, who I don't really know also, but, you know, Henry to me is just maybe something about his life force and his energy.
Yeah,
It's more
big
along
time.
the lines of mine than Ian MacKay. Henry's a hero to me.
Got you, man.
Yeah.
And has always
Ian's
been
my guy.
respected. He's
Henry's
always
my
been
guy.
respected in the hip hop community, I feel.
Yeah,
Henry
because
Rollins.
Yeah.
you got to
Yeah.
respect Henry Rollins. He'll fuck you up if you
Yeah,
don't.
truly, truly.
He's a scary dude. Like,
yeah.
he's Henry Rollins, yo.
Mm.
Yeah. Fuck, man. Can we get to ODB?
Yes. Ask him. We'll keep it going. Ask.
ODB, bro.
Ask.
He busts the record out right now.
Oh, wow.
Brooklyn Zoo, dude.
Come on,
okay,
bro.
okay.
I remember getting that. I used to work street promotion for Elektra back in the day.
Crazy.
And I remember when I got that and I played it, you know, when I did a flex where I played it like 100
Yo.
times in a row.
Damn.
I mean, look, I'm in the middle of I'm working on this Old Dirty Bastard doc with the estate.
Oh, nice.
Wow. We're almost done. We only have pickup shots left. You know, it's with Sam Pollard is directing it. I'm an EP on it. It's I've worked on this thing for the last 6 months or so. I'm doing the music supervision as well, and so he's really omnipresent in my thought process. We literally shot on Wednesday. We shot Steve Rifkin on Wednesday, so it's in my brain. All of it's like right here,
Bruh.
right now. And
What is this?
This is fucking
and he's
unreal, man.
He's Dirty is like, man, he's the wildest, the biggest, most eccentric, just next level, larger than life cartoon character maniac I have ever worked with. He was absolutely, completely bonkers, amazing. I loved him. He's also really nice, which people probably don't realize. Super cool. I got along with him fabulously. I only argued with him once or twice in our entire relationship. And he was fantastic. Rough to work with, hard to get the record done. RZA brought me the finished album, most of it. I think 9 of the 12 songs or 10 of the how many songs are on it were already recorded. The vocals were on the 2-inch reels he gave me. And Dirty only recorded 3 or 4 songs, I think 3, post RZA giving me the reels. Yet it still took us a year to finish the record.
Wow.
That's so crazy.
So
Holy
you do the
shit.
math. You do the math. In that time period, he got shot. He got arrested
I
multiple
was gonna
times.
say he got
Yeah.
arrested
He
quite a
jumped.
few
He
times.
jumped out of a window. Was attacked by dogs in Queens. I want to say PCP may or may not have been involved.
Did he get in trouble for getting food stamps while being in a
He
limo
got
on
it. That was
MTV?
after the
Okay.
record came out. Yes, he did. He did. He was concerned that his kids, he might lose them to social services.
Wow. Bro.
You know, and I talked about that the other day because I finally got to my interview part, and I almost interviewed myself. I wrote my own question, so it was funny.
That's interesting.
that was weird. I mean, Jason Sam's son really did it, but he interviewed me. But it was like, whatever. So Jason's a great guy. So we, you know, one of the things is, I personally was really pissed off that happened because I said, like, look, they're portraying this fucking guy as a clown. And it always bothers me that his art is overlooked and he's portrayed as this clown. And people forget that he was an amazing artist who was incredibly self-aware, and all of his imaging was him. No one invented that for him. He was a marketing genius, and people forget this. Like, and there was no line between Old Dirty Bastard and, like, you know, there's no filter, right?
Yeah.
But there was multiple Dirties. There's Old Dirty Bastard. I call him nighttime Old Dirty. And there's daytime. There's like Ason Unique, Russell Jones. And they were like 2 different people, kind of. And, you know, when he's Old Dirty Bastard, it's fucking buck wild. It's buck nutty. You never know what's coming next. And you know, it's pretty crazy when he's Russell Jones. But when he's Russell Jones, he's a father. He loved his kids. He loved his lady, Isoline. He was very, very kind to people around him. Me and him got along great. I loved hanging out with him, talking to him. He would come to my office to escape the world. The guy stayed at my house several times, slept on my couch, or whatever, blah, blah, blah. He was fucking incredible. He was, just an amazing guy. Like I loved him,
That's
and
beautiful.
him and
Yeah.
Doom dying, like
I was
pretty
gonna
crazy.
say,
Yeah.
It's like,
like,
and another thing is that
Do they know each other?
I don't think so. They don't
Okay.
cross paths at the label.
Yeah.
Doom's gone before I signed Dirty, but Dirty is good friends with Buster, with Pooh Bah. He's
Yeah.
friends with all of us.
So you're a part.
Gods, it's the gods.
Yeah, you're a part of
Yeah.
Oh Dirty's first record.
I was executive producer, and I also mixed it because
No,
RZA was
cool.
busy doing a lot of the stuff, so I ended up mixing a lot of it too.
Right.
Which that album, when you hear it sonically, I'm just a because I knew we were getting ready to have you on, and I'm a hip hop historian,
Yes,
so
you are.
Yeah, you know everything.
I listened to that album, and when I listened to it sonically, the bass in that.
And so if you
Yes.
RZA had told me this.
Yes.
RZA told me this. He said, "Dirty liked a lot of bass, and when I made that record, I had more bottom in it." And I was like, I got it. And I can't take any credit for the genius of any of the record itself, the production or any of it. I mixed it out of necessity because I had to get it done. And it didn't. RZA was busy. RZA had the flood, the second flood.
Yeah.
He lost Raekwon's album. He lost Ghost's album.
Yeah.
He had to do those records over.
Yeah.
He had to do Cuban Links over, and he had to do Ghost's
Did not
album
know
over.
that.
And
So
Tikal too? Wasn't
I think Tikal was out already. Tikal comes out before Dirty's record,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But he has to do his two of the best records he ever made. He has to do them over,
Cuban Links.
right? Oh no, it's the records he does over is it's Jizz's record too.
Oh, Liquid
Liquid
Swords?
Swords?
He has to do
Damn.
that. He does that
Good
twice.
God.
He does that in Raekwon's album twice. Those are the albums.
Jesus.
That's crazy.
So he had a lot to do. So I ended up getting saddled with mixing a record. And look, I'd mixed a lot of records. I wasn't a rookie. He told me, "Yo, walk these dogs." So I helped walk the dogs, and it wasn't easy because I didn't have his blueprint. But we got it there, and the bass was there. It
Dude,
wasn't
I'm
like I
thinking
put
about it
there.
right now. That track, The Stomp.
Yes.
It's like,
Yo,
doom,
So that's the only record that's one of the only ones he
Bruh.
did in the studio. And
Yeah.
Dirty actually
and
produced
that's
that.
all. That's
Yo.
all.
Yo, that
bass
record
on
was
that
he
track?
made
All
that in the
bass.
studio. He made
So
that
I go low.
Sweet
taste
Sugar
the shit.
Pie.
Yeah, taste the shit.
Yeah, I like it. Oh, dude. That,
Tell me to go high, you tell me to go low.
yeah.
A lot of those rhymes were many years old. Some of
Really?
those go back to the All In Together Now posse. And that was Jizza, RZA, and
RZA,
Dirty.
and Dirty,
And Dirty
yeah.
was the beatbox.
Yep.
And, Jizza helped him write some of that stuff. As I heard Jizza say in a podcast, he said, I might have helped write some of it, but the way Dirty said it, they were his rhymes. And they're all cousins, those three.
Yeah.
Jizza even resembles Dirty a little bit. They kind of look alike in a way when they were younger. And I mean, the record was fucking an honor to be involved in. Look, RZA could have put that thing on any label. He put it with me. And he did it because I had the gods.
Exactly. And I was gonna say,
That's
I
why.
heard an
Wow.
interview.
He said
I
that.
heard an
He
interview
said
with
that.
RZA, and he was like, "I'm putting them with the gods at Electra." I remember, and it's even giving me chills.
He
Thinking
told me,
about it.
he told me, I'm gonna get you your first gold plaque. And I said, wow, really? He said, yeah, man. And I want him to be on Electra because you got the gods. He said, so I'm gonna put him with the gods. And that's why. So
Yep.
I mean, look, we talk about God, whatever. Well, there's Allah again, right? And I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a Christian. I'm just a man, but I recognize it. I see it. There's a reason why he was there, and it's because I had a connection to the gods. And that once again goes back to my parents' political ideology, how I was raised. So I was very lucky, and I can see the line through it, and I couldn't see it till I got older. But it's very apparent. And my father, who has instilled a lot of that political ideology in me, had no idea what the fuck All Dirty Bastard was. Yeah, fucking no
How
idea.
many records did that end up selling?
1 million.
Wow.
Yeah, it's platinum. Yeah, and
Did Brand Nubian sell $1 million?
no,
Gold back then?
400,000.
which is surprising to me
I
because that is
know.
a
Yeah,
it's
I
a
think
classic.
I think if you
Maybe by now?
by now it might be gold. I would like to see if there's a way to get gold certification. So
Yeah.
if anyone at Electra Records hears this, because you've relaunched a label and you give one shit about anything, see if it's gold and send me a plaque.
How about Third Base? Pop Goes the Weasel. Was that a
Platinum. First platinum record I ever produced, and it pissed me off because when I made Third Base, I was making Brand Nubian, and no slight on Third Base. Those records were cool. I like them. They're good records. But Brand Nubian's a better record, and it didn't go gold. And we know why it didn't go gold.
Big time.
I mean, there's two reasons. One's on Def Jam. One's on Elektra. Def Jam probably would have made Brand Nubian gold. And they also, they're white guys who have Pop Goes the Weasel.
But, back
There's some
at
white
that
privilege
time,
there.
you had Sylvia Rhone.
She wasn't there yet.
Oh, she wasn't there yet.
She came later.
I got a jet.
All right, bro. See you later, Chappelle. Love you,
Chappelle's
Chappelle.
leaving us. Can you take the farts with you?
I can't wait.
No, she isn't. That just seemed like a good
All
joke.
All right,
bro.
Chappelle, hit me later.
Gotcha. Take your shoes.
Yeah. Thank you for the shoes.
Yo, Lacey, hit me later. Have a good set tonight, too.
Where you at tonight?
I'm at the store.
Okay.
I just ordered tonight, yeah.
Sick.
He's sick, man.
I got to go see him.
All right, Chappelle.
Yeah, he's so sick. What record did you do with Pete Rock and CeeLo Smooth?
Both of them.
Really?
Yeah, Mecca and the Soul Brother. Yeah.
No way,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah, of
I didn't
course.
even know that.
Of course. Yeah, man.
With Reminisce?
Yeah, come on.
Oh my
man.
God, I had
Stop
no
that.
idea,
I did the
Dante.
EP too. All
That was
sold
my shit.
out.
Bro.
That record makes me emo. as
I was
fuck,
looking
bro.
for the Mecca and Soul Brother album in my collection. I couldn't find it,
I
so
mean,
that's
well,
the only one I
That
could
shit makes me
find.
emo.
And-
Reminisce.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
Reminisce?
Oh
Come
man,
on,
such
mate.
a great song. I mean, and I want to be clear. Like when I say I did that too, I was the A&R guy. They did that. All my artists made their music. I didn't do that. I was just lucky enough to plug them in. I was in a place to do it, and the music was great to me.
That
So I wanted to
album?
help them.
That album, like
Incredible.
I
Yo.
remember summer,
Mecca and the Soul Brother, man.
Yo,
That changed the way music was made.
big time. Big
Everyone changed everything after that. That was huge.
I mean, you're talking about 3 producers at that time. You're talking about Pete Rock,
Tip
Tip, Large Pro,
and Preem.
and Primo.
Yeah.
4.
Primo, and then later on RZA.
And on the West Coast, you also have Muggs.
and then you had Muggs.
So
for
it's
sure.
And there's other geniuses in there. Easy Mo B, Prince Paul.
Oh yeah, I
And
forgot
there's a
about
lot. There's
Easy
a lot
Mo
of guys who
B.
were doing shit, but yeah, Pete
Rock.
changed everything.
Yeah.
Like he, it's bugged out too because they delivered. So a guy named Raul Roach, who's my boss, whose father's Max Roach.
Wow.
He's friends with. He loves Heavy D. He's friends with Eddie F. He's smart. He thinks that Heavy D, that kind of maybe R&B tinge thing could work at Elektra, and he's probably right.
Wow.
So he reaches out and develops a relationship with Eddie F., who produced a bunch of the Heavy D stuff. Eddie brings him Pete Rock and CeeLo Smooth. He likes it. Pete Rock's on WBLS. I know who he is. He's playing demos. His name's starting to be in the street. And my guy says, I want to sign Eddie F's group, Pete Rock and CeeLo Smooth. What do you think? I missed the first meeting. I came to the second one. And I was like, yo, it's great. You want to do this? He's like, I only want to do it if you're going to back me up. He was more of a R&B guy.
Mm-hmm.
He was like Anita Baker's A&R guy, like that guy. And I was like, yeah, man, let's do it. Let's go. He gave me my job. He's a wonderful guy, gracious cat. I would never not back him up in anything he wanted to do. He also signed Super Lover C and Casanova Rudd. He had good ears. He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
And he ends up signing them. I'm the co-signee, I guess. And he leaves the job, though, before. He goes to run Quest. He goes to run Quest for Quincy before even the EP is delivered. So I get it dropped in my lap, lucky. And we put out the EP and we service it, and we think Go With The Flow is the single. And Funkmaster Flex turns it over and starts to play The Creator. And he calls me.
That's right.
Yeah,
He calls me up and says, yo, Go With The Flow ain't the single. I'm playing this shit, The Creator. He starts playing it. And then we service it as a single, and it goes. So before his album comes out, he has a New York City bona fide hit record, The Creator, and he's rapping on it.
which is crazy.
CL's not rapping on it.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
I
right,
know-
that's right,
And
that's
that's
right.
funny that you should say that because in my mind, I forgot about the creator being the
First.
Yeah, but shout
know-
out
and
to
you know-
Flex
And you know who wrote The Creator?
Puba.
Grand Poobah.
I didn't
Yep,
know
that I
Ah,
did know.
Okay.
And because is Puba cousins with Pete Rock?
CL.
CL. That's it.
Damn, man.
And Poobah has I want to say Poobah has 20 brothers or something. He has a massive big family. He has cousins everywhere. And we didn't talk about Grand Poobah. I'm just going to give a shout out to Grand Poobah because in his day he was to me the best MC around.
What did we talk about?
Yeah, and that's time we talked about that too. Yeah, then we
He was in
that.
my top 10 for sure.
Yeah,
I want to
yeah.
put him in my top 5, but I mean
The body of
Puba-
work's not there. But
Yeah.
you know,
You
he
did the
was-
What Goes Around album.
Yeah.
Yes, I produced a bunch of that too.
Wow.
He's
So
an
good.
enigma. You know, he's an enigma. He never really. I feel like he was always kind of scared to be as successful as he could have been. But not to digress. He did write The Creator, and a couple other things for Pete. And look, man, that record went. It went like we caught one by accident, and so by the time we go to deliver the album, there's demand for the album, and Pete Rock also does a Shut 'Em Down remix.
Oh yeah, the Shut 'Em Down remix.
One of the best remixes ever.
Dude,
So good, man.
amazing remix.
And he raps on it.
So
Yeah.
good.
Pete
dude.
Rock, and I shut him down.
Yeah, that Shut 'Em Down.
And he's doing
remix
the ad
is-
libs.
Oh.
So he's like, it's a thing. And there's a Jump Around remix too.
Yeah, I was about to say that when we were talking about House
yeah,
of
it's a great
Pain.
one, too.
He did the
Great one,
house.
too.
He did the Jump Around remix, which was incredible.
So good.
And it gave it another life. So,
Yeah,
you know,
dude,
he was,
right?
can't, like that record in New York at least had another life. And his rhyming, it was good too.
Yeah,
Blood stains the
yeah.
ground, I jump around. That shit was dope. And I asked Eric if he wrote it. He's like, nah. I think Pete wrote it. So I always thought Everlast wrote it, but Pete wrote it.
That's crazy,
So,
man.
so you
Yeah.
know, he becomes this thing, and they delivered the album, and Trouble T. Roy had died on tour in between the EP and the album, and he tells me he wants to they want Eddie F and Pete and them and CL I think is most adamant about it, wants to put out
They reminisce.
yeah, and I'm like, okay, it's a beautiful song. I don't know if it's a hit record. I was in the room when Pete Rock was making it, programming that fucking snare
Tom
live.
Scott. whole
Yeah, the
Tom
way he
Scott.
programmed the snare live went down the whole track. No one had ever done that before. So if you listen, the snares changed the whole record.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they're shifting and moving. They're all on, but they're all like, you know, it's like a jazz thing. So no one had really done that before. And I thought that was fucking ridiculous. And he's really showing out on that record.
Yeah.
Because if you know, Lars Professor used that record first for It's a Boy remix for Slick Rick.
Yep.
So he flipped it better. And him and Large ended up using a lot of the same records, which is
I was
weird.
going to say back in the day, I
They
feel
were
like
friends,
a lot
though.
of cats were
Yeah,
doing
it's true.
that. Yeah.
It's true. It's a lot of times it
Yeah.
happened. And Reminisce comes out and it's a hit record. And like when you say emo, yeah, it's a very emotional. You know, the
Incredible,
first, you know, man, the first time I heard it, like it blew my mind. And the video, my high school friend did the video, Marcus Rayboy, who was dating one of the SD50's sister, Gibi's sister, Nadia, went out with him. So my friend from high school does the video. So it's super bugged out.
Yeah.
And just the whole thing worked.
Yeah.
There's just everything worked on that. It was like one of those times when everything comes together. You don't know why, how.
Yeah.
Just everything's aligned. And, you know, we talk about God, Allah, whatever you want to call this thing. It lined up there. And you know, the record was great. Working with those guys was great, man. I never had a bad moment with either of them. Those guys were the easiest to work with. I had to do the least. Pete was completely on fire. I show up, I order a little bit of food, I smoke a little weed. CL tells some fucking jokes. We make fun of each other. I go home. I go home with the tape with a fucking great song.
I mean,
dude.
It
that
was like-
period
It
of
was so
time,
easy.
Pete Rock was on fire.
Yeah.
On fire.
Like he was literally doing every remix.
Everything.
CL was the pretty boy of hip hop. Every woman wanted CL's baby. You know what I mean? It was like at a time, and I remember, like there was a whole look around that time. It was like the African American college hoodies.
Yep.
It was the 40 Belows and
Tim's,
those Tims.
Beef and broccoli.
Yeah, the beaf and broccoli's like.
AF1s.
Oh,
it's
my
a time.
God. The
your leather jacket.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like it was
and
a
the
look.
Lexus. And the
Lexus.
The
And he
Lexus.
talked about the Lexus
Yeah.
coupe.
I mean,
That was the time.
yeah, that was a time.
That was a thing. Like, and they really
Lost
embodied
Boys.
it. Lost
Lexus
Boys.
Cube, that song.
Yeah.
They're right that.
Ooh. Another great one too, man.
Old Dirty Bastard almost got me killed by the Lost Boys.
Really?
Dude, he
So
bumped.
those are the legit cats?
Yo, those guys were serious.
Where are they from?
Queens.
Okay.
Queens, yeah.
South Side. Jamaica.
Renee. Oh my God, Renee.
Oh, that was the
dude.
best. And had to give a dog a
Yeah.
is a dog a donut sample.
Yeah.
Cat Stevens.
Yeah.
Damn.
Dirty Bum Rusher show at the Palladium when he first dropped Brooklyn Zoo, maybe 2-3 weeks afterwards, and he made the Soundman throw on Brooklyn Zoo, and he fucked their whole show up. And they surrounded me. They were gonna
No.
fucking kill me. They were fucking gonna kill me. And
Wow.
Big Cap, rest in peace, saved my life. But I was also
Big
with
Cat from Gangstar Crew.
no, that's Big Show.
No, that's
Big
Big
Sh-
Show.
my bad.
Big, you're white. It's okay. We love you. Cap, Big Cap was Flex's
Big
man.
Shug, that's
Yeah,
right.
he was
the
the-
host.
Yeah.
Hosts a lot of shows,
Yeah.
and the Brooklyn Zoo were there, and they were thorough guys, and it was like a Mexican standoff between the Lost Boys and the Brooklyn Zoo, and I escaped with my life, and Dirty walked out of there chuckling about the whole thing.
Oh my God.
He
Where
didn't
is
give a
it?
And
Del the Funky Homo Sapien.
yeah, because
Oh,
I was
wow.
gonna say
That's
Del.
Ice Cube's
Yeah.
cousin, right?
Yeah.
His Ice
Okay.
Cube's little cousin, Terran Jones.
Damn, I'm making
I
all
love
this.
this, and this is before Pete and them. He comes out before.
He's a West Coast cat,
He
correct?
is. He's from
Yeah.
Oakland, California. And I said it earlier, I'm from San Francisco originally, so I
Yeah.
have family out there. My dad lived there, right? So Del was a two-fisted gem for me. I got to go to California a lot and see my dad. So when I work with Del, I get to spend time with my family,
Yeah, that's cool.
which is really
That's
fucking
crazy.
cool. And I love working with Del. He was amazing. I knew Ice Cube from NWA.
Mm-hmm.
I met him at Skateland. We stayed friends. If you look at NWA's first record, they thank me as Dante from Tommy Boy.
Wow.
Incredible solo records, Ice Cube.
He's the
Game.
he-
Oh my God.
Oh,
like,
let's
you know-
not even talk about when he got with the Bomb Squad.
So like if Ice Cube hadn't become like the guy who's like How Far Are We or those movies and all
Yeah.
that,
Are we there yet? Yeah.
right? And had such a long career, people would remember him as one of the all-time greats.
yeah.
Like it's the first like from NWA to America's Most Wanted to Death Certificate.
Yeah.
Those-
Lethal
those-
Injection, Predator. Oh my God.
He lost me probably with Lethal Injection a little
Me
bit.
too.
Okay.
Me too.
But
Me too.
but America's Most was wild,
Oh,
and
come
then
on,
Death
man.
Certificate was phenomenal. So, he was great, and we were friends. And he told me he was gonna, I'm gonna bring my cousin to you. He's bugged out. You're gonna like him. And it was Del the Funky Homo Sapien. I tried to sign Yo-Yo. I couldn't sign her.
I love
he's like,
Yo-Yo.
He's like, I got you on the next one, and it was Del.
wow.
And Del was designed to be Ice Cube's version of Digital Underground.
Gotcha.
So that's
Really?
why
That makes sense.
that's why the first record is all that funk stuff, and George Clinton is on it, and
yeah.
all that, and
Yeah.
it's got a lot of P-Funk to it.
Yeah.
And that record didn't quite hit the mark. I think Elektra fucked it up. I think it should have been much bigger than it was because it was commercial.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
this album, No Need for Alarm, is a result of that commercial record not going as far as it should have gone. So he said, "Fuck all that. I'm gonna make music like my boys, Hieroglyphics."
Yes.
And he made a record that was lyrical,
Yeah.
and it was all about rapping.
Yeah.
And on this record, he raps his fucking ass off.
Wow.
Such
And
a
he
good
was
album.
good friends with Doom. That was his man, and we were always trying to get a Doom and Del record made.
Wow.
And we never got it made.
That's one of those.
Damn.
Yeah. Exactly. One of those.
And I was
Yeah.
they were saying I should make it, and I was like, I don't make beats like that no more. But I got every record in the world, and I just started sending Doom. One as far as I sent Doom folders of breaks to work on, and we never got it going. We never got it made. We talked about it for 10 fucking years.
Doom and
Wow.
Del album. That would have been incredible.
And Doom would always ask about Del, and Del always asked about Doom. They were kind of kindred spirits in a weird way. And Del was in New York a lot. He lived in my house for a while. I had a place in Chelsea, and I had a girlfriend. I basically gave Del my house, and I went and lived with my girlfriend. And he was in New York all the time, and he's always with Curious at Curious's house. He was
Yeah.
around those guys all the time.
Yeah.
That's why Curious is on this record doing the intro for Boo Boo Heads, which I produced. I produced a lot of Curious's record, like 5 songs on it, half of it, I guess. And Del was and is an amazing person. I'll tell you one more crazy thing about Del. So you know this. There's a guy named Domino who's part of Hieroglyphics.
Yep.
He produces a lot of stuff. So I introduced Domino to Hieroglyphics. So I met Domino.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he's one of my best friends. I introduced him to
Wow.
Del because I met him in a record store called Groove Merchant where
Yep. I remember Groove Merchant
right,
real well.
So I bought. It was like one of the first, kind of stores that specialized in selling sample material. Right?
Exactly.
Like selling breaks and beats
Yeah.
in America. They had them in England, like Honest John's
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
all those places
Yeah.
in England. Like I go to those places. What's the one at the famous one that Mr. Bongo and
Yep.
I go to all
Yep.
those stores. So, but they didn't have them in America. So Groove Merchant, I think, is probably the first thing specifically for diggers. I'm a digger.
Yeah.
So I met him from Mike McFadden, my friend who owned the store. I was in there, and he and his wife Jody started telling me about this kid who worked who had a studio in the back, and she said he buys all the records you make, and they were like they kind of knew hip hop, but they were about in the funk and soul and jazz, and they're like his stuff sounds really good to us. You should listen to it. We think it's really good. So I listened. We knocked on the door. He was there. They were my friends. And we started talking about records. And he's like, can I play you some stuff? And he played me a beat. And it was a record I had hooked up for Grand Poobah. It wasn't out yet.
Uh-huh.
And it was a Nightlighter sample. And I was like, I just used that record. And then he played me some other shit, and we had all the same. I played him my shit, and it blew his mind. And we became friends over the Nightlighters. We bonded over the band of Nightlighters. And we ended up digging for records. I hooked him up on the phone with Del and Kwame, Del's boy.
Yeah.
He went and met them when I wasn't there. I come back to San Francisco, Oakland, the Bay Area, like a month or so later. And we run out to Oakland to hang out with High Road crew.
Yep.
He hadn't met all of them yet.
Uh-huh.
We went to a club that they snuck in the back because they're all too young to get in.
Yep.
We ended up going to Opio's house, I think, in the hills, Oakland Hills. And I have a tape of beats, and so does Domino. And we start playing beat tapes. I don't know why I had beat tapes. We both had beat tapes. And they rapped to daylight from 2 a.m. to 6 or 7 a.m.
Doesn't surprise
rapping
me.
nonstop over our beats. And we're just smoking mad weed and hanging out. Domino doesn't do any drugs. He's like you, 100% sober his whole life.
Yeah.
And he becomes part of their crew. And he was a rapper then. I forgot to tell you.
He ended up becoming their manager because
Right.
I ended up bringing them to...
He managed them, produced them,
Yeah.
and he still manages Del.
Yeah.
And he was a rapper then named Domino D.
Wow.
And I never had the heart to tell him the rapping.
I think he got the message, mate.
That night, we drove back in the car, and he said, I think I'm going to stop rapping.
Wow.
And he retired because hieroglyphs were so fucking good.
Wow.
And he was rapping kind of like, he was Bay Area style.
Yeah.
He was, he wasn't too
Yeah.
short, but he was like a Bay Area rapper.
Yeah.
He didn't have that thing they had, and he worked with them to this day, and they're still like my family because I would be in the Bay Area a lot. Like I used to not like LA. I used to only really like the Bay Area back in the day, and my dad lived there, and my sisters live out there. They're from Oakland, my half sisters, so I was out there a lot because of family, and I would just always be with those guys when I wasn't working. And they're still my really good friends to this day. Me and Tajay had a business together. Those guys came to my father's memorial. Like I speak to those guys all the time. Like they're still really close friends of mine.
I have some very ill hieroglyphic stories from many tours or many shows that I brought them to. Not Orlando, Austin, Texas, and I got to see some. This is back in the day when ecstasy isn't the ecstasy how it is now.
Yeah.
And I got to see Del and, them boys, Party Hard, Casual, A+, all of them. But Domino, as you said, Domino is one of those guys who's very thorough.
Yeah.
Very.
So whenever they came, it was like, okay, we've got hotels ready. Make sure they're on shows on time. He was very known.
He handles his business.
Yeah.
He's a great dude. He's one of the best people I know in the whole world. He's like one of my favorite people. Like in rap, I made a lot of friends, but there's like a few people who become like your family. He's one of those guys who became like family. You know what? Hieroglyphics, all of them. It was like my family. Del's like my little brother. Tajay is my. I love all those guys.
I love
Ape. I spoke to him the other day. Those guys are they're fucking great, man. Them dudes are all super cool. It's like I guess a lot of my artists became like family, like fucking X and Poobah and all those guys. Like it's bugged out. Like it's a wild world we live in, man. And working with those guys was fucking amazing. I would be with them in the Bay a lot. I loved the Bay, and this relates to you. It's a skateboarding thing. So they were friends with Javante Turner, the skater, and he was one of the EMB kids. So they ended up getting their music in early skate videos. They're in the early H Street stuff. They're in Questionable and Shackle Me Not. They have songs in both of those. Mike Carroll skates to Burnt, which is a Del record, and he skates to Fear Itself. And JT skates to one of the songs too. So they're besides I think the BCs the first rap hip hop groups to ever have music in skate videos.
Wow.
That's why they have.
It was always punk rock.
That's why they have a long relationship with skateboarding.
Cool.
And it's really Mike Carroll and Javante Turner. And I knew them. I knew Greg Carroll. I knew Mike's brother, and I remember they called me up and said, "We want to skate to this record." I was like, "How do you have that? That's a demo." They're like, "We got it from JT. Can we play this when we skate all the time? Can we use it?" And I said, "Yeah." And they said, "What do you do?" I said, "Just use it." There was no clearances, nothing.
Damn.
Wow.
Back then, yeah.
And just used it.
Back in those
Just used
days.
it, and
was-
that,
yeah.
and that's how they always had this other fan base. You know, they always have like the skate snowboard dudes.
Yes.
And that's because of this.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
And
that's who I teamed up with in Austin with skateboard dudes.
Makes sense.
And that's whenever they come through and roll through, they'll come and hang out at the skate shop because all of those cats, all of the skate crews love them.
You know, and then obviously Wu-Tang had big skate thing, and
Yeah.
but it all comes after it's Beasties and Hyro, and then all the other, the floodgates
Yeah.
open.
Yeah. Did you do the second Brand New Bean record?
I did some of it. Well, I know I was the A&R guy. They produced it all. I produced a bunch of shit on.
Was Punk's Jump Up about anybody in particular? Because some of the characters in
Some
the
of
video,
it-
they
some-
resembled some people from
I mean,
hip-hop.
I'll tell you who it's about a little bit. It's about Pooh Bah a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I figured as much.
You know, they're like,
Yeah.
and they're talking about all the naysayers.
Mhm.
So I don't think it's specifically
Oh, that's
about
interesting.
anyone,
Okay.
but it's all the people who said like, because look, when Brand New Bean breaks up, everyone says, "Well, Grand Pooh Bah's going to be a star." I don't know about those other two guys.
Exactly.
And so I
Exactly.
they were like, I was like, "Look, I got you guys signed. I'll give you a budget. Like, I know what you guys are about. Like, let's see what you guys can do." And I okayed the record, which many people told me I was wrong about. And they kind of made that song to speak to all the naysayers.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I
So,
never knew that.
and this record to me was better than Pooh Bah's solo record.
Oh, to
Real,
me
real.
too.
I thought
Big
it was
time.
better. It was a better record. It
Big
was
time.
militant and powerful and
Yeah.
angry and like confrontational. I thought it was everything rap should and could be at that point in time. And I was very impressed by how good this record when they delivered it to me.
How'd that do compared to the first one? Remember?
About the same.
Oh, that's cool.
Did pretty good. And Punk's Jump Up was a hit song.
Yeah,
Huge,
that was
man.
a big song.
So
Huge
what's
song.
crazy is too that Punk's Jump Up, the version that is the hit was the remix. The other version was delivered by Diamond. They delivered them both, and I was listening to it, and Jamar had the idea to flip it over. He said, "Yo, I think I said, "Yo, I really like the remix." He said, "I think the remix is better. Could we make that the single?"
Wow.
I said, "Yeah, why not?" And we made it the single. So that was
Wow.
really the remix.
And Love Me and
Leave Me Alone.
Yeah,
That's
that
that
one
shit.
right there. That's,
that's
the
the
track.
joint.
So good. Let me.
That's
I
That's
mean,
the-
I liked
that's the track.
Steal Your Hoe was my shit too.
Steal Your Hoe is a good
And
track.
then Allah You Akbar, like,
Oh, come on, man.
especially if you're like a god. like,
Yeah,
shit's,
that
you
was
know.
that was I mean, that was for me, that was in the height of me in not having knowledge of self. So all the gods love that.
Yeah, this record
And the
was,
meaning of the 5%,
yo,
yeah.
man, this whole record is
the
it's
way
just-
they flipped that Marvin Gaye sample from
shit's
Trouble
crazy.
Man. Come on.
this whole shit was dope. I
Yeah.
like this record, and I really liked working with them actually without Pooh Bah because they showed up on time and they were like, great. I love these dudes. And it's funny, we always hear like Jamar, like people like he doesn't like these, his things, and I never had no bullshit with Jamar. That's my guy. That's my brother. I love him.
And we were talking, he follows you. So
Yeah.
it's-
He probably that makes sense. He follows you.
Him and Grand
Yeah.
Poobah, I was like, holy crap. This
That
is
makes sense.
OC too. I love OC, man.
was great.
Word Life. Oh
Yeah,
my
that shit was
God,
dope.
dude.
You know, I almost signed OC, and I didn't sign him because Search was just.
Ah.
He was signed to Search, and I didn't sign him because I didn't want to work with Search because he was just too difficult. I was like, life's too short.
Yeah.
The irony of that is the guy who brought him to me worked for Search. His name Mark Pearson. My boy Sake, he's like one of my best friends is there. I talk to him every day. We have a company together, and he's like my partner in this
Yeah.
IP company. So, and he brought me OC, and he always says to me, I remember when he told me life's too short. Like if Search wants to step to the back and just let you do it, I'll sign him tomorrow. And Search wouldn't do that, so I didn't sign him.
It's incredible
Wow,
record too.
that album is
Perfect front to back. It's perfect.
Yeah.
man.
Omar
Yeah.
Creedle, nice guy. Organized Confusion. I tried to sign them too. I
that's
didn't.
good
Did you
too, yeah.
really?
I did, and I don't know. I think I just fucked the deal up. I think it was my fault why I didn't get him. I
Wow.
probably could have had him, and I just did some. I don't know. I just think my follow through was shitty or something. Like,
Extinction Level.
oh, it's so good.
Come on, that
They
album
rap
right
so
there.
good.
Pharaoh
Monch is so
Pharaoh.
good. He's definitely top 5 most underrated of all time.
Big time.
Pharrell Munch,
Big
yeah,
time.
yeah.
I always felt like Eminem got a lot of wordplay from Monch.
Mm-hmm.
The way he flipped
Yeah.
his rhymes, like it
Oh,
was
big
very,
time.
very similar to me in a lot of levels.
Word is
Big time.
Bond is up the next one, right? That's a big one.
Yeah,
Word is
that's-
Bond, yeah.
Yeah, that was. I didn't. Word is Bond didn't do too well. It
Mm.
was like it wasn't really. It didn't really connect. It was.
Yeah.
I think misguided a little bit.
Yeah.
I probably should have put my foot down, and tried to interject something to it and steer him the right direction. But I had a lot going on, and I'll be honest, I was focused on Dirty. And my focus was on Dirty. And look, man, Dirty was like catching lightning in a bottle.
Yeah.
You know, how do you share that with the world?
Yeah.
How do you get it right? I'm only going to get one chance to do this. You know, let me get this to the finish line.
Yeah.
And
was that a platinum record too, right?
Yeah, platinum singles too. And it was it was, you know, I saw the end zone. How do I get there, right? That was one of those. And we got it there. You know, it was not easy, but completely worthwhile. And like, look, the guy, like,
did that change his life, that record?
It might have. Look, this is fucked up to say, but the success of that record, combined with the success of Wu-Tang, might have ruined his life. You know, this guy's a guy who probably had mental problems. He probably had mental issues, mental health problems. Definitely had substance abuse problems. Was raised in a dysfunctional environment, a loving dysfunctional environment, but in group homes, somewhat institutionalized and other things. And he was not built for fame and fortune. Very few of us are. You know, and when you come from that background, I mean, you know, was Gucci Mane built for fame and fortune? Like, you know, and you see the results of what happens. Like, Gucci got his life together now, but you saw what he had to go through to get where he's at.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's, you know, we're in an era now where you can talk about substance abuse, about mental health issues, right? You couldn't back then. It wasn't really a thing. And you know, for black people,
Especially
I think it's always harder, man. You know, to confront mental health issues. It's like you're vulnerable. No one wants to be vulnerable.
Show your emotions and be sorry.
Right. You can't afford to be vulnerable, right? So I think that the success probably contributed to a spiral. You know, look, everyone's not born like the Beastie Boys. You know, like those guys are thoroughly upper middle class guys with like a pretty evolved existence. So they're prepared for this thing, fame and fortune that comes. And it has some negative effect, but there's no huge repercussions. A lot of people aren't born and bred to, you know, for this thing. You know.
What about Hard to Obtain from Long Island?
Oh, they're great.
So there was a band called H2O that he signed.
Really?
I didn't sign them.
Oh, you didn't sign
produced them.
Oh,
I got them signed to Atlantic. I produced them.
Dante wasn't sure because it was H2O, and then there's a hip hop group. We're like, who the fuck was this band? It was
Hard
crazy.
to Obtain.
And they were friends with the person who worked with you, Yolanda.
Yeah.
Ross is their friend and our friend. She dated Gamble.
That's right.
She was like part of our crew, and
she was my boss at Nana.
And they grew up with KMD.
Wow.
Did not know that, man.
They grew up with Doom. They're from
Long Island.
Lakeview.
Really?
Yeah. He was Doom and those guys were barbers.
Wow.
And so was Low, one of the guys in H2O. So I got a lot of free haircuts in my rap career.
But that was cool because, like, I remember hearing the name. Like, there's a hip hop group.
I thought there might be like, is there going to be beef? But there's never beef. It never got to be like, like Sick of It All and
Bob Deep and
the
Dragon.
And I was like, I remember they asked me about that. I was like, yo, those guys, Sick of It All, they're not punks.
Yeah.
Like, you know, they're real guys. They're a lot like
there was a meeting at Loud that my friend Trevor managed Sick of It All, and he went there and it
Trevor Silsman. Yeah. And they cooled it all out.
And it was a standoff, huh? It was
it turned out pretty positive.
It was peace, I think. Everyone became friends.
Yeah.
I think they became kind of friends.
Well, and we were talking about the time where rock and kind of punk
Judgment Night,
and
all that.
hip hop kind of bridged the gap,
Biohazard,
so to speak.
Onyx, all that stuff.
That was a weird moment. It was cool in the beginning, and it's cool when the Beasties and Run DMC do it. And then it becomes a huge pile of shit. And it becomes one of those things where you're like embarrassed to be associated with it. You're like, oh man. Like it was talk about cultural appropriation. You know, it was like and I don't think Biohazard was appropriating anything. Biohazard, Scott worked at Rush.
Yeah.
This was a natural thing.
Yeah.
Onyx and Biohazard made a lot of sense. Judgment Night, I don't think was cultural appropriation either. I don't
that
think
was a
anyone,
classic album.
I don't think anyone was trying to be any.
No.
What's your favorite song of Judgment Night, by the way?
I do like the Onyx one, the Onyx one, Judgment Night. There's another one. There's so many good ones.
Another
on there.
I like the De La one. I like the Free
Another
Falling
Body
one.
Murdered.
Well, another victim.
Patton.
Just another victim,
yeah.
kid.
Oh,
House of Pain and Helmet. No, what is that?
I like the one Mike Patton and Booyah Tribe. Another Body Murdered.
Wow.
Dude, there's so many songs in there though. Just another victim, kid. House of Pain.
I love Mike Patton, so I love that song.
That was a pretty sick thing because that was like the New York thing, like. Hip hop and hardcore kind of was in this. Go to CB's,
that's a downtown thing.
Yeah, go to Limelight, go to CB's, go to hip hop, go to Sheets and Pillows.
I mean, I don't want to.
Sick of It All.
You know, like me and my crew, or I should say, my crew. We invented that. We were the kids who were into punk rock and hardcore and hip hop. Yeah. That was the way we did it, and that's a New York tradition.
Yeah. And
we were lucky enough to be kind of the people who maybe did did it first, but
And then our generation came
right
all
after
of us
us.
are
Yeah,
coming, we see the
but
clubs
see,
and
by the
stuff.
time you guys did it, Leeway was the first hardcore band I seen do it. Leeway, Eddie dressed like a rapper, but he
Yeah.
was in a hardcore band.
True.
And I thought Eddie was the first, stylistically, the first guy to put on the b-boy suit to sing in a hardcore band.
It's a great point, man.
You know, and I love Eddie. You know, I hope
Yeah.
he's doing okay. And Leeway were cool. You know, I was supposed to do their second album, and for reasons unknown, we never pulled it together.
Desperate Measures.
We were supposed to do it. We should have
Yeah.
done it. And we ended up not. We, for some reason, never pulled it together. But we were always talking about it, and we never got it done.
Wow.
Yep. And you got to put Anthrax in there. They did, bring the noise.
I was gonna say you got to mention Anthrax and Public Enemy. That was a
And
great.
look, those guys,
Yeah,
those guys,
real
were,
big.
those guys were at Def Jam, telling Chuck D they loved him years before
Yep.
that happened.
Yep.
I knew those guys. They were nice guys. They were the first heavy metal dudes I ever met who were cool.
Whatever happened to him?
I mean, they're still out there
They're
doing
playing
it.
Palladium next week with
Yeah,
Hate
probably-
Breed.
Are they really?
They'll
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
sell it out.
Yeah,
Like,
for
And
sure.
I'm sure they're probably still friends with Public Enemy. I'm
Oh,
sure
yeah,
they
for
are,
sure.
'cause that was a
They just posted
relationship.
something recently.
I
with
mean,
them,
Scott
yeah.
Ian, when Danny Boy broke his foot, went on tour and did Danny Boy's parts with House of Pain.
That's right, dude.
Scott Ian and Charlie, those guys love rap music. They were like, I'll tell a quick Anthrax story. They had a quarter pipe up in Yonkers. I skated it. It had a New York hardcore logo on it. Later, I think people didn't like them using that logo. Who cares?
There was some beef. There was some
Beef.
yeah,
I remember when it happened with
about that.
Jimmy. I remember. But those guys one time took me to them. Dom DeLuca, I think, was there.
Shout out to Dom.
Dom, Brooklyn Projects. But it was Scott Koenig. Rest in peace. I love you,
Yes.
Scott. Scott Koenig and Mike Schnapp, Uncle Mike. We
Mike
love
Schnapp.
You. We go with the Anthrax guys to see Iron Maiden at the Meadowlands at their. It's the the apex.
Damn.
Wow.
Eddie, and we have fucking great seats and after party, everything. And we're at the after party, Anthrax is there, it's fucking rad. And they're like, Charlie grabs me, he's like, I think it's Charlie, and he's like, him and Mike and those guys like, yeah, we got to show you something. I'm like, come on, we have laminates. We got to go look at the floor, the audience. I said, why? I go, don't worry about it, come on. We got there and scattered throughout the Meadowlands, the Brendan Brand Arena. There was passed out dudes in their own puke. Like maybe 20 or 30 of them. And they're bringing out wheelchairs to like take these guys out. Like in different pockets, but all these guys got so wasted at the metal show. And then we leave that show. We go in the parking lot. There's cars on fire in the parking lot. And we go to see Fishbone at the Palladium.
Jesus.
Wow.
No, not the Palladium, at the Ritz.
After
Wow.
that,
And
right
And one
after
night
that.
I saw both those shows with those guys, and
Crazy.
the fact that those guys were hip to both those worlds and rap,
cool, man.
and it changed the way I looked at heavy metal dudes. Dom, Scott, Uncle Mike, Anthrax. They were the first metal dudes I ever met who were cool. And later on, Scott would take me to see Metallica at Lemoore.
Wow, the Moors, damn.
Because he would be like, I know you're going to like this band.
Yeah.
And like for me, like I can't say I always loved heavy metal, but I always liked the absurdity of heavy metal.
Yeah.
It's so fucking funny
Yeah.
to me. And there's some metal bands I liked. So the rock rap thing was bugged out. It spiraled to dog shit pretty fucking quick.
It didn't last long.
Thank God.
Oh, because then this rap metal after that.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
got
yeah,
you.
yeah.
The new metal, like
Yeah.
it was
All
fucked
that.
up.
Yeah.
It was like, because rap rock was, Beasties were cool,
Mm-hmm.
I do think Judgment Night was cool, and I think Anthrax was
Yeah,
cool.
Anthrax were
that was
real
cool. That was cool.
Yeah.
Like that shit was dope to me. And then
Yeah.
we got the Beasties obviously are rock rap. I guess they pioneer it, and that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
License to Ill.
Yeah.
And then you get this thing, and it's funny because I'll do the segue. Like we talk about, I produced Whitey Ford and all that.
Yeah.
So we were like, I thought Beck was fresh. I thought Odelay was dope. And I thought the Beasties were dope. And I even liked some other peripheral bands. Like I thought Cake was interesting.
I remember.
Yeah, Cake Rock. Cake
yeah.
Rock.
Going
Yeah.
the Distance I thought was interesting. I was like,
Going
this
for
is
speed.
Yeah, that shit was interesting, right?
Yeah.
Those bugged out to me. I was like, oh, they're doing something different. And Rage Against the Machine were
Oh,
phenomenal.
yeah.
Woo.
Yeah.
I was fucking
yeah.
loving them. Like,
Yeah.
Next level.
Next level. And then
Yeah.
before this thing, but there's these predecessors to new metal, to rap rock that were cool to me. I liked all the stuff I just named, and I'm sure I'm forgetting a couple other things that were hip too. and obviously the Beasties, and they're picking up instruments again. Check Your
Yeah.
Head.
Mm-hmm.
Sabotage, all that
Right,
shit.
all
Yeah,
that shit
yeah,
is
yeah.
super fresh to me. That's the home team, so I'm partial. I like this group called Eels, who Mike Simpson from the Dust Brothers produced. They're kind of in the Beck thing a little bit, kind of a little more Beatlesy.
Remember Urban Dance Squad?
I didn't like them, but I did like. You know who I liked? I liked Faith No More.
Woo, me too.
Mm.
They were tight.
Yeah.
You know, so and they were kind of rap rock too, right?
Yeah.
So I like that stuff, and then I go and me and Eric are like, me and Everlast connect. House of Pain's over. My career was kind of shitty. I left Elektra. I'm fucking, I don't know what I'm gonna do next. Like, I have this crazy fucking girlfriend. I'm fucking all this fucking getting fights with these dudes. So it's like fucking just beef is everywhere. It's shit is fucked up.
And how was your life there? Where were you living?
I lived on 13th Street and 6th Avenue. I had money.
And you made some money. You're comfortable.
Yeah, I had a nice duplex. I had a little studio
dope.
in the back. In the back room was like it was like 2 bedroom, but it was like big.
Nice.
Had a skylight. It was cool. It was nice enough to impress chicks. So and I don't know if you know this, back there was a time period when I just like I dated like every hot model-y chick in New York for a minute. I was dating like all the chicks. Like I was in it. Your man Walter Scheffels was in the same category as me.
Walter
Me and Streifels. We were both dating similar kind of hot chicks. He was my boy. I like Walter. He's great.
Yes.
Yeah, Quicksand was fucking great,
Amazing,
phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
They're one of the best of of heart, like that kind of music. They're the best. Like,
They set it up. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
yeah, post Fugazi, they're the thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And shout out Quicksand, Sergio Vega.
Yes.
So anyway, we decide we're gonna make a rap record. He comes to New York. House of Pain's over. He's Yesterday's Papers. I might be Yesterday's Papers, and he's staying on my couch for like months on end. And we started making a rap record, and we did a couple songs. We did Dollar Bill, which is on the album. I did The Letter. We did a version of Ends. My boy did it. That was a rap version.
Wow.
And we're not sure what we're gonna do, but we're working and we're having fun. That's the other thing. We're having fun hanging out. We're hanging out.
Yeah.
And we used to go to all the hip hop clubs, and we used to go to like all the trendy clubs. We started going back to. I always say I went back to my roots. We started hanging out on the east side again.
Yeah.
I started going to Max Fish in Niagara, right? And I think I went to Max Fish because I knew the bartenders, and no one would bother us. No one would be like, "Yo, Everlast, what's up with House of Pain?"
Yeah.
Dudes would like look at him like, "I don't like, what the fuck are you doing here?" More like get out of here.
Yeah.
And so we became friends with some guys there, and we drank there for free, and we go to Niagara, we drink for free. So we started hanging on the east side, and I was working with this other band that you might know called Roguish Armament.
Yeah, dude.
So I was gonna
Chippy
do
Love.
So I was gonna do their shit.
He's
And
supporting for the Bad Brains.
Right. I was doing their
You.
he knows. I mean,
What's up?
so we were doing their little demos with them.
Yeah.
I was doing them, and
He ended up having a big TV show on MTV too
he
later
did.
on.
And I produced a solo record that flopped.
Okay.
So we were we were like boys, and Chippy was hanging out with us, and I started hanging out on the east side, and it was like a lot of cool, different kind of chicks there, and it was just different. It was like cool, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was like it was a break from being fabulous and all that shit. I didn't have to worry about like the social anxiety that came with being in certain places. Didn't exist there.
Mm-hmm.
So with that came a new soundtrack. We're listening to different music.
Yeah. Whitey Ford.
So surprisingly, I was into Britpop. I liked Oasis. I thought
Damn,
definitely.
he just left.
Oh,
That's
you
Chappelle's
just-
favorite band.
I thought the record before they broke, definitely maybe the first one,
Yeah, that's going
was
too.
fantastic.
Okay.
I liked the Verve.
Mm.
They were sick.
Yeah.
Okay.
I liked Massive Attack.
Oh, come on now.
I loved Portishead.
Yes. Yes.
I liked this band that was pretty obscure, a jazz band called Combustible Edison.
I remember that name.
They didn't go the distance, but they were dope.
Yeah.
I liked the Sneaker Pimps. I like more Chiba. I like
Oh, that was a whole era you were talking
Right.
about there.
trip hop
Yeah,
stuff.
Yeah.
So I was
You like
liking
Blur,
I like Blur a little. Yeah, I like them. They were kind of cool.
Stone Roses.
Stone Roses for sure.
yeah.
And Charlatans UK, but the band I really liked was Radiohead.
Yes.
So
Come
they
on.
were my shit.
Shout out to Tom York.
And I only had known Creep and Everlast turned me on to Radiohead. He was like, listen to the whole album. It was before the Bends came out. And I had this on again, off again girlfriend, another one, and she loved Radiohead. She was turned me on the radio, and I started listening to Tricky too, and all this other
I was
shit.
going to
So,
say Massive Attack
you know,
and Tricky are
and
synonymous.
hip hop was jiggy. It was
Yeah.
Foxy Brown.
Yeah,
I
it
wasn't
was that
really.
shiny suit.
Yeah, I wasn't fucking with it. It had lost its luster. So I'm in the East Side and listen to all this other kind of music and start hanging out Coney Island High a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, so
Degeneration.
right.
Yeah,
I go to Green Door.
Green Door,
As Jesse would say, you're the most hip hop motherfucker at Green Door. You're the most hip hop motherfucker here. And I was like, yeah, that's why I'm gonna leave with the hot chick. Watch. It's true. There's some chick with like, you know, fucking a bad tattoo on her elbow or so. You know what I'm talking about. So
Green Door.
wore all black or whatever, you know. So you know, we just kind of changed up our swag, and we seen Check Your Head popping, and the Beasties always a big influence. They're our friends, and you know, Yauk is my man, and all this shit. And we're like trying to check out some other shit because we don't fit in where hip hop is right there. And we had done a couple rap songs. This is so I was like, I had many girlfriends, and Eric would always make fun of me for it. He's living on my couch, and I'd come home with a different girl. I was juggling. And he'd be like, juggles. You know, he's always like had a joke. He's like, you know, always had a comment like Mexico, like whatever. It's so fucking dumb shit he's always said. So I came home with this girl. She was a model chick. She was like really piercing blue eyes, but she looked very Irish. She was pale, black, straight hair, tall, thin. Not my usual flavor, but beautiful. And she was he goes, home team. Because he's Irish. She look Irish. And I said, word. She goes, what's that about? Oh, no, that's my man. Yeah, he says home team every time I come home.
Oh, my God.
It's my boy. She's, who is that? I was like, that's Everlast. She's like, oh, my God, he looks so different now. It's like, yeah, you know, I'm sure you wanted to bang him when he was jumping around, like whatever, you know, whatever, busting the balls.
Now he's laying around.
Yeah,
chilling on the couch.
He was in a pair of basketball shorts.
Oh my God! Okay.
And like, you know, like a fucking cutoff sleeve. He was like lounging.
Yeah.
And he had, that's what it was. I had a guitar in my studio. We were working, and he said, "Yo, can I borrow this?" It was John's Hummingbird, and he said, "Yeah, take it." And so he had the guitar in the house. I don't really play guitar, but he was playing it on the couch, sitting there with it. And he could play Neil Young songs. He could play guitar, you know, singer-songwriter shit. And I went in the bedroom and handled my business. And I was finishing my business all 12 seconds later. And I get up to go to the bathroom. I have boxers on. And I hear him playing What It's Like.
Wow.
He's playing that intro. Doom, 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 doom,
Yeah.
doom, 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 and he's playing it. And I'm like, what the? I heard it when I got up, and what the fuck is that? And I ran over in my boxers, which is weird. We're two 30-some-year-old guys he's got shorts, I got boxers on. We're in our living room, and he's like, yo, what's up? I was like, play that again. He's like, really? I was like, play that again. And he's playing it. He's like, what is that? It's a song I wrote. Let me hear that again. And he starts singing it. And it's What It's Like.
Wow.
Damn.
And I'm like, yo, play that again. I'm fucking. And he's like, yo, do you have a girl in the other room? Like, fuck, get out of here already. Like, in your boxers, weirdo. And I'm like, yo, we got to record that. And he's like, maybe. I don't know. I was like, yeah, we're going to record that. And I go and whatever. And wake up the next day and I'm like, yo, we're going to record that song? He's like, I'm not ready to do that.
Damn.
I go, why not? Once I do that, I can't go back. I said, fuck going back. Let's go forward. And he said, what? I said, yo, man, we need to do that. He's like, whatever. He leaves the guitar, and I'm bothering him we're working on a song. I'm bothering him about it. He did the song The Letter that day. I remember now. I made the beat right there on the spot. I made it on the 1200, and I was like, I had the sample modulating, like tuning the difference so you hear it. You hear me really the way I made it on 1200. And he writes his rhyme. He writes his rhyme in his head. He does the song. We do it mad quick. And I'm just like, yeah, but we got to do that other song. He's like enough already. So we go to my house, and I'm still on him about the song.
Jeez.
And I have him play it, and I figure out, maybe we'll tap my feet. I know the tempo. I have an idea for the drums for it. I bring the guitar to the studio tomorrow. Fucking guy with the song. So he brings the guitar to the studio, and Gamble's there. And Gamble can play every instrument. So And I'm just like, play that for Gamble. Come on, play it. So he plays it. And Gamble's like, and I remember that Gamble had said to me a year, maybe 6 months, 8 months earlier, he said to me, if Eric did some Rage Against the Machine shit, he could win.
Yeah.
And I remembered him saying that to me. That was a very good idea. And then he looked at me like,
that's it.
and then I said, yo, I think I got drums for that. He said, what? I think I got the drums for that. So I pulled out a famous breakbeat, I'll leave nameless. And I chopped it up right there. And I said, does that tempo work? That works. He records it to the breakbeat. I take the snare and I do the Pete Rock and I play it down the whole track afterwards and put crashes in it. Right? And I Pete Rocked it out. He played the bass. We had to borrow a bass and he played the bass. The song is done in a matter of 3 hours, finished. Start to finish.
Jesus, man.
And he does just, I think it's his first vocal pass, maybe second. He always hits everything the first or second time. When he raps everything, he's always got to get the first takes with him.
Yeah.
And he never liked to hang out too long in the studio. It's another thing. He always trusts, yo, I'm going to leave. You know what to do. So I did a little mix on it. And I was like, yo, this shit's dope. And I played it for my homegirl Jill. She's like, oh, shit's dope. And I played it for Chip. Chip lost his fucking mind. Chippy went crazy. So we realized and he was like, I had another singing song. How you do? So we do 7 years. And that's got a kind of New Orleans bounce to it. I kind of popped the drums off, sounding like some kind of New Orleans shit.
Like some Toussaint.
Yeah, kind of, second line type
Jesus,
shit.
Yeah.
I start doing that on the beat, and then we nail it, and I have the beat changes. It comes back. We did it. I thought it was dope. So we went to Tommy Boy, who had him in New York working with me, and we give him those 2 songs, a letter. We give him 4 songs, Dollar Bill, the letter, and I think 7. What It's Like, the letter, Dollar Bill, and 7 years. And they call us up, Monica Lynch, my dear friend, and Albie Ragusa, who my other dear friend, and they were like, this is it. Like, you got it.
So that album's on Tommy Boy.
It is, because he signed to Tommy Boy.
Wow.
So they're like, Monica and Albie okay me to do the whole rest of the record. We're working on music for like a week or so, and I go out and I bump into my ex. She's with my friend. A fiasco ensues.
Oh, God.
I come home and I destroy my house with a baseball bat.
Jesus.
Wow.
My bedroom. And I'm going to kill this guy. And he says to me, when I finally calm down, yo, D, I think you should come to LA and we should finish the record in Cali. It'd be better for you.
Wow.
And I said, we could do that? He said, why not? I said, like, let's go. I'm down.
Wow.
So he works it out with the label. They pay for us to go there. We talked to Gamble. Gamble's like, yeah, I'm going to build a replica studio of our studio in L.A. They do it. I ship out 14 crates of records.
Wow.
And all of our equipment.
Jesus,
And we set up shop in his house on Mount Olympus, and we make the record.
Wow.
And that record's all recorded in his house, lo-fi, and it becomes a huge hit.
huge, man.
Did he expect it to be that huge?
None of us did, but I'll tell you this: we both knew we had a very good record. Well, I knew it was one that and Brand Nubian was 2 records in the middle of doing them. I know I have greatness. I'm like, these records, this is great. Like, I'm like, this is great.
Because that's not. I mean,
Yo, everyone I played it for would fucking lose their mind.
and they knew it was him.
Yo, a lot of people, yeah, like people would know. Like, I had this English friend, Tim Easton. He lived in Santa Monica. He's like, he was the Polo guy. This is bizarre. He was the face of Polo. He's one of my really good friends.
Yeah.
He's like a huge male model, but he's like really knows music, like English guy. English people know music.
Yeah. We
He
do.
comes over and I play it. He loses his mind. I'm going out with this girl. The girl lives across the street.
Over there, yeah.
She loves the record. She hears it every day. Her friend Julie Z loves it. My boy Lou, all the guys I know in LA, and people start talking about it. People are like, "Yo, I heard you're doing this record. It's really fucking crazy."
Yeah.
It's like the street internet. So I would bring people to the house to play the record for them. Yo, come up to the hills. Fucking, we got a pool. I'll play the record. So I had a cadre of people who all confirmed my belief the record was very, very good.
Yeah.
And we took the Tommy Boy when it's finished, and it was hard to finish it. You know, he has a heart attack when we do the last song.
Right.
What?
I record the last song. He has a heart attack. We did The song,
Mm.
I'm fucking having a brain fart right now.
Was there any signs that?
Yeah, he had a heart condition which I wasn't aware of.
Damn.
He's born with a degenerative valve, so he was on Coumadin, and we do Tired, the last song, ironically titled Tired, and he goes upstairs. He feels like shit. I make fun of him. Told him to stop eating from Damiano's, fucking worst Italian food in the world. He looks terrible. I go to my girlfriend's house. She's in Vegas for Magic Convention. I finally have the house to myself. I'm like, I fucking stretch out like I could do anything. I'm fucking in the house alone. I was always with those two guys or with her. I had no free space. Gamble called me and told me Eric just had a heart attack. It's like, the phone rings. It's like 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. I didn't want to pick up the phone.
Wow.
Because, you pick the phone in the middle of the night. Someone died always, right?
Yeah.
Or someone's in jail. Yo, can you bail me out? You got bail money? So I'm like, oh, fuck. So I didn't pick the phone up. It woke me up and then called again. And I was like, oh, this fucking guy. So I picked the phone up and he's like, Eric had a heart attack. He's in the hospital. So what do you mean? He said, I called the ambulance right away. I waited till they got there. They won't let me. They wouldn't let me get an ambulance with them. But I'm at the hospital right now. You need to get here. So on my way there, Eric has a second heart attack.
Jesus.
His aorta separates. I walk in and John looks like he's shot, like he's beat. It's like 4 in the morning, 4 something at Cedars-Sinai. He's like, yo, before he got Eric had a massive coronary. He's in critical condition. They call it code red. He said it sounded like a pinball machine went off with all the machines. Like all these people ran in there. I think they're gonna do open heart surgery. We got to get his mom. I call his mom. I wake her up. She talks to the doctors. They put him under the knife. He has double bypass. He's in the hospital for 16 hours. No, he's in the hospital for days. We're in the hospital for 16 hours straight. We don't leave. We don't leave from 4 in the morning to that night, like 10 o'clock or something. And when we think he's gonna make it. And we're still not sure. And he pulled through. He made it. He fucking lived.
He was willed to make it.
And he's all fucked up. And he's like, he can't even see anyone for a while. And I want to go back to New York. I haven't been home for 8 months. I was sick of being in New York. I'm in LA. I'm paying rent on my house. I want to fucking go. So
wow.
So we always planned on mixing the record in New York. Oh, that's the other thing. I stole Pete Rock's engineer, Jamie Staub, because I wanted it to sound like a Pete Rock record. I want Pete Rock.
Yeah.
Really?
I wanted to have that kind of snap to it. So I hired Jamie. I told Eric I have to go home to fix the record.
I'll be right back.
And I go. He told me go finish the motherfucker. I went home and I finished the record. I mixed it without him. I guess I did okay.
I mean, I think you did.
Shit.
I mean, how much did that one record alone?
3 million copies.
3 million.
The biggest record I ever produced, other than Santana, and I only did one song on Santana on that album. So I but it came out the gate. It was a dud. It came out slow. Didn't do shit the first week. 4,100 copies. I help him put a band together. He gets back in healthy again. I help put his band together for him, me and John Gamble. He goes on the road. His first show in LA's a banger. LA Times gives him a big write-up. KCRW starts to play the record. Jason Bentley.
College radio.
KCRW was the biggest alternative radio station in the country. It's a LA station.
Yeah.
So they start playing it. Starts to connect a little bit there. He's on tour. He plays New York on this promo tour. And it gets written up in the New York Times.
Okay.
And this guy, John Leland, who I know, is singing his praises, saying it's the most interesting thing in rap. And he starts talking about Korn and these other bands and saying that,
so they still considered it rap per
well,
se.
no, he talks about the changing of the guard in rock music, but he sings the praises of the record. He's like, and it starts to get played at radio a little bit.
Yeah.
Tommy Boy manages to figure it out, kind of. We're super skeptical. The record comes out in July. By December, it's a top 5 record. Right before Christmas, What It's Like goes #1 on rock radio.
Jesus, dude.
Sells 70,000 copies that week, right before Christmas. And I went to some big record industry party, and everyone there was like, "You got the #1 record in the country."
Holy shit.
And I'm like, "Whoa." And life started to change.
When did the video come out for
The
it?
video came out, I think, in September. August or September. It came out about a month after the song. I think maybe it came at the same time, but it didn't connect, I should say,
Yeah.
till September. 120 Minutes started playing it. And then the station up in Seattle called The End, they started to bang it, and it went top 5 there. Then K-Rock started to play it.
Was that
in
bigger
LA.
than House of Pain?
What was that?
Was it bigger than House of Pain?
Arguably, possibly, probably not cumulatively.
More singles, though.
I think we sold more albums. They sold more singles.
Okay.
So
Interesting, yeah.
So
Wow, man.
it became a big like rock alternative song.
It was really big.
I mean,
everywhere,
it was
dude.
everywhere. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like, and I knew it was big when I walked in the Guitar Center, like in November or something. Before it was like had been a top 5 record, and this dude who was playing, like showing a kid, the guitarist was playing it. That was the song he played.
Oh, my God.
And you know when the weirdos guys who work at Guitar Center
Yeah.
are playing a song, it's
Yeah.
a real big hit.
Wow.
So that's how I
man.
knew. I was like, this is weird,
So that's a life-changing album for him and you.
life changing.
Wow, man.
Yeah, man, and my life changed. I started getting calls to do really big records and really big remixes, and
You did Korn remix, Macklemore,
I mean the
Macy Gray song you produced for 8 Mile.
I mean, look, like Fat Joe said, yesterday's price ain't today's price.
Prices, yeah.
You know, man, I was like, everything was like, and I started asking people for money I thought I couldn't possibly get, and they'd
And
give
you
it to
were
me.
getting it.
Wow.
I'm like, oh yeah, for that song, $40,000.
But you got to
Okay.
think though, Toby, like back in those days, and I mean, Dante had already built a name up for himself
Totally.
within hip hop.
Yeah.
So for you to kind of come out of that genre and come into a new genre, and then for Everlast, who had everyone, because I mean, even me myself, I was like, dude, what is this guy
Yeah,
doing?
people are skeptical, man.
Yeah.
They were, man.
Yeah.
People are
You
skeptical.
couldn't hate, though, because it was
Because-
so
So
good.
good.
Well,
Yeah,
here's the
man.
thing. When House of Pain, when House of Pain broke up, we all knew Everlast was going to do something. And then there was some things going around. I don't know what he was doing at the time.
Yeah,
but
him and Cypress have fell
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
Lethal joined Limp Bizkit.
Yeah. So, you knew he was still around, but what was he kind of doing? And
What's
then
next?
this came, and then, it was kind of like, wow, he can sing. He can
Right,
play,
he can play
guitar.
It was like
Yeah.
bugged out, and he
Yeah.
he kind of had this like hip hop Johnny Cash
Yeah,
Totally.
persona,
exactly.
Totally.
Exactly.
and like, look, Eric's dad was playing Merle Haggard. That's what Eric grew up around, a lot of that stuff. So he knows that stuff. That music was really authentic to him.
Yeah.
He loved like Neil Young, like that's his main guy. But so a lot of it was authentic to who he was, and like, look, he also is a b-boy. He loves hip hop, so he wanted beats behind everything, and
Yeah.
he rapped on a lot of the album. And we hit a nerve. We somehow hit a nerve. We got very lucky that it didn't go the wrong way, and
Yeah.
we fucking nailed it. It was a life-changing experience for both of us. And fast forward, fucking that spring, he's on tour with Lenny Kravitz, right? It's
Yeah,
like-
man.
and all these things are changing. And look, man, all of a sudden, people who I didn't know are inviting me to their fucking party and their Hampton shit, and
Wow.
and this fucking model and that model and this, that, and the
Different
other,
level, man.
and all these
That's
things are
crazy.
going on, and I get to buy a house and all this shit. It's just like I get a big publishing deal. My whole life changes.
Yeah.
My whole life changes, and with it, there's good and bad.
Mm.
So but it was
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
lose.
Were you
some,
partying, living it up?
yeah, man, you lose. There was nothing. What are you gonna tell me? I got
Yeah.
$1 million.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy
Damn.
that gold chain. I'm gonna buy that
Yeah.
watch.
Wow.
I'm gonna go buy that.
Did
What are
you
gonna
go to
tell
the
me?
Grammys with him that year?
I won. We won.
Yeah.
I was there. Yeah, I was right
Yeah.
there.
Jesus.
I walked by Ozzy Osbourne. I gave him $1.
Wow.
I was like, Ozzy,
that's
what's up, yo?
crazy, man.
Like just because I was like,
Because you could.
Yeah,
that's
'cause
it.
you
I could.
could.
Yeah,
She was
man.
looking at me. I was like,
Yeah.
Ozzy. He was like, hey, mate. Like, I don't know Ozzy. I didn't know Ozzy from shit. I
That's
just was like,
I bet he knew
man.
you after that night.
I mean, it was Ozzy. I just had
Yeah.
to do it because, I like Ozzy Osbourne.
That's
so.
amazing, man.
Wow.
Yeah, it was fun, man. It was a nice thing. And I had this woman I was with for a long time was with me at the Grammys. It was great, man. It was one of the funnest nights of my life. On the way to the Grammys, It was before I stopped eating meat. I stopped at In-N-Out Burger. We got an In-N-Out Burger
Come
and
on,
smoked
mate.
it. Smoked a joint in the
Nice.
in the car. I walked in all stoned.
Nice.
And Mark Ronson was like, called me up. Mark was like, not a big producer yet.
Yeah.
I heard his new doc series is dope.
It's really dope.
Okay, I'm
and
gonna
he's
check
a
it out.
really good dude.
Yeah.
That's great.
And he
Yeah.
called me up. He said, congratulations. I said, for what? He goes, you're going to win a Grammy tonight. And I won a Grammy that night.
Damn.
Wow.
Like, and I was like, Mark, you're the man.
Wow.
Yeah, it was cool. With the call, I'll never forget. He called me like right when I walked in. I was like, oh, and I walked in with like, I walked in when J-Lo had the dress on. I forgot.
Oh, that was the
That was the
J-Lo
year.
P. Diddy.
Yo, she walked in right before me and my lady, and we're like, God damn.
Wow.
My girl's like, you could look.
That was when cats were rocking those NBA style suits with the 3-button, 4 buttons.
You know what I wore to the Grammys? I had a friend who worked at Maharishi. That was like the shit back then. Like I know the guy who started Hardy, and he sent me a bunch of shit. I had Maharishi pants on, and a Maharishi shirt, a gold chain, and a cowboy hat, and a hat, like not a cowboy hat, like a cool guy hat, like the hat everyone wears now.
Yeah.
I had that kind of hat.
That's
on,
incredible.
like a bandolero hat.
We're gonna have to see if we can find a picture of that.
Oh,
I was styling, like
Yeah.
and I had a pair of brand new kicks, like I was styling.
Wow, man.
Mad jewels on. I was like jeweled out. It
That's
was ill.
crazy.
Did you buy a lot of like chains and shit and gold
I
back
had
then?
all that shit.
Wow.
Yeah, I was walking around with all that dumb shit.
Everlast really became a household name after that.
did.
Really,
He did.
I mean, he was on every daytime talk show.
Yeah, he did all that.
Yeah.
That's how we
Yeah.
got the Santana shit. He was coming to New York to do something, and I got the call from Pete Gambarg, the dude at Arista, and he was like, "Hey, do you have, would you and Everlast have a song for Santana?" And I was like, I lied. I said, "Yeah, fuck yeah," because I knew Eric was coming to town to do Good Morning America.
Perfect.
Because
dude.
so he came
yeah.
through, and I said, "Yo," I hit him. I said, "Yo, you got any songs? We got the call for Santana." He said, "I wrote my first song since the accident, and it was Put Your Lights Out." And
Wow.
and he Put Your Lights On, and the drums for that were in an Old Casual song that never came out because they had a percussion loop in it, like they had like a Latin feel. And I was like, "Yo, let's
Yeah.
use these drums." We made that shit. Like all the great Everlast stuff I did, we make them shits in like 2 hours.
So
like
cool,
them shits
man.
is mad fast. You know what? Most of the great songs I ever made fast.
Yeah,
Because you
yeah.
catch lightning and you got that vibe. That's
Yeah,
God in the
yeah,
room.
yeah.
And God's just going to direct you. You just got to stand out of the way and go with it. We made that shit dumb fast.
Crazy,
I sent the
man.
demo to my man 2 days later. He's like, "How much you want for? You want to do Santana? I'm gonna send to Santana." I was like, "Yeah, Santana wants to do a song. What do you?" And I was like, I asked him for more money than I ever got for anything.
And
in
you
my
got
whole
it.
I asked for Diddy money. I was like, "I want
Yeah.
Diddy money," and I got it.
Holy crap.
And a Grammy nod.
And I got the Diddy money. That was more important. The Grammy and the Metro card get you on the train.
That's crazy.
Diddy money will buy you a house.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
truly,
so
truly.
so I don't know, man. It all happened like mad quick. It was super fun, man. We had a great run. It was, we ended up hanging out with Sean Penn and all these weird motherfuckers and going out this bugged out shit. It was cool, man.
Hollywood shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and just like it was fun, man. It
That's
was a lot of
cool.
fun.
And then fast forward, do you have something to do with Little Dicky getting signed?
I signed Lil Dicky.
Wow, bro.
Let me tell you,
When I
man.
signed
I love
Lil-
that show.
Yeah,
Yo, when I
that
signed,
show is
when I
incredible.
signed him, he told me I'm gonna be a TV star. He told me that.
Where's he from?
Philly, Lower Marion. He's from like Kobe Bryant area.
Okay.
A little outside of Philly.
You know, it's crazy, Dante, to think about, how pivotal you were with some of these crazy.
Brand Nubian is far cry from
Like,
Little Dicky.
It
That's
really
very
is,
different,
and that's what I was
man.
thinking about.
Yeah, spectrum
I was
of it.
thinking about that when coming in here, like how much of a far cry from KMD Brand Nubian, and then you find Little Dicky. And what's interesting about Little Dicky
He
is
can rap.
he can, like I
And he can
honestly,
act.
he
Yeah.
He's
that
funny.
show, like
dope.
That's genius.
the I want to say it's the one where he's in Shangri-La.
Oh, that's
And
the best one.
It's the best
That's
one to me.
That's so
Yeah.
psychedelic and trippy.
It's
and
the
all
best
this
one
that
to
shit
me.
is so cool, man. That was one of the best episodes of any show I've seen in a few years.
And you obviously know the guy.
I know him.
You know him, so I mean, I'm sure.
I mean, he's acting, but there's part of it that's real too.
yeah.
That's how I
You
heard.
know,
I heard
he's a very self-aware individual. And look, man, like doing A&R like now and doing A&R then are very different things.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like, when I signed KMD or Brand Nubian, I can follow my own muse and be successful. When I signed Little Dicky and by no
Ugly
means
God too, right? Ugly God.
Ugly God, who's not really that talented, like just
Yeah.
to be honest, like
Yeah.
you know. And he's a good example. Like I signed it because I knew it would connect.
Mm-hmm.
I signed Dickie because I liked what he did and I knew it would connect.
Yeah.
So when I pushed Macklemore to 88 too because I knew he would sell records and I liked what he did.
That was
you know,
before the
because-
thrift shop store song?
Yeah, it was way
Wow.
before that. It's because all these guys, they own what they do. I signed Made in Tokyo too. Uber Everywhere was
Yeah.
one too.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, like so.
Damn, you signed Made in Tokyo?
Yeah, and I know how to. I know.
Come on, man.
I understand the new shit. What's funny is like I left my job maybe 2 years ago, right before the pandemic, a little longer, almost 2.5, 3 years, and I met a couple people. No one wanted to give me an A&R job, and I was like, okay, well, I just got to do other shit in my life, because no one's really trying to give me a job. But it's funny because I thought that I had proved that I know the new shit, and the list of motherfuckers I tried to sign that motherfuckers wouldn't let me sign.
Wow.
If I could have signed, I tried to sign Megan Thee Stallion.
What?
Yo, I tried to sign Megan Thee Stallion, and my boss said, sign it for $90,000. I said, yo, Kenny and Kenny Wigley, yo, I'm not trying to shit on you. You're my man, 50 grand. You told me 90. I said, she want 275 and we can hem it up. You want to do it. I tried to sign Little Nas X. I got told it was a novelty act.
Wow.
I tried to sign G-Eazy. They told me you don't
Come
have
on.
no hits.
Killing it.
Like, dude.
I'm trying to think who else I tried to sign. There's a few other gems in there. I signed Sada Baby. He's like a platinum act.
Yeah,
He had that one
I know
record.
Sada Baby real
signed
well.
him.
Yeah.
There's a few other like gems. I tried to sign Samino. He didn't blow up yet, but he's great.
Yeah, I know Samino.
I tried to sign his dude Tizo Touchdown. Someone made homophobic remarks about him. They wouldn't let me sign him. Now he has a song with Tyler, the Creator, and he's going to be a star. And that's just like there's other ones I'm just like not remembering right now. But if I could have signed like one of the main groups that I tried to sign, they let me sign. My career might be a little different right now, and I don't blame anyone specifically other than Kenny Wigley and Gabrielle Peluso, who I went to war with. She would not let me sign Little Tecca, who sold one ham,
Yeah.
and she wouldn't let me sign Tizo. So, like it's funny to have done this for so long and be questioned by people who look. I don't want to say you ain't shit, but you ain't shit. I said it. So when it comes to understanding the culture and the music and all of that, you don't know it.
Just your resume alone, man.
Yo,
Your
I'm saying,
resume
it's so
is
crazy.
like,
It's crazy. And
even with the new school cats.
Yeah.
I literally, and this dude might get mad at me, but I'm gonna call him out. So the dude who owns Partisan Records, they talked to me about maybe doing something with them. Yo, this dude A&R'd me. I sent him stuff, and he was like, I don't feel any of it. And I was like, he's like, keep sending me stuff. I was like, I'm good on that. Because I shouldn't have to convince a dude who's basically a mountain climber who plays electric guitar.
So I was
that-
just about to
that
say
I-
this.
that-
No dope.
that I know what I'm doing.
Yep.
And I know the new shit. You sign shit when you try to do rap
Yep.
and it ain't work.
Yeah.
He tried to do it, but he's going to tell me what was good. And I'm
Yeah.
like, man. And look, I ran Asylum Records. The lady who I fell out with, who got me disposed. And look, I wasn't being so cooperative. I can't blame just her. I was kind of like, yeah, go fuck yourself attitude. I was in fuck you mode, like dead ass. So she hasn't done one thing. They haven't broken one record since I've been gone. Nothing.
Wow.
Nothing. I left them Sada Baby, Guap Dad. They did nothing. They haven't done shit.
Yeah. Oh, so you found Guap Dad
I didn't
too?
find Guap. Guap was coming through the door, and I just said, "Let's do it." She didn't find it though. It came kind of from Kenny. Guap was already fucking with Sam Lancaster. Guap was already, it was already going.
Yeah.
And I like Sam, and we just were like, yeah, we did a distribution deal with him. And Guap is still my man. Guap's my friend. He's the best.
Yeah.
He's a superstar. He's a great kid. So it's
And you still pay attention to new hip hop and stuff and listen to stuff?
once a week I go into Wormhole and I find shit.
Okay.
I got a kid right now, Yoshi T, who I just found, who I'm working with. And Yoshi is a Japanese-American kid from New York, a skater kid, and his record is going. He's like, everyone calling him right now. Everyone's starting to call. But I do, I'm focused on writing. Like I have a TV show in development with
Sick.
Cheo Coker, who's a huge writer. He did Luke Cage and all
Yeah,
that
I was
shit.
gonna say he did Luke Cage.
He did a whole bunch of other shit. And I have another project in development right now with someone huge. I can't say his name, but it's huge. I got another thing that's about this club called the Cuckoo's Nest. It's called Clockwork Orange
I know
County.
Cuckoo's Nest is out here. A famous
Yeah.
punk rock club.
So
Yeah,
I own
man.
the life rights, and what I've been doing is I've been
Cool.
buying IP, life rights, and developing for film and TV, doc and biopic stuff. So I have my partner Mark, and that's where my head's at. You know, I got my
Cool.
book coming out. I sold the script last year. I got another thing that has a bunch of attention right now that I'll probably sell. You know, I'm
Teach
just really
me your
focused on
ways.
it. I'm focused.
For
I'm
real.
focused on writing. It's what
I love that, man.
you know. I
Yeah.
found the love for writing my book,
Mm.
and it puts me in touch with my father's spirit.
I was gonna say your dad wrote too. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so and
yeah.
I just enjoy it. Like I'm literally was up to like way too late last night, and way too late for me is embarrassingly early for most people. Like 1 o'clock is like you're stretching it, bro. And I was proofing my book. You know, I got the proof. It's copy proofed and all that. So, you know, I'm looking at my final manuscript right now, and from all that, I found a love for something else I do. And look, I've been getting in some big rooms with some fucking big dudes, like you know, the showrunners from Power and fucking the people who created Madam Secretary and all this other shit. I'm in business with these people. Where it all ends up, you know, selling a TV show and getting film made, some of the hardest things to do in the whole world. But just like rap music, no one told me I could win a Grammy. And
Yeah.
I'm you know,
Yeah.
just as far as I've been able to go in just 2.5 years, 2 years, and this whole Dirty Bastard thing will be the like first piece
That's
of
gonna be
That's
incredible.
gonna be
thing
major.
Excited for that.
I ever you know have my name on. So look, I saw Bobito do some things, and some other people
Those
really
are great docs.
Mhm.
Yeah.
inspire me. So
Yeah.
you know, I'm kind of focused on this, and music is something I still know and work in. But you know, I have some other interests going on now that seem to potentially be more fruitful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's funny, they all come back to music though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They all come back to the culture of New York City. It's one or the other, every single one of them.
Would you still produce somebody?
I would if it was the right thing. You know, I think producing's so weird because I'm not really so technologically up to date right
Gotcha.
now. So that's part of it. So, but I'd still A&R records, and I still know that I can contribute to a record being made as what people call a producer now. Well, I wouldn't call a producer, but I put Fetty Wap on Save That Money.
Wow.
I did that. That was me.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
and that shows what I know, that I know how to make a record better. You know, you can't always make every record better as an A&R person, and sometimes as an A&R person, doing less is more. Sometimes just letting it be is the thing
Yeah.
to do. You know, man, I still talk to fucking Buster and all these guys all the time. Like yesterday or 2 days ago, did you guys see the Supreme Team documentary?
I watched it. Yeah.
I'm not privy to Showtime, so I'm
So-
gonna have to
Okay.
get privy to Showtime
Okay.
to watch it.
I'll
But,
give you my password.
all right, cool.
I watched it on Hulu. I think it is connected to it. I don't know if you check that. Check Hulu. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's great. It was
So there's a cop in it, a black cop named Sterling
told me so
Johnson
the other
Jr.
day,
Yeah.
Max, yeah.
So I own his life rights, and I'm in the process of
Wow.
I'm in very deep negotiation with some very powerful people about developing. Well, it's already developed, but you know, doing a huge project about him, and that's kind of where my head's at. So we talk about New York City and hip hop. That's where I always go back to, and he's like a really famous law enforcement guy, part of New York City folklore. So my head always ends up back there,
Yeah. Of
some way,
Of course, yeah,
somehow.
It's your roots. It's your
Yeah.
life.
You're right,
yeah.
and it's either new. It's all, and there's music is always adjacent to the culture of shit I love.
Yeah.
You know, like I DJ for Too Short like 2 weeks ago.
That's
Oh, that's
crazy.
sick.
Like he did like a TED Talk thing at Soho House, and they asked me to DJ, so I ended up DJing for Too Short,
Wow.
and that was like super wild thing to do. Like you know,
That's
so
cool.
music is still very inspiring to me. It's not necessarily where I look to get my paycheck every day right now, but
Yeah.
you know, like there's things out there. I work with a couple of young artists, and that's to me the best. For me, what I find the most compelling and my favorite part of music, and I think it's always been since I was a fan of music, is discovery, finding it early,
Yeah.
being hip to it before it happens,
yeah.
like the Bad Brains.
And the record searching at
Yeah.
record stores.
Right,
all that. Stuff.
and like just finding something that's cool before everyone knows it's cool. Because
Yeah.
by the time everyone knows it's cool, it's not that cool anymore. You know, it's like, oh, this isn't
Yeah.
that cool right now because
Yeah.
everyone's up on it. You know,
I think you, as far as to be in the room with you right now, and just to say, like, to finally meet a legend of so-called folklore, but you really, when we think about A&Rs, you You. I mean, look at the body of work that you've done.
I'm one of the guys.
You are one of the guys, and I mean,
talk about
I know
the hip hop
you
A&R guys.
I know you're humble, and I know
but
there are plenty of.
I'm humble, but trust me, I'm an egomaniac with low self-esteem. I know how good I am. Like I know that. Like there's no one intimidates me when it comes to like talking about your track record. I know what I could do.
Trust. And I mean, it's funny. I was talking to a good friend of mine the other day. There was a guy that I met a long time ago who was in A&R by the name of Bilal Allah. I don't know if you know Bilal. You know Bilal?
Bilal Allah Paulson.
Yes.
It's an old friend of mine.
Yes. So Bilal, as I said, I'm privy to a lot of cats in the industry. And there are certain cats that who are really pivotal as far as artists and repertoire. And the name that always comes when it comes to hip-hop for years and years and years has always been Dante Ross.
Thank you.
I mean, you have a staple. You have a formula. And I don't know. I mean, to the new school cats that you've talked about and who you had the chance to sign, that there is a process and there's a certain magic about doing that. And not everyone is built to do it.
I mean, I look at it differently now than then. Like then I cater to my own personal taste, but I came to the conclusion that I can listen to Rakim on my time. I have to know what the kids like. So I have to know what they feel. So I try to tune in to what the kids like. And if it's palatable to me, that means it's probably pretty good for the kids, right? Because a lot of it's just not palatable to me.
Yeah, it's true.
But then I'd still, look, Tyler the Creator's a genius.
Incredible, man.
There's a lot of shit out there that I do like, right? And you could hate on the youth all day, but they run this shit. So you better if you're trying to be involved in it, you better,
truly,
you got to wrap your head around that. And I always been like that. Look, when I was a kid, I hung out with the OGs. When I'm OG, I like to listen to the kids. It's full cycle, man.
Big facts.
Teach me, I teach you. We exchange information, and to me, that's always like the way it's supposed to be. Like I was looking up to dudes like Daryl and them and Nick Martin and all these dudes, or Leor, Russell, who hit me the game, and I hip kids the game, and I learn from the kids. It's always an equal exchange of information for me. So I mean, the youth is very powerful, and a lot of guys my age get older, and they try to like decry the youth and blah blah blah, and that's corny, man. That just make you look like a sucker. Some sucker shit. I don't.
I love new shit.
I mean, you got your son, so
he schools me everything. Yeah.
And look at your son. Your son is like exactly the kind of kid I'm talking about. He's like a cool ass kid, right? And all these people are like, the kids suck. The kids don't suck. Not at all. I don't see that. I think some of the kids are fantastic.
Yeah.
They know a lot of shit, and that's the future. If we don't adjust to what they're dealing with, then we're corny. We're the ones losing out.
Yeah. I agree 100%.
And when we talk about A&R, I'll say this too. Diddy is the greatest hip hop A&R of all time. He found Mace and Biggie in the span of 2 years, the greatest rapper and the guy who changed it all at that time. He made it into like pop music.
He did.
So to bridge those gaps and find Mary J. Blige and Craig Mack and then turn himself into an artist and do all the other shit he did, to me, he's the greatest hip hop A&R ever. Diddy is, if I had the acumen and the calculatedness that he had, I'd be far more financially secure than I am.
Yeah, but you paved the way for the Diddies. You did, because I'm going to tell you right now. And I was having this meditation, last night. Like, when I think of A&Rs, who are some of the highest caliber A&Rs out there? And to be honest with you, yeah, you're absolutely right. But I'm going to tell you, as we're here at this table right now, Diddy wouldn't be as strong in his A&R approach if it wasn't for cats like you that paved the way.
He would tell me that. Like, he's giving me my flowers
Come
many
on,
times.
Dante, it's true.
Like, whenever he sees me or whatever, like, he's always giving me my flowers. And he also embraced Buster. And look, Pooh is on the Mary record. What's the 411?
Exactly.
I mean, so
Come
we...
on.
Incredible album, too, man.
Incredible.
Mary J. Blige changed everything. I mean, real recognize real. There's some great A&R guys out there now. My boy worked at Loud. Matty C was always, always to me like one of the legendary, most
for sure
important dudes who did it. He was like my son, kinda. I mentored him, and I saw him do great things too. And there's a whole bunch of people I'm forgetting, but A&R, Scott Free, of course, my brother. And Faith Newman.
Yeah, Faith. I love Faith.
A&R is a different thing now. It's analytics driven. We all have research. We can all see exactly what everyone's doing.
Yeah.
It's all metrics. And the trick of that is, within those metrics, can one of those people you find be a career artist? I mean, we could find Ugly God. Everyone could find one of those. But not everyone can find Little Uzi Vert.
Yeah.
You know?
That's
My
true.
son loves him.
That's true.
Turn me on to him. Yeah.
I mean, he's like, for the young kids,
Yeah.
he's the thing.
Yeah. Little
Like-
Yachty too, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yachty, he sailed.
But
The
he's got
boat
some new
sailed.
song. The new record came out.
I
My
didn't
son
hear it.
played me some new stuff. Yeah.
I mean, I like Little Uzi Vert. Reminds me in a weird way, Old Dirty Bastard, because he does outlandish
Yeah,
shit.
he does.
He had the diamond in his
Yeah.
head.
Yeah, that was sick.
He's just fucking
Yeah.
outlandish. Like, he's fucked
Yeah,
up.
he's a.
Like,
he's
I like
a,
he's a character.
Yeah.
he is.
And Little Nas X too, man. Like, look, we got. It's okay to be gay now for kids. How great is that?
Amazing.
How great is that? That you
Yeah.
could that rap is like, it's cool. Like, man, that's the one thing that my generation, like, we were pretty open minded, but we had a modicum of homophobia attached to
Yeah,
everything
big
we
time.
do.
Yeah.
That
Big
shit is
time.
out. Homophobia is so uncool with the kids now. I love it.
Even
Yeah.
the punks jump up lyric.
I mean, yeah,
Oh
right.
yeah, Sadat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
Sadat
and
even talks about
and I
that.
put that record out. Like, you know, would I do that now? Hell no. And it's increased all of our consciousness, right? But I
Yeah.
love that the young kids, that's not part of their
Yeah,
lexicon
it's
anymore.
true.
They don't
Yeah.
care
It's
about
true.
that shit. And that shit is fresh. That's super
Yeah.
cool. To me, like, that's really punk rock in a way.
Yeah.
Totally, man.
It's
Big
like
time.
super punk rock to think
Little
about.
Nas X is super punk, man. I love him, man.
He's
Big
the
time.
ill. He's like, I don't even care about his music. I just like, he's so fucking pushing the buttons. Like,
Yeah.
he don't care. Like, look,
It's like
I'm-
David Bowie.
yeah, exactly.
It's like-
It's exactly
Good
what
point.
it is.
Yeah.
Yo, it's funny you mentioned David Bowie, because before punk rock came out and I was a kid, I like you know, I like funk and I like soul and I like disco, some of it, and I like some rock stuff. But the rock music I really liked was David Bowie.
Come
the
on,
Who and
man.
David
So
Bowie.
good.
Yeah.
Because it was like, to me, the predecessor to punk rock.
Yeah.
Like, it was like right. You know, I was that weird kid who thought he was super fresh.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then punk rock came along because I was really like, in like 1978, 79, 77, I was waiting for Led Zeppelin to die. I wanted Pink Floyd to get the fuck out of here. I didn't want to hear your 17-minute song.
Yeah.
I was not feeling Ted Nugent.
Yeah.
I was like, yo, you guys all like, and you know, Pink Floyd has great music, and so does Zeppelin in parts. But I was like, fuck Boston and Foreigner and all this shit. I hate this shit. And then like this other thing came along, and hip hop was just an extension of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Fuck, man. What a journey, man.
it's a journey. It's still going, and we get to go to fucking Green Table and watch umbrellas fly.
Yo, do you have any last couple questions? Can you do a top 5? Is that hard for you?
I can't really do a top 5. I mean, I can name
How about top 5 influences in your life? Doesn't have to
top
be
5 influences in my life. The world, you know, punk rock, my parents, skateboarding,
Yes.
hip hop, and New York City.
That's great, man.
Yeah, that's. A
I mean,
good
for
top
sure.
5.
And like top 5 for artists, I could never
It's
really
hard.
like, you know, I
It's
just
hard,
because I'll
man.
forget somebody. But like, I know I can name guys I love. Like Rakim is always number 1 to me, right? And then we have
Yes.
different eras of rappers. But Rakim is always Rakim is like. He's like John Coltrane. He's like
Yeah.
jazz.
Yeah.
Like, you know, he brought the sting to it. It's mysticism. So obviously Rakim and then
We
Run-
both did the same show together. We didn't know
We
each
did.
other really. It was a shootout at Eric being rock.
Yeah, that's so-
We both did the same show. I was with Isaac and these guys. We ran out the balcony with a fire escape.
Fire Escape. I was with Stretch. Did the
Dude
same
shooting
thing.
across the
Busting each
whole
other.
crowd,
So
running up
crazy.
the stairs.
So
I
crazy.
think his kid on stage. It was
So
gnarly.
the little kid was on stage. Quan, the little kid from Microphone Fiend. You are correct.
It was-
His son.
It's not his son. It's Supreme Magnetic son.
Oh,
It wa-
Supreme Magnetic Son. That's
it was
right.
a gnarly show, and yeah, man.
Yeah, and who else was it? Rakim. There's obviously the classic 3 Kane.
Yeah, yeah.
And Karis one.
See,
But then
Yeah.
there's like, you know, Big is probably my favorite of all time. Outside of Rakim, it's Big. And Jay, because Jay has the biggest catalog. I don't care what anyone says. He got more songs I love and know all the lyrics to than anyone. He is the combination of making hit records and being a fantastic rapper, very entertaining. I love him. Nas, because Nas the most poetic.
Come on, man.
And Nas is the son of Ra. Like
Exactly.
It's Rakim to Nas.
Exactly.
I got to put P in there because I love Prodigy because he's the first one. He's
Nobody
the,
ever mentioned him, man.
yes.
He's the one who he was really the master of not rapping on like
Yes.
rap off beat, don't rhyme.
Yes.
Don't rhyme on purpose, non sequiturs.
Yes.
And that's a heavy thing to do. People don't really know about
Big
that.
time. Big time.
You know, the rest are like the obvious choices. Like, you know, I don't think there's any hidden gems there. Look, we talk about the new dudes.
You
Kendrick,
talked about Pooba.
Pooba. I
Yeah.
mean, but Kendrick.
I
for
love
the,
Kendrick.
Oh, yeah,
for
Cole.
the new guys,
Yeah.
Kendrick and Cole.
Love
Yeah.
him, man.
You know, I love Chance the Rapper.
Mhm.
You know, those are guys who I think new cats who are as good enough to have been sitting side by side with the guys I came up with and
Yeah.
the guys I signed.
Truly.
and
How about
worked with.
Griselda and those cats up
I
north?
love
New
them,
York?
Yeah.
but it's not quite at the same level. But I love
Yeah.
them. I love Rock. I like Rock Marcy more than them, to be honest.
Yeah, but Rock has been around for a minute, though.
Rock's the father of their
Yeah,
style. I don't care what
exactly.
anyone says.
Exactly.
But
With
I
Joey
like
They
Badass.
know it, though.
Joey Badass
He's
is
sick,
dope.
too.
Yeah.
Griselda's dope.
Yeah.
I like Benny a lot. I love Rock Marcy. I mean, so you know, these are the cats who are out there, you know, who rap and make good music. And you know, there's a lot of other guys I'm forgetting. And look, if I open my Spotify, I'm following like 200 people,
Wow.
and only like 10 of them are people who everyone knows.
Yeah.
And of that
Yeah.
190 kids I'm following, there's like 20 kids I'm not mentioning who I really like. Who I
Wow.
think are like, yo, these dudes are
Yeah.
really dope.
Yeah.
And there's cats all over the country who rap really dope. Like there's all these Sons of Earl sweatshirt now.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like-
Navy blue.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
tuned into all of it.
Yeah.
Maxo
Yeah.
and Diz and all these other kids who rap really, really well. And one of those kids will figure out taking that great rapping and turning it to making great
For
songs
sure.
and be one of the next great artists, which is Joey's trying to do that right now.
I mean, look at
Yeah.
Tyler.
Benny.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
Tyler,
man.
Benny's trying to do that.
Yeah.
Pusha T is fucking dope as fuck.
Oh, Pusha T.
His newest record is incredible, man.
Yeah.
Yo, it's so good.
Incredible,
Yeah.
man.
Yo,
Every
he
single
raps
song.
so
Yeah.
good. Like he's like, look, it's coke rap, but he's like so good at coke rap, it's okay.
Exactly.
The only person who coke rap better than him is Jay.
Yeah.
You know, and look, man, Jay is like, I'm just enamored by him as a rapper.
too,
He always
man.
been my favorite. Like from very early on, I was a huge fan. From probably the Blueprint, I was one of the people saying like, yo, he's the best. Like, you know, he just was really. He's just great. He got swag for days, man.
So
Yeah.
still,
It's like,
man.
you know,
Yeah.
it's Big in him, right? Big in him, very similar
Yeah.
artists in a way. Big was just maybe made less
don't-
music, so you like him more.
Yeah. I you know, it's funny because every
Oh,
time
I didn't
hear
say
this
M.
conversation-
M is a technical rapper.
Yeah.
I like him a lot, though. He dope. But he's
Who?
M.
M.
He's
Yeah.
just so technical.
Yeah.
Like he technically is like one of the greatest rappers ever. I think I don't enjoy listening to his music like I used to.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
It's too much.
I think we can all agree on that.
It's too much. It's too much. I feel like sensory overload.
What
Yeah.
were you going to say about Jay? You going to say something?
No, I was gonna say, you know, that's the conversation that comes up a lot in hip hop circles. Jay, Biggie, and Nas, and I love Jay, and I think Jay is cool. Do I love him as much as you two do? I prefer Biggie and Nas. I'm
Gotcha.
gonna be honest with you. I prefer Biggie and Nas.
I get it. I understand you're looking at more purist.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, the guy that we didn't mention, and he's in the top. He's one of the greatest rappers ever, and they are, to me, the greatest rap group ever is Outkast.
oh
and
yeah,
Andre
for
said
sure.
that, you
I
said
did.
that
I
too.
did say
You
that.
said
And
that.
Andre
Yeah.
3000, because he's
Yeah.
the greatest rapper. Like he's
Big time.
He's extraterrestrially good. He just the few and far between. He don't make a lot of music.
His body
so-
of work is
Yeah,
very
it's-
limited.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of
Yeah.
stuff. But man, Outkast, every record, man, their records, those records are fantastic. They're to me the greatest. Run DMC is the only other rap group that sits side by side with them. And I love Cypress Hill, but they, you know,
You wouldn't put
Tribe-
Wu Tang? You wouldn't put Wu
Tribe.
Tang?
Tribe.
I put Wu-Tang and Tribe
Yeah,
right there.
yeah,
I got to.
yeah. You got
Yeah,
to.
I got to. And
Yeah.
Tribe is.
Incredible.
I guess I probably sleep on Tribe a little because they're my friends and like, but fuck, man, they made the best music. They were my favorite.
Oh,
They
Low
were my
End
favorite.
Theory?
Come
Low
on,
End
man.
Theory and
Midnight
Midnight
Marauders.
Marauders.
All those,
Those
man.
two albums are like they're the two best. They're like
Yeah.
top of the food chain for that time period. Like those records are beautiful, man, and they're like jazzy and they're like, man, Q-Tip. Like, let me tell you something. That's the most underrated producer in the history.
no, he's
of
not
hip-hop.
underrated. I don't think he's
I don't thi-
underrated.
but-
I think people who know will definitely give Q-Tip his flowers.
Maybe I don't think they give him enough. He did get involved for
I
Raphael
mean,
Sadiq
those
too.
3 albums alone, the first 3
Jeez.
albums alone,
And he did
are
One Love and-
masterpieces.
One Love, yeah.
Oh,
that's-
One
yeah.
Love. I mean,
He's just a bad motherfucker, man.
and he's a nice guy.
I mean, I seen him make the Crooklyn Dodgers shit right in front of me, man. I've been with him in the studio when he made shit. He's nasty, super
Damn.
nasty.
Can I ask you a real quick question? Because I know we're
Yeah, it's
we
like the
could do
longest
this for,
podcast in the history
hours
of
on
ever.
end, man. To be a fly on the wall during 94 to like 97.
I think it's earlier for me. a little
Really?
bit. Yeah, because look, I was a fly on the wall from maybe like 87 to like, you know, to the late 90s when, I mean, even to now, but like I saw the Beasties in the studio with Rick Rubin. Like I was there for a couple times. And, you know, like, shit, that shit is inspiring, man. And being a fly on the wall is great. There's also some rules and etiquette you got to learn. Like, don't talk. Like, don't be the center of it. Don't get yourself involved in shit.
Yeah.
Play the back. Listen and learn. Like they say, listen to learn to listen.
I love that.
I mean, I'm just thinking about, you know, when you think about when they would go to the ballroom, and I can't remember the infamous ballroom's name, but they would go to digger conventions, and it'd be large pro.
Yeah, we go to, there was a couple.
Showbiz.
I was at those, Mark Ballroom and
Yes.
the Roosevelt Convention.
Yes, the Roosevelt
That was
Convention.
the big one. I mean, that's, you know, we all went there. Like, you know, it could get competitive even. Because you might get mad at each other, stop looking at what it was wild, but I bought a lot of shit at those things. Yeah, that was amazing. That was amazing. I mean, to me, maybe it's more amazing watching Tribe in the studio or seeing like Buster in the studio, Dirty in the studio. Being in the studio, to me, I'm like a studio rat. I like being in the studio. You know, the new modern A&R guys, they go to the studio and they order lunch and talk too much about social media. And they take some shots for the gram. That's not how you do it. Like, I go to the studio and I'm quiet. I want to
soak it in.
Yeah, figure it out. And if you ask me something, I might have something to tell you. And if you ask me something, or if I'm working with you and I think something's wrong, I might actually give you an arrangement idea. Because I can sit at the Pro Tools rig and I could cut your song around and edit it around and say, yo, you might want to put the chorus here and make it longer. And the dude will be like, what? I'll be like, let me sit behind the rig, and I'll boom, boom, boom. I'll do the edit. And then he's like, oh, shit, yeah, you might be right. You know, they might tell me I'm fucking crazy, but, you know, that's what, to me, that's what a real A&R does. And even if you don't know how to do it, run a rig or something, you could explain it to the engineer and figure it out. And that's, to me, what A&R people do for real. And, you know, like, the art of that is if you do that now, you're a producer. Back then, you wasn't a producer. And I feel like, I don't know if the kids understand. You know, look, Tunji, who runs Def Jam now, he knows. But I don't know if the kids know. I don't know if they know that it's not about getting on the gram with you and this and that and the other. And the other thing is, as I you know, my A&R career is pretty much over. And the reason is because I'm not going to be on Instagram and be swagged out like that. And I can't relate to you like that because that's not who I am right now. If I was that dude talking about the gram and the this and the that and all that, I'd be, you know, I'm not a grown man. I can't do that. So, you know, and I understand that. I think young artists today, just like when I was young, they want to relate to someone who's like them.
Yeah,
you know,
100%.
They want their peers. They don't want an old guy who's like, "Oh, my back hurts today." It's not cool to them.
Last three questions. Do you have any major regrets in your life?
Yeah, a couple, a lot. I mean, I was like a couple. Like, so is that music or life?
I guess that. Yeah, either one. Yeah.
There's one woman that I let slip out of my hands that I always regret. And I'll never let it happen again. That's why I love my wife, who I'm with now, because she's the love of my life. So that's one. I wish I'd gotten sober way, way earlier in life. And I watched my mom get sober and stay sober. And it would have been nice for my parents to see me sober. And they never saw me sober.
How long have you been sober for now?
Going on year 12.
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
Wow. Awesome.
So, you know, and look, sobriety ain't for everybody. And, you know, I'm not one of them dudes just like AA dude like that. You know, like I did all that and I'm part of that culture. But, you know, man, it's not for everyone. But if anyone hears this and they feel like they're struggling, they want to check out getting sober, like I'm here. You can find me on Instagram. My arm is always out to everyone.
Dope.
You know, part of the reason I wish I was sober earlier, I could have extended myself to more people and done more service because in service, I see my connection to God. And that is the one tangible place I know God exists. Being selfless and being there for other people. This is the strongest action we can commit on earth. You know, I say another regret of mine is I would have understood the power of kindness. Someone had said to me a few years back that kindness is the greatest commodity on earth. It's free. So why not exercise it? So I wish I would have understood that earlier in life so I could be more empathetic and kind to people. Because, you know, like I do have, I am like an empathetic person, and I've always had a notion of that, but I'm very conscious of it now, being sober as long as I have. And I wasn't as conscious of that in my youth. I wish I was. I think it would have made my life more interesting journey. It would have been even better than this. And my life was like pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
Those are a couple of regrets. And then musically, there's some things I didn't sign. Look, I really regret not being able to sign Megan Thee Stallion. I really do.
Wow.
That's just a recent one because I
Yeah.
think she's fucking dope.
Yeah.
Like she got everything, right?
Yeah.
It's like, how do you not know that?
Yeah.
Like you look at
That's a
her, she's
crazy one,
gorgeous,
yeah.
she's
Yeah.
dope.
Yeah.
Chance the Rapper was never doing a deal with anyone. I wish I could have signed him because his early music I really loved. It really took me back to why I love music.
Yeah.
You know, I wish I had met John Coltrane. You know, that's not a regret, but that's a wish.
But you met Ozzy Osbourne.
I met Ozzy Osbourne, and you know, look, I got to work with Carlos Santana, and I'm friends.
amazing.
I'm friends with some like
Yeah.
pretty fucking cool ass people, like some OGs. Look, you know, not a regret, but a wish. I wish I'd been like, you know, I could skate the way Olsen those guys did, and I was around in that time period,
Yeah.
right? You know, like, but regrets, man, nah, that's probably, you know, look, I wish I'd been. A regret is I just wish I'd been calmer and more conscious in my youth.
Yeah.
You know, but that's the era of youth. So,
Yeah.
you know, and I don't live my life in regret. Look, I had a great life, and when I'm lucky on a good day, and look, I battle depression like everyone else. We all have these things that happen that affect us. But on a good day, I can exercise gratitude. And like that
Okay,
connection to gratitude and the
That's
understanding of gratitude, what that truly means, that's what life's really about. You know, my biggest regret is I don't have kids. You know, and it's not too late. The jury ain't out on that.
It's not too late.
No, it's not
So, you
too
know,
late.
and, you know, so.
My brother had kids in his 50s.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
looking at it right now. So,
Awesome,
you know,
man.
that's a regret I hope to address. And that's really it, man. Other than that, like, life's a good journey. And I've, you know, like, if you look at my hashtag a lot, it's OG gratitude. You know, I want to
Yeah.
live my life, like, with OG gratitude, and I get to give it back. And if I get to give some of it back the way things were freely given to me, asking for nothing in return, then that's everything. That's
Yeah.
life. That's all of it. Everything else is superfluous.
I love that. You seem like you're in a good place. I know you meditate and stuff. What
All
are some
that.
other like daily rituals you have?
I meditate. I try and do some 12-step stuff every day that connects me to my sobriety. And I write every day. These days I write every day. I try and get up, and whether any of it's good every day, who knows? But
Yeah.
I get up and I try and write every day.
It's therapeutic too,
It's
probably.
very therapeutic,
Yeah.
you know, and those are the things I try to do every day. And you know, the other thing is, like, in sobriety, I was always a pretty honest person, but I learned how to be rigorously honest. And that's
Brutally honest.
yeah, just rigorously honest. Like, there's no place to bullshit. So, you know, that's the other thing. Like, exercising a true, deep level of honesty is something that I try to do every day. You know, and if I can help someone every day, the opportunity arises, let me help someone every day. Whether it's just opening the door for you, saying a kind word, or working with someone who's in a rehab who's trying to get sober.
Love it. And you're an optimist, I can tell.
I mean, what choice do we have?
Yeah.
You know, like, look, like everyone, I can become cynical, and I
Yeah.
can, but what does that do for me? It does nothing for
Nothing,
me.
man.
Nothing, man. So, you know, you gotta.
You always been like that?
Nah, not really. No, I think I haven't been like that. But I've always had this ability, and this is like, I don't want this to come across arrogant. I've always had the ability to accomplish great things. I've always had to. Like, I've always had this ability where I could accomplish something great. I don't know how the fuck I could do it, but I could always do
Always believed in yourself.
right.
Yeah.
And I could always I could always do something that my other friends couldn't do. I could make a record. I could win a Grammy. I could get an A&R job. I could like ace that test. Yo, man, look, school, like, I didn't care about school after a certain point, but man, school was mad easy for me. That shit was dumb easy. I was always like, anytime I tried, I got a 90. You know, like, oh,
Wow.
I'm gonna learn this shit right now.
Yeah,
Watch.
yeah.
You know what I mean? I was that guy. So I always had the ability to do shit that you know, the regular person probably couldn't. The other thing is, I think part of that comes from imagination. If you have an active imagination, you can imagine things, and therefore you can almost, you know, like, create a self-fulfilling positive prophecy. You know, like
Love that.
the you know, the power of positive thought. You know, it's like a very important thing to understand. And if you can exercise the power of positive thought, you have a much better shot of accomplishing things that you're trying to do.
I agree.
You walk into it feeling shitty and everyone sucks, and that sucks. The fuck are you gonna get? You're gonna get a sucky result.
Very true.
Sure.
You know, that's it.
Well, dude, this has been fucking...
It's like 9 years long.
No, 4 hours. It's
Are you
incredible.
gonna chop it all up?
I don't know yet. I might do two-parter. I might split it in half.
Yeah, I think
this is the
we could
longest
have-
It
podcast
was-
I've ever done, but I could keep talking.
Dude, absolutely
I
incredible.
I mean,
so many gems. I want to thank you, honestly, like, for all the stuff you put into the world, all the music
Thank
that
you.
inspired my life, and you being a part of that. And
Thank you.
I love your story, and this is incredible, man.
Me and you come from the same place. Like, we were in the same, we were on the
World.
same pavement right
Yeah,
there.
man.
It's like I'm surprised I didn't know you sooner earlier. But I know you now, so we can go to Green Table and you can listen to me and Steve make jokes and fucking chime in.
Totally.
I mean, you know what's cool about life? Sometimes you get to meet these guys who were your heroes when you were a kid, and they're fucking cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. What happened since I moved here? Christian Soy, Cab, to my homies.
Those are all my friends.
Crazy,
it's
bro.
like Olsen, like Hosoy when I was a kid, or Eric Hayes, or these other people I know. Like,
I'm skating with them. It's wild, bro.
It's amazing, right?
Well,
I never thought that in a million years.
I can say, because I can honestly say, being a kid of 12, 13 years old, going to Parrot Records in Ipswich, or going to one of these record stores in Soho or Brixton or London, and going to buy an import record, right? And studying these records and knowing that I'm sitting in front of the guy who literally found some of the greatest groups. There would be no Hakim Tafari or Hakim Allah if it wasn't for Brand Nubian, KMD, Queen Latifah, De La Soul, and you're primarily a direct response of where I'm at today.
Man.
So I have to bow
Thank
1,000
you,
times in humility for you being on this earth and
And
gracing
man,
us with
when
us.
I was a kid, man, Jam Master Jay, Russell Simmons, even the Beasties, LL, like people were nice to me. I was very lucky. I got given, the keys to the kingdom, and I exercised them. But I was lucky that right place, right time, and I managed to make something out of that.
Yeah, it's an incredible journey. It's everything.
Incredible,
man.
Absolutely incredible, mate.
I think we should do a part 2. We'll talk about more shit.
Part 3
more
or 4.
hip-hop
Part
too. Yeah,
19.
man. But thank you for your time, man.
Thank you.
It's been a long time coming. We crossed paths many
Yeah, we
times.
talked
20,
about doing this.
25 years.
Yeah, man.
And now we're sitting down. It's great, man.
And you mentioned Trevor, who's a good friend of mine too.
Yeah, man.
So,
Well, thank you.
And Mike Sace. We got
Oh, shit.
shout out Mike Sace, Bridge Runners. I'm gonna have to DM him and tell him that his name came up constantly.
Me and him have such an intricate relationship. It'll be interesting to see his response.
All right, well, Dante, thank you so much, man. Thanks for listening, everybody.
Peace.
We out of here, bro.
Peace.
We shut this off. Hang out. That was amazing. How do I shut this off? Hang out. I always ask my guests if they have any regrets. I personally don't have any regrets. Even when it comes to my tattoos, I have the silliest tattoos. Even my ET on my leg, it's still a childhood memory for me, and I love it. I've had tattoos on top of tattoos strictly because I wanted more tattoos. I started getting tattoos when I was 18. I'm 52 now, and I can't stop. I've had laser treatment before on something on my arm. It's 4 tattoos on top of each other. And that experience at that place was pretty fast. It was pretty cold. It was in and out, swiped the credit card. Don't really tell me much. Didn't give me much details or anything was going to happen. So I never went back. So as of most recently, I'm so lucky enough to have had 2 sessions at Removery Tattoo Removal. My tattoo on my arm that looks like a big black blob is now super light. I've had 2 sessions. I have a long road ahead of me. None of this stuff happens overnight. You cannot take a tattoo off in one sitting. You have to be patient. And it's painful. They ice you up. It's super fast. To me, it felt like a bunch of rubber bands. But what's more painful than that is looking at something on your body that you think you're stuck with for the rest of your life. That sucks. But now for me, I'm really happy I started this journey. I'm slowly going to get this tattoo removed. I never thought in a million years I have any kind of real estate on my arm. I don't even know what I want, but it's exciting. I'm so honored to announce that One Life One Chance podcast is now with Removery. I have a code. Use TobyH20 and get $100 off your first session. Call 866-934-4570 or go to Removery.com. One of the most experienced tattoo removal companies in the world. Over 600,000 removal treatments done. 100 locations, U.S., Canada, and Australia. State-of-the-art peak-away laser technology, cryotechnology to reduce any discomfort. This is so exciting for me because all I do in these podcasts is talk about tattoos. From day one, if you've been listening to this podcast, talk about tattoos, talk about getting removed, talk about getting covered up. So this is such a perfect fit for me. Once again, go to Removery.com or call 866-934-4570. Use my code TobyH20 and get $100 off. These guys are located everywhere. Try it out. Yo, people always ask me what kind of frames I'm rocking. I've been rocking Caddis for a couple years. They make amazing progressive readers, which I wear. Also, they make sunglass readers, anti-glare, anti-smudge coating, anti-scratch, and anti-aging. That's why I look mad young when I wear them. I'm just kidding. But they make amazing frames. Caddis, so stoked to have you guys part of the podcast. You can go to caddislife.com/Toby10 and get $10 off your first purchase. Stoked. Thank you, Caddis. Welcome to the fam. Yo, Liquid Death, thank you so much for hydrating all my guests, taking care of me and my family and my friends. Love your water, love your brand, love what you stand for, love what you give back to the community. If you want to learn more about Liquid Death and how it started, listen to episode 115 with the co-founder, owner, and creator of Liquid Death, Mike Cesario. Just a punk rock skateboarding kid from Delaware with a dream. It's an incredible story, incredible journey. They have now blessed me with my own code. So if you go liquiddeath.com/Toby, you get free shipping on any items you order from liquiddeath.com. Thank you so much, Liquid Death. Death to plastic, murder your thirst. Stay hydrated. You know H2O saves lives.